Chapter 31:10. Red Cloud Mountain was a lush green forest with beautiful scenery. The rolling mountain range was filled with spirit beasts and birds, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Outside the mountain gate, the star shuttle landed and the disciples guarding the mountain immediately greeted it, looking at Xiang Fei in surprise. "Brother Xiang, why are you back?" And these are. Although Xiang Fei had no backing in the Red Cloud sect, nor was he favored by the elders, he was still a third-order origin king, so how could these disciples dare to be disrespectful? Xiang Fei hesitated for a while, not knowing how to explain himself. He had already violated the sect's rules by returning to the sect without permission. If he wanted to enter, he would have to explain the reason to these disciples and let them pass on his behalf. The disciples guarding the mountain looked at Xiang Fei suspiciously, not knowing what he was thinking. Find someone. Yang Kai was in a hurry to see Su Yan, so he didn't have time to waste here. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the disciples aside and stepped inside. Seeing this, Xiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. This is bad. He knew that things were going to get worse, but he didn't expect this guy to be so rude. If he had politely handed over a visiting card, it wasn't that he couldn't enter, but how could he just barge in like this? Now that he had made such a scene, Xiang Fei was afraid that he would be accused of colluding with an enemy. Escape? Or not? If he didn't escape, he would definitely be punished by the sect, but where could he escape to? Thinking about it, he could only grit his teeth and follow, begging bitterly, "Brother, please wait." Yunxiang stepped in front of him and smiled slightly. "There's nothing for you to do here, take this bottle of spirit pills as a thank you gift." Throwing down a bottle of spirit pills, she also chased after Yang Kai. The few disciples guarding the mountain were stunned for a while before one of them immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a short while, the Red Cloud sect's alarm bell rang, resounding through the sky. Xiang Fei's face turned pale and he sat down on the ground, the bottle of spirit pills in his hand becoming extremely hot. Silhouettes flickered as streams of light rose from the Red Cloud sect and rushed towards the entrance of the sect from all directions. Yang Kai soon encountered the first obstacle, the Mountain Guardian Array. Every sect had their own Mountain Guarding Array. Normally, it would not be fully activated, but it still had some protective and alert functions. If one did not have a special method, it would be impossible to pass through the array. If the Mountain Guarding Grand Formation were to be fully activated during battle, it would become a powerful protection. There was an invisible wall in front of him, and Yang Kai had to stop. Swish! 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 One after another, silhouettes appeared in the surroundings. Each and every one of them had an unkind expression as they looked at him. Although the Red Cloud sect was not a top force, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. This guy in front of them had forced his way up the mountain without prior notice. It was obvious that he did not put the Red Cloud sect's rules in his eyes. This was a great taboo for any sect, a sign of hostility. Halt! Tell me your name. A red-faced man stood in front of the crowd and shouted in a deep voice. This person had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source realm. Obviously, he was a rare expert in the Red Cloud sect and held some important positions. He was probably an elder or hall master or something like that. Yang Kai frowned. It was not because the Mountain Guardian Array was blocking his way, nor was it because of the Red Cloud sect's large number of people. He did not sense anything. He did not sense Su Yan's aura in the Red Cloud sect. He and Su Yan had a fortuitous encounter in the past, obtaining the Yin-Yang Joyous Unification Art and the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritance. Together, they were able to sense each other's existence as long as they were within a certain distance. This Red Cloud's mountain was only a few hundred kilometers long. If Su Yan was really here, there was no reason why he could not sense her. Since he did not sense her, it meant that Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect. Did he misunderstand? Could it be that the Su Yan in the Red Cloud sect was not the Su Yan he knew? Was it really just the same name? However, the person that Xiang Fei described was clearly the person that he yearned for day and night. Or perhaps, Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect at the moment? And this was somewhat possible. The red-faced man was indeed an elder in the Red Cloud sect. Under the attention of so many disciples, his question was ignored. He could not help but become angry out of shame. Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, he found that one of the 3 people below was a third-order origin king, while the other 2 did not have the slightest trace of cultivation. What surprised him even more was that there was a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Did a family of 3 go out to play and accidentally get lost? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what this elder asked you? The red-faced man shouted angrily. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him. When he raised his hand, a phantom image suddenly appeared in the void. It was as lifelike as a real person. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her face was delicate. On her face was a faint smile, dazzling anyone who looked at her. Yang Kai looked at the red-faced man and asked, "Is this person in your noble sect?" Before the red-faced man could answer, some of the Red Cloud sect disciples went into an uproar. Is this Senior Sister Su? She looks like Senior Sister Su. No, that's not right. This is Senior Sister Su. Heavens, Senior Sister Su's smile is so beautiful. The image of Su Yan that Yang Kai condensed with his spirit chi was the image of her in his mind. But when had this group of Red Cloud sect disciples ever seen her smile? The title of Ice Mountain Beauty was not just for show. So at this moment, they didn't dare to recognize her. Who was this person? Why was he able to see Senior Sister Su's smile? For a moment, many of them were filled with righteous indignation. They felt that this guy was somewhat repulsive. Why did such a good thing happen to him? The whispers all around reached his ears. The answer was obvious. Yang Kai sighed and asked, "Where is she? Who the hell are you?" Being ignored by Yang Kai again and again, the red-faced man was thoroughly annoyed. "Where is she?" Kai Yang stared at him and shouted out word by word. The red-faced man was so angry that he laughed. "Why should this king tell you?" Hong, with a loud bang, the mountain trembled and the mountain defending array in front of Yang Kai suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and calmly said, "I'm sorry, today my temper is a bit irritable. If I have offended you, please forgive me." While speaking, he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the red-faced man. The red-faced man hadn't recovered from his shock when he suddenly felt a fierce aura approaching him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai's face close at hand. He couldn't help but retreat a few steps and vigilantly asked, "What do you want to do?" Breaking the Red Cloud sect's mountain guarding array with one punch, even if the spirit array wasn't operating at full strength, it was still not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, from beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. What kind of brute force was this? Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his collar. "Are you deaf or stupid? I've asked several times already, where is she? Where is she? Where is she?" Spittle flew all over the red-faced man's face, causing him to fly into a rage. "Junior, don't be so arrogant. This is my Red Cloud sect. If you know what's good for you, quickly retreat, or else you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Although Yang Kai showed extraordinary brute force, as an elder of the Red Cloud sect, how could he show weakness? There were thousands of disciples in the sect, and more than a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters. The sect master was even a second-order Dao Source Realm Master. If this little brat really wanted to be presumptuous here, he could guarantee that he would leave lying down. Moreover, after seeing Yang Kai's brute force, he had already sent a message to many elders and the sect master, so they should be here by now, right? A stream of light flew towards Yang Kai, emitting a chilling aura. Suddenly, a long saber appeared and slashed towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai flicked his finger and hit the blade's spine. With a flash of light, it flew back and was caught by an old man. His face couldn't help but distort. At that moment, he felt that the spirituality of his artifact was damaged. Who is this guy? Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk a vigorous aura appeared as 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared. Seeing them, many Red Cloud sect disciples were in awe. These people were the Dao Source Realm elders of the sect. Normally, it was not easy to see them, but now, so many of them had appeared. It seemed that besides those who had gone out to do something, all the elders of the sect had gathered together. A black-clothed man appeared, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His expression was dignified and his aura was stronger than anyone present. Sect Master. The black-clothed man nodded reservedly. He was the sect master of the Red Cloud sect, Han Zhengyuan. The sect guarding array had been broken. Even without the red-faced man's notice, he had come to investigate. When he saw his elder being held by the collar by a young man, his face suddenly sank. Let go. The red-faced man smiled coldly, his eyes sharp as he stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mood calmed down a little. Things had turned out this way, and he was partly responsible. The main thing was that this matter involved Su Yan, so he was a little impulsive. Hearing this, he let go of his hand. In the eyes of the Red Cloud sect disciples, this was a sign that he had a guilty conscience. The red-faced man thought to himself, "You know what's good for you." He proudly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, sect master." He did not lose face for the Red Cloud sect, so at this time, he was full of confidence. Han Zhengyuan nodded, looked at Yang Kai and said, "What is your name? What business do you have with my Red Cloud sect?" Yang Kai said, "My name is not important. I have come to your sect to look for someone." Who? Su Yan. Han Zhengyuan could not help but frown and said, "Who are you to her?" Yang Kai said, "I am her husband." When these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. The group of Red Cloud sect disciples were all dumbfounded. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a fool. Su Yan had been in the sect for more than 20 years, but they had never heard of her having a husband. Usually, it was rare for her to talk to a man. How could such a close relative suddenly appear? Their first reaction was that it was impossible, followed by anger. Su Yan was very popular in the entire Red Cloud sect. She was regarded as a sweetheart by many of her brothers and sisters. Suddenly, someone appeared and said that he was her husband. Naturally, she would be angry. She felt that this guy had blasphemed the beauty in her heart. She could not wait to rush forward and tear this guy into 10,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in her heart. Fart. Han Zhengyuan did not answer. Suddenly, a young man stood up and cursed. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. He saw that this guy had greasy hair, white skin, and a thin body. Although he had the cultivation of an origin king, his aura was unstable. Obviously, his foundation was not solid. This kind of cultivation must have been accumulated through the use of medicines. Looking at his face, Yang Kai vaguely saw that he had some similarities with Han Zhengyuan. Yang Kai immediately understood who he was. Chapter 31:11. Yang Kai grinned at him. Han Xiancheng was baffled. He felt that this guy's smile had a profound meaning, but he was too lazy to think about it. With a gloomy face, he said, "Little brat, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Otherwise, you will easily attract a fatal disaster." In the entire Red Cloud sect, who didn't know that Su Yan was his exclusive property? Many of his brothers were interested in Su Yan, but they only secretly admired her. They didn't dare to get too close to her. There was once a man who didn't know what was good for him. Just because he said a few words to Su Yan, all his bones and meridians were broken the next day, and he became a cripple. Since then, no one in the Red Cloud sect dared to talk to Su Yan. There was actually someone who dared to claim to be Su Yan's husband? Han Xiancheng was so angry that he laughed. He looked up and down at Yang Kai. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He seemed to be thinking about how to make Yang Kai taste the taste of pain. He turned around and said to Han Zhengyuan, "Father, this person has trespassed into the sect. He doesn't put our Red Cloud sect in his eyes. He also destroyed our sect guarding array. This is simply unforgivable. Kill him. This is the only way to warn others. Otherwise, if this spreads, I'm afraid people will laugh at our Red Cloud sect for being weak and timid." Han Zhengyuan looked indifferent. Hearing this, he said, "Withdraw. I have my own plans." "Father!" Han Xiancheng cried out in dissatisfaction. "Withdraw." Han Zhengyuan's face became serious. Han Xiancheng retreated. His complexion was not good. He muttered a few words. It seemed like he was cursing. Since childhood, he had been doted on by Han Zhengyuan and had developed a domineering temperament. Whenever he saw Yang Kai as an eyesore and wanted to kill him, he would do anything he wanted. He couldn't understand why his father, who had always granted him every request, would suddenly refuse him at this time. This made him lose a lot of face. If it was an ordinary person who was so arrogant and despotic, Han Zhengyuan naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Even if it was for the sake of the Red Cloud sect's face, he would still fight with Yang Kai. But the young man in front of him, although he didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spirit qi, gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed that if he fought here, the Red Cloud sect would suffer a loss. Han Zhengyuan had to be careful. "How should I address you, little brother?" Han Zhengyuan asked. Yang Kai introduced himself. Han Zhengyuan frowned and thought for a moment. He had never heard of this name before. It was a completely foreign name. He turned his head to look at the elders and found that they were also confused. Well, since no one had heard of him before, it was obvious that he did not have any backing. Today's matter would be much easier to handle. "You said you are Su Yan's husband? Do you have any evidence?" Han Zhengyuan asked again, then added, "I'm not questioning you, but Su Yan is now a disciple of my Red Cloud sect. As the sect master of the Red Cloud sect, I have to ask a few questions." Yang Kai said, "Call Su Yan over and ask her." Han Zhengyuan saw that he was full of confidence and believed him a little, but Han Xiancheng's expression became more and more unpleasant. "This can't be real, right? That woman actually had a husband? When did this happen?" She had been in the sect for more than 20 years, but she had never interacted with outsiders. Where did this husband come from? It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Su Yan has been in my Red Cloud sect for more than 20 years. During this time, she has never interacted with outsiders. How can you be her husband? I come from the Hengluo star field. What? Han Zhengyuan heard this and couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. He had lived for too long and his courage was too small. He was overcautious and had long since lost the straightforwardness he had when he was young. Su Yan coming from the Hengluo star field was not a secret. Many people in the Red Cloud sect knew about it. As the sect master, Han Zhengyuan naturally knew about it. Moreover, according to Su Yan, she was the first person to come out of the Hengluo star field and enter the ancestral territory. In other words, didn't this little brat enter the ancestral territory after Su Yan? In other words, he had only entered the ancestral territory for a short time. How high could such a person's cultivation be? How strong could he be? At most, he should be in the first order Dao source realm. Han Zhengyuan couldn't detect his cultivation probably because he cultivated some kind of concealment secret art or wore some kind of artifact. Slowly shaking his head and secretly laughing, Han Zhengyuan said, "It turns out that you came from the same star territory as Su Yan." Han Xiancheng's face was livid, and he kept cursing her in his heart. What a bitch! He usually saw her as pure and unattainable, but he didn't expect that she had already become a fallen flower. He had been so attentive to her. If he had known this, he wouldn't have wasted all these years. He would have just used force. That's right, Su Yan and I have already pledged our lives to each other back in the star field. She and I are senior sister and junior brother from the same sect, Yang Kai said impatiently. Sect Master Han, please call Su Yan out. He had come to find Su Yan. How could he waste time with this group of people? Han Zhengyuan said, that's good. Changing the topic, he said, but Su Yan's residence is far from here. I'm afraid it will take some time to come here. It doesn't matter. I'll wait. After waiting for so many years, why would he be afraid of waiting a little longer? No wonder he couldn't sense Su Yan's aura. It turned out that she was too far away. Elder Chen, lead this little brother to the side hall to drink some tea and wait. After that, send a message to Su Yan and tell her to come over. Han Zhengyuan said to the red-faced man. The red-faced man was startled, but he quickly cupped his fists and said, yes. Then he turned to Yang Kai and gestured, please. Originally, a cultivator from the lower star territory was not worthy of such courtesy, but the strength Yang Kai just showed was not small. He was qualified to receive him. Yang Kai was neither servile nor overbearing. He nodded and left with Elder Chen. The crowd of Red Cloud sect disciples looked on, feeling a little strange. Today's matter was over just like that? Someone had broken into the sect's gate and even destroyed the sect guarding array, yet the elders and sect master didn't intend to pursue the matter? Moreover, they even invited him to drink tea. When did their elders and sect master become so polite? Moreover, senior sister Su Yan was not in the sect at all. Many people smelled the scent of a conspiracy. They felt that the elders and sect master's approach was somewhat shameful, but they were powerless to change it. They could only sigh and look at Yang Kai's departing back with some sympathy. If this person was really Su Yan's senior sister's man, they were afraid that today he would suffer a calamity. In the side hall, Yang Kai sat down casually. He Yunxiang stood behind him while Lu Yen unceremoniously sat next to him. In the hall, only the red-faced Elder Chen was receiving Yang Kai, but he didn't say anything. He just said, wait a moment, I have already sent a message to Su Yan. She will be here soon. After that, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. It seemed that he was still holding a grudge against Yang Kai for grabbing his collar. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of offending this king. When I open my eyes, I may reveal some hostility and let him see my flaws. A female disciple served fragrant tea, and the tea's fragrance immediately filled the hall. The red-faced Elder Chen opened his eyes and smiled. This is my Red Cloud sect's unique Red Cloud tea. It enjoys a great reputation even in the ancestral territory. Little brother might as well try it. Ordinary people can't drink it. The spirit teas of the star territory can't compare to it. His words were full of arrogance, looking at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Yang Kai looked at him with a burning gaze, not saying a word. Elder Chen's smile didn't diminish, but his heart was full of vigilance. Did he see through it? That shouldn't be the case. It's colorless and odorless. Even I can't distinguish it. How can a little brat from the star territory have such eyesight? The sect master is making a fuss over nothing. Even if this little brat showed his tyrannical strength, with so many people from the Red Cloud sect, how could they not be able to take him down? Using such a method to deal with him was simply superfluous. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only earnestly carry it out. After all, this was secretly instructed by the sect master. But then again, the sect master was too fond of the young sect master. This little brat should be the same as Su Yan, a talent. If he could be appeased, he might be able to recruit him into the Red Cloud sect, adding a strong general to the sect. It's just a pity. He actually dared to snatch the young sect master's woman. He won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Thinking about it, Elder Chen asked, "Does little brother dislike this tea?" "Never." "Since you don't like it, why don't you drink it?" Elder Chen's face sank. Combined with his red face, there was a hint of anger in his voice. "Don't tell me you don't want to give my Red Cloud sect face?" Yang Kai smiled and reached out to pick up the teacup. "Since Elder Chen says so, then this little brat will respectfully accept. Using this tea as a substitute for wine, I thank the Red Cloud sect for taking care of my senior sister Su all these years." In any case, Su Yan was able to advance to the Dao Source realm and gain a foothold in the ancestral territory. It could be said that she had received some benefits from the Red Cloud sect. After this tea, gratitude is gratitude, resentment is resentment, and a life or death battle. I hope you won't complain. Little brat, put it down. A stern voice suddenly came from outside. Elder Chen's face changed. He looked up and saw a figure rushing in from outside. In the blink of an eye, the figure rushed in front of Yang Kai and snatched the teacup from his hand. Elder Chen was furious. He slapped the table and shouted, "Elder Wan, what are you doing?" Yang Kai's wrist only shook a little and avoided the thunderous blow. He raised his head and drank the tea without leaving a single drop. Elder Chen was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. The person who broke into the hall was also stunned. With her second-order Dao Source realm cultivation, she couldn't snatch the teacup from Yang Kai's hand. The other party didn't even get up and easily avoided it. What kind of reaction speed was this? Looking closely, it was just like the information she had received. There was not the slightest energy fluctuation from his body. He was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Elder Wan? Only then did Kai Yang raise his head to look at the newcomer. Impressively, it was a middle-aged beautiful woman. Her coarse clothes were unable to conceal her peerless elegance. Her figure was curvaceous. Unexpectedly, she was a mature and attractive woman. Well, she was completely different from what he had imagined. In the entire Red Cloud sect, to have this kind of cultivation and surnamed Ruan, she could only be Su Yan's master. "Little brat, you said you are Su Yan's husband?" Ruan Bai Ting frowned and asked. Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." "How do you prove it?" "Profound frost sword, clear sky snow." Ruan Bai Ting looked serious. "It really is you." Chapter 31:12. Others may not understand the mystery in these words, but as Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect, how could she not understand? When Su Yan came from the Star Territory, she brought an Origin King grade long sword, which was called Profound Frost Divine Sword. One of its sword techniques was called Clear Sky Snowfall. With this sentence, Yang Kai's identity was confirmed. How could they have an ordinary relationship? Moreover, Ruan Bai Ting had also heard of Yang Kai from Su Yan. After all, they were master and disciple, so they had a close communication. Until today, she had seen him in person. "Boy, come with me." Ruan Bai Ting confirmed Yang Kai's identity and grabbed him. She had just received a secret message from a disciple saying that senior sister Su Yan's husband had come from Hangluo Star Field to look for her, but as a result, Elder Chen had taken him to the side hall to drink tea. Ruan Bai Ting immediately knew that things were not going well and had rushed over in a hurry, but she was still unable to prevent the tragedy from happening. She was also a little annoyed. She had already reminded him to put down the teacup and even tried to grab it, but this little brat ignored her and drank the tea in front of her. Su Yan, what kind of dog shit husband did you find? How did he live until now with this kind of brain? Didn't master teach him not to eat and drink anything outside? Her jade hand clasped Yang Kai's wrist and pulled hard, but she couldn't move him. Instead, she staggered. Ruan Bai Ting's beautiful eyes shrank as she became more and more shocked. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if she didn't use her full strength, she shouldn't be unable to move him, right? Yang Kai smiled at her. Originally, he didn't have a good impression of this Red Cloud sect. He was just waiting to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts before he started a massacre, but now it seemed that there was still one person in this place who really cared about Su Yan. That was enough, wasn't it? In the end, the world was not all sinister. There was always a little warmth, like a light in the darkness, shining in all directions. Gently patting Ruan Baiting's hand, he motioned for her to let go. Ruan Baiting frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Her divine sense surged and she transmitted her voice, "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Go." Yang Kai saw that she really cared about him and his heart warmed. He didn't know her, but because of his relationship with Su Yan, she was so concerned about him. Obviously, she was really good to Su Yan. "Elder Ruan, what are you doing?" The red-faced Elder Chen looked at Ruan Baiting with a sneer. He didn't have the slightest respect for the strong. Although she was an elder of the Red Cloud sect, the other party was just an idle person. She had no power or influence in the Red Cloud sect. If it weren't for the old sect master's instructions, she wouldn't have been able to live in the Red Cloud sect for such a long time. The real relationship between Ruan Baiting and the Red Cloud sect was not known to many people, but there were rumors that she had some kindness to the old sect master, so she had been staying in the Red Cloud sect, but since the old sect master had passed away, the current sect master was in charge, and Ruan Baiting was completely reduced to an outsider. "It's none of your business." Ruan Baiting glared at Elder Chen. Elder Chen smiled and said, "That's not appropriate. I was ordered by the sect master to entertain this little brother. Elder Ruan's actions are rude to the guest, so please withdraw quickly." Ruan Baiting ignored him and looked at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going or not? The matter is not over yet, how can I leave?" Yang Kai smiled and looked at Elder Chen. "Elder Chen seems to be very happy, but I don't know what you are laughing about." "Naturally, I'm laughing at something that should be laughed at." Elder Chen said sarcastically, "How is the taste of my Red Cloud sect's Red Cloud's tea?" "The tea is good, but the taste is not pure." Yang Kai put down the teacup and fiddled with it. "Is there something in it?" "It's too late to know now." Elder Chen's face suddenly became cold, and there was no longer the previous hypocrisy. After being poisoned, one would soon become weak and powerless. Even the third-order Dao Source realm could not easily detoxify it. At this moment, Yang Kai was already a fish on the chopping board in his eyes. Elder Chen seems to be very confident in that thing. Yang Kai lowered his head, and his hanging hair covered his face, giving birth to a gloomy feeling for no reason. "You knew that the tea was poisoned?" Ruan Baiting suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. This guy's brain is full of holes. Slurp, in the tense atmosphere, a strange sound was heard. The three people turned their heads and saw Lu Yen holding another teacup and drinking the tea in one gulp. Elder Chen and Ruan Baiting were both dumbfounded. Was this the so-called, "one is marked by the company one keeps, one is black by the company one keeps"? Yang Kai is sick, but this little girl is also sick. I told you the tea was poisoned, yet you still drank it. Yang Kai rubbed Lu Yan's head. "Try it." Lu Yan replied casually, "It doesn't taste good, I'll give it back to you." Opening the mouth of the pool, a stream of tea shot towards Elder Chen like a sharp arrow. While still in mid-air, the tea suddenly turned red, like a fire snake. The temperature in the hall rose sharply. Elder Chen's face changed greatly as a sense of crisis instinctively enveloped his entire body. Without even thinking about it, he summoned his artifact to protect himself. With a clang, the tea arrow hit the shield-like artifact, causing it to flicker wildly before suddenly dimming. Apparently, it had lost all of its spirituality. The fiery red tea arrow didn't lose any of its momentum and directly melted a hole in the artifact's surface. Ah! Elder Chen let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. When he lowered his head to look, a pitch-black hole had appeared on his shoulder. Blood was flowing out, and at the same time, an extremely terrifying fire attribute energy was wantonly flowing out of the wound. Everywhere it passed, his meridians and flesh were incinerated. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? How could this be? Weren't they poisoned? How could they still use their power? And what the hell is this little girl? How could a random T-arrow have such power? Ruan Baiting was also stunned, looking at Lu Yen foolishly. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, it would have been difficult to believe that such a little girl could casually injure Elder Chen. Looking at Yang Kai again, he had already stood up, and his face was as usual. Where was the trace of poisoning? Are you okay? Ruan Baiting almost lost the ability to think. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Trivial trash, what can you do to me? Trash. That was the strongest poison in the Red Cloud sect, but in his mouth it was actually trash. Did he really come from the Hangluo star field? She did not know that Yang Kai had cultivated the dragon transformation art, and after integrating the golden divine dragon source, he had the blood of the dragon race. The dragon race's resistance to all kinds of negative energy was recognized as powerful, and poison was one of them. With Yang Kai's current body, although it could not be said that he was immune to all kinds of poisons, but the poison that could affect him was certainly not found in the ancestral territory. He was not stupid, nor was there anything wrong with his head, but he was fearless. Elder, if you are like this, I will not be able to explain it to Su Yen. If she saw this, she would think that I was outside fooling around again. Yang Kai turned to look at Ruan Baiting and winked. Ruan Baiting found that she had been holding his wrist and could not help but look at him. Her face was a little red, and she quickly let go of his hand. Today's matter was a bit of a loss of self-control. Shwa, a silhouette suddenly appeared. It was the Red Cloud sect's elders who had been lying in ambush for a long time. They heard Elder Chen's screams and came to check on him. They were all dumbstruck. Kai Yang was fine, but Elder Chen's injuries were not light. Han Zhengyuan said with a cold face, Elder Ruan, do you need to give me an explanation? When Ruan Baiting rushed in, he also saw it, but he did not have time to stop her. Now that Elder Chen was injured, he thought it was Ruan Baiting's hand. This woman, he had tolerated her for a long time. Today, no matter what, he would sweep her out. Ruan Baiting said, Han Zhengyuan, don't go too far. Han Zhengyuan said, who is going too far? As an elder of the Red Cloud sect, you actually help an outsider. How can you face the Red Cloud sect? How can you face the old sect master? Your matter will be discussed later. I just want to know, I came to find Su Yen. Why are you targeting me like this? Yang Kai's cold eyes swept around and stopped on Han Zhengyuan's face. All of this could not be Elder Chen's own initiative. Obviously, he had received instructions from Han Zhengyuan. A sect master, for no reason to make enemies for himself, this was really a joke. Because Su Yen is not in the Red Cloud sect. What he said before was a lie. Ruan Baiting explained. Yang Kai asked, where is she? She was sent to guard the fire cloud or vein. She has not returned to the sect for more than 10 years. It is one of the ore veins under the Red Cloud sect's jurisdiction. It is also one of the sect's foundations. Guarding the fire cloud or vein. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. His heart that had just been raised was now relieved. If that was the case, then Su Yen would not be in any danger. However, he quickly understood the key point and coldly snorted, why? The fire cloud or vein was certainly full of fire energy. It was very suitable for people who cultivated fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. If someone who cultivated fire attribute secret arts received such a task, they would certainly be very happy. But Su Yan cultivated an ice attribute's secret art. Moreover, she had an ice crystal jade body. Staying in a place full of fire energy all year round, not to mention cultivating, it would be very difficult for her to maintain her cultivation. Yang Kai did not believe that the Red Cloud sect did not know about Su Yan's attributes. Since they knew, they actually sent her to guard the fire cloud or vein. Damn it! 10 years, although it was not long, it was definitely not short. In other words, Su Yan had wasted 10 years in vain. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. Why? Ruan Baiting sneered, feeling somewhat disappointed. Naturally, they want to coerce her into submission. You may not know, but that person's son has a soft spot for Su Yan. Pausing for a moment, she continued, moreover. Su Yan's growth is too fast. Some people are afraid that her cultivation will surpass their own and threaten their own status. Nonsense. Han Zhengyuan coldly snorted. Guarding the fire cloud or vein was also agreed upon by you and your master. How can you speak of this sect master's fault now? Ruan Baiting shook her head and said with a disappointed expression, Han Zhengyuan, as a sect master, you have no tolerance for others. In this regard, compared to the old sect master, you are far inferior. If not for this, she would not have been pushed aside. Chapter 31:13. When the old sect master had left, he had asked her to take care of the Red Cloud sect, so she had stayed here for 100 years. At that time, she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while Han Zhengyuan had just entered the Dao Source Realm. If not for her protection, the Red Cloud sect would have been attacked by people seeking revenge. After 100 years, Han Zhengyuan finally broke through, but his attitude towards her was getting worse and worse. Even she, who had protected the Red Cloud sect for 100 years, couldn't accept him, let alone Su Yan. If Su Yan really broke through to the second-order Dao Source Realm and joined hands with her master, the Red Cloud sect might not trust Han Zheng anymore. Sending Su Yan to guard the fire cloud mineral lode was a warning and a warning. If she was sensible and married into the Han family as soon as possible, her future would be smooth. But 10 years later, Su Yan didn't even return to the Red Cloud sect. She was determined to guard it. This sect master's way of doing things is not up to you. Han Zhengyuan coldly snorted, as the Red Cloud sect's consecrated elder, you took my Red Cloud sect's salary, but instead of helping this sect master solve his problems, you actually colluded with foreign enemies. Ruan Baiting, today this sect master will abolish your title as an elder. From now on, you and my Red Cloud sect will no longer be involved. His heart was extremely happy. This was an unexpected surprise. He had long intended to expel Ruan Baiting from the sect, but unfortunately, he had not been able to find a suitable reason. This woman had been sheltering the Red Cloud sect in the early years after all. The Red Cloud sect owed her a debt of gratitude. If he didn't have a good reason, it would inevitably shake people's hearts. Now, he had a reason. Ruan Baiting stretched out her hand and stroked her hair behind her ear. Her expression was calm as she said, well, I didn't fail to live up to the old sect master's trust. Today, even if the Red Cloud sect doesn't have me, it won't be a big problem. As you wish, from today on, I, Ruan Baiting, have nothing to do with the Red Cloud sect. See the guest out. Han Zhengyuan shouted. Ruan Baiting said, he wants to go with me. Her slender jade finger pointed at Yang Kai. Since he was Su Yan's husband, it was impossible to let him stay here alone. Wishful thinking. Han Zhengyuan shouted angrily. Ruan Baiting leisurely said, it is not easy for the Red Cloud sect to guard this ancestral foundation. Don't let it be defeated in your hands. Although she was thoroughly disappointed in Han Zhengyuan, she had protected this sect for 100 years after all. She more or less had some feelings for it. How could she bear to see it fall in one day? I am the sect master of the Red Cloud sect. Han Zhengyuan shouted in anger. Han Zhengyuan, you have to think twice. Yuan biting teeth tenderly shouted. Han Zhengyuan glanced at her coldly. If you don't want to leave, don't even think about leaving today. The last bit of hope in his heart collapsed. With such a sect master, how could the Red Cloud sect last long? He could only protect her for 100 years. Are you done? Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth. His pair of eyes were faintly suffused with red light. He looked back and forth between Han Zhengyuan and the group of Red Cloud sect elders, making them shudder with fear. A trace of uneasiness gushed out from Han Zhengyuan's heart, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He waved his hand and said, "Take him down." Two silhouettes pounced over from the left and right like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they flew back at an even faster speed. While still in midair, they exploded into a mass of blood mist, not leaving behind a single bone. The main hall was silent. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they stared at all of this in amazement. Yuan biting closed her eyes. Han Zhengyuan, Han Zhengyuan, today's matter is the stupidest decision you have ever made. Did you think I was thinking about him when I took him away? I just wanted to help the Red Cloud sect one last time. Yuan biting had already seen that Yang Kai was unfathomably strong. Coupled with that strange little girl, who in the Red Cloud sect could be his opponent? It was ridiculous that Han Zhengyuan thought that everything was under his control. He didn't know that the identity of the prey and the hunter had quietly changed. Start the array. After a moment of stupor, Han Zhengyuan shouted loudly. His hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. The runes in the main hall flickered and a spirit array covered the area. Many of the Red Cloud sect elders found a trace of security. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at the most terrible demon. At that moment, he seemed to have just casually waved his fist and the two First Order Dao Source Realm elders who rushed towards him were smashed to pieces. What a powerful force! Fortunately, the sect master had the foresight to not have a conflict with him at the mountain gate. Instead, he led him here. At this time, with the help of the spirit array and their own strength, they would be in an invincible position. Kill them. Yang Kai stretched out a finger and gently pointed forward. Lu Yen opened her mouth and spat out a flame as if it had a mind of its own. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed in flames as a scorching heat spread out, causing the spirit array's runes to flicker. Everyone was shocked and used their own means to resist. He Yunxiang also looked absent-minded. She had been with Lu Yen for some time now, but she had never imagined that this little girl, who looked so adorable and cute, could display such terrifying power. A Red Cloud sect elder tried his best to resist the flame, but it was useless. The flame climbed up his body and burned him into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. That was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. She was not surprised that Yang Kai could easily kill a Dao Source Realm cultivator. She had seen Yang Kai's strength along the way, but what was the situation with this little girl named Lu Yen? Could it be that her strength was almost the same as Yang Kai's? Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed Ruan Baiting's wrist. Ruan Baiting asked absent-mindedly, "Where are we going?" She was also shocked. Although she saw Lu Yen injure the red-faced elder Chen in one move and knew that she was strong, she still did not expect that she had underestimated her. Who in the Red Cloud sect could stop such power? Take me to Su Yen. Without any explanation, he pulled Ruan Baiting and walked outside. When they reached the door, he punched and the spirit array in the hall shattered. Behind them, there was a scream and Han Zhengyuan's shout, Elder Ruan, help." Ruan Baiting turned around and showed a look of pity. "If you speak, I will spare his life." Yang Kai stared at her and said. Su Yan's master, he still had to give her face. Ruan Baiting opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh and said, "Let's go." The Red Cloud sect had nothing to do with her anymore. She had failed to live up to the old sect master's trust. On top of that, although this was the first time he had met Yang Kai, he had a slight understanding of his temperament. This young man seemed to be extremely decisive in his actions. Even if he begged him to spare Han Zhengyuan's life this time, he would definitely cripple him. If a cultivator was crippled, it would be better to die. She did not know if Han Zhengyuan regretted not listening to her just now. It should be, in front of the space array, several Red Cloud sect disciples looked at each other and cupped their fists. Greetings, Elder Ruan. The leader asked, where is Elder Ruan going? Ruan Baiting was in a trance and said, to Fire Cloud Mountain. The Fire Cloud lode was in the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain. The disciple was stunned. Elder Ruan is also going to Fire Cloud Mountain? Ruan Baiting nodded, but Yang Kai heard something and said, why, besides Elder Ruan, is there someone else going to Fire Cloud Mountain? You are. The disciple saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face and could not help but ask. Ruan Baiting also recovered and said, who went to Fire Cloud Mountain? The disciple naturally did not dare not to answer an elder's question and said respectfully, a quarter of an hour ago, the young sect master took 2 elders to Fire Cloud Mountain. What? Ruan Baiting's face changed and whispered, not good. She reached out and pushed aside the disciple who was blocking her and stood on the space array with Yang Kai. The space array shone brightly and wrapped the 2 people. When the light disappeared, the 2 people were nowhere to be seen. In the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain, the mine roads were intertwined. The Fire Cloud lode was one of the most important industries of the Red Cloud sect. All year round, there were Dao Source Realm elders guarding it. However, the environment here was bad. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the Red Cloud sect were not willing to accept this task. Even the 2 elders who cultivated fire attribute secret arts would not stay here. So basically, the elders took turns guarding it. Each elder would guard it for a year and a half. However, since 10 years ago, there was only one person guarding this place, and no other elders had come here. White clothes whiter than snow, pure as ice and pure as jade, isolated from the world. Such a beauty, anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she was sent to guard this dirty and messy mountain vein. Her white and clean figure was a sharp contrast to the chaotic environment, but where she was, it was a pure land. The disciples knew that she had offended the young sect master, so she took on such a difficult task. They were dissatisfied with the young sect master, but they did not dare to say it out loud. They could only silently feel sorry for her. Such a beauty, it was too late to love her. How could they bear to let her do such a thing? The young sect master was too cruel. Normally, the disciples who mined the fire cloud ores would return to the sect master every 10 days to half a month to recuperate and recharge their energy before returning. However, she had stayed here for 10 years. She was the most talented disciple in the history of the Red Cloud sect. 5 years after entering the sect, she had broken through to the Dao Source realm from the Origin King realm. But in these 10 years, her cultivation had not increased at all. She could only barely maintain her Dao Source realm cultivation. Fortunately, Ruan Baiting gave her subsidies every now and then. Otherwise, whether she could maintain her Dao Source realm cultivation would be a problem. Inside the grotto, a steward disciple lowered his head and reported the recent mining situation to a woman in white in front of him. This steward was also unkempt. He kept his head down, not daring to look at the woman in front of him. It was not that he did not dare, but that he was unwilling. It seemed that his existence would blaspheme that beauty, that purity. After hurriedly reporting, the woman gently nodded, I know. Thank you for your hard work. Her voice was soft and sweet, gentle and kind. The steward was satisfied. The report every 10 days was what he looked forward to the most. It was not for anything else, but to hear her say a word. Please rest. The steward respectfully retreated, but suddenly bumped into someone. He turned his head angrily. Who was so ungrateful to enter this place without notice? Didn't they know that this was Senior Sister Su's place of cultivation? Turning his head, he was startled. He hurriedly moved aside and bowed, "Young sect master." Chapter 31:14. Young sect master was actually here. This was a rare guest. He had not been here for many years. 10 years ago, he would come here every few days. Every time he came, he would come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Later on, there was no trace of him. Why was he here today? Moreover, there were 2 elders following him. The steward disciple looked suspicious, but he didn't dare to neglect and saluted the 2 elders. "There's nothing for you to do. Get out." Han Xianxia impatiently waved his hand. The steward disciple bowed his head and quickly left. Han Xianxia took a few steps forward and stopped in front of the white-clothed woman. His eyes were like freshly mined fire cloud or as he stared at her graceful body. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still as intoxicating as ever. Suddenly, he regretted coming to see her more often. Maybe his sincerity could make metal and stone move. But he quickly threw this thought aside. He was the dignified young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. He could have any woman he wanted, but this slut didn't give him any face. If not for the Red Cloud sect, how could she have broken through to the Dao source realm? He was afraid that as early as when she first arrived in the ancestral territory, she would have been eaten by many masters. Thinking about what the young man said today, Han Xianxia became even more irritated. He thought that this woman was pure as ice and jade, but he didn't expect that she was already married. He was angry that he didn't get to drink the soup. "Junior Sister Su, I trust you have been well since we last met." Han Xianxia looked at Su Yan with a smile. Although the other party's cultivation was higher than his, he was the young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. How could he call her senior sister like others? Young sect master. Su Yan calmly stared in front of her. She slowly got up and saluted, "Greetings, elders." The 2 Red Cloud sect elders didn't say anything. They stood behind Han Xianxia like wooden pillars. The light in the cave was unclear. They seemed to be hiding in the shadows, making it impossible to see their expressions. "I don't know why the young sect master came here." Han Xianxia smiled and said, "I missed you so I came to see you. We haven't seen each other for many years." Su Yan's expression didn't change. 8 years. It's actually been 8 years. Han Xianxia sighed, "Time really flies. I can't help but remember the days when Junior Martial Sister Su had just entered the Red Cloud sect. At that time, you were not so cold to Big Brother." Su Yan said. Su Yan didn't deliberately target anyone. "If I made brother feel uncomfortable, please forgive me." Han Xianxia laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. Junior sister, with your temperament, how can brother blame you?" He leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah that was about to pounce on its prey, full of aggressiveness. 8 years have passed. I wonder if Junior Sister has seriously considered my original proposal? Su Yan asked, "I wonder what Big Brother is referring to." Han Xianxia pointed at her and said with a smile, "Junior Sister, why are you playing dumb? Don't you know what I want?" Su Yan has no interest in love. Han Xianxia smiled meaningfully. "Is that so?" He stretched out his hand and looked at it. Rubbing his fingers, he casually said, "I don't think Junior Sister has no interest in love. Rather, your heart already belongs to someone, right?" Su Yan said, "Since young sect master already knows, you don't need to waste your breath." "Bitch!" Han Xianxia cursed loudly. "My Red Cloud sect's young sect master, how can I not compare to that country bumpkin? After not seeing him for so many years, you still can't forget him. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of disobeying me. This young master will play with you until you become a piece of stinky meat that even wild dogs won't bother to sniff." "That person is called Yang Kai?" Su Yan's face that had been like an ancient well finally showed some subtle changes. How does young sect master know? She had only mentioned this matter to Ruan Baiting. She had never mentioned the existence of Yang Kai to outsiders. Her first reaction was that Ruan Baiting had spoken about this matter, but she felt that it was somewhat impossible. Ruan Baiting was her master in the Red Cloud sect. Although they were master and disciple, they were like sisters. Ruan Baiting was also very good to her. Why would she mention this? Naturally, I know. Han Qianqing smiled. For the first time, something had attracted Su Yan's attention. Han Qianqing did not succeed, but instead felt a sense of frustration. Because he had mentioned a country bumpkin's name, he pretended to be at ease and said, "Moreover, I might as well tell junior sister that Yang Kai is now in the Red Cloud sect." "What?" Su Yan exclaimed, "What did you say?" She could not believe her ears. Forcing herself to calm down, she said, "Young sect master must be joking. Whether I am joking or not, you might as well ask the two elders." Su Yan's expectant eyes immediately turned to the two elders behind him. One of them nodded and said, "Young sect master's words are correct. Today, a young man called Yang Kai came to the sect to look for you and said, what did he say?" "He said he was your husband." Su Yan staggered, her heart no longer doubting. Yang Kai was really in the Red Cloud sect. Did he come to look for her? Could it be that he was really in the ancestral territory all these years? Su Yan's cold face could not help but burst into a smile. The whole world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only the light of that faint smile. Han Qianqing's eyes were wide open. He could not wait to hold this woman in his arms and take advantage of her. Such an ice beauty, playing with her would definitely be different from before, right? It seems that he really is your husband. Han Qianqing's heart was filled with jealousy as he coldly snorted. Su Yan said, "Young sect master, I request to return to the sect." Han Qianqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. Unless my father gives the order, you can't go back." After a pause, he grinned and said, "Moreover, what's the use of you going back?" "What do you mean?" Su Yan frowned and asked. "It's like this." Han Qianqing sighed, that Yang Kai did not know what was good for him. "Not only did he come to my Red Cloud sect to look for you, he even dared to talk nonsense and destroyed the sect guarding array. My Red Cloud sect has stood tall for thousands of years. How could any cat or dog humiliate us? At this time, I'm afraid that he has already been captured. TSK, he should have suffered a lot." The scorching hot cave suddenly gave birth to a cold feeling that froze one's heart. Han Qianqing looked at Su Yan complacently. He was afraid that she would not be angry. Since she was angry, it would be best if she begged him. "Perhaps I could satisfy your request and let your lover see you one last time before he dies." However, this quickly turned into amazement because the cold aura left as quickly as it came. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan's expression returned to normal. Han Qianqing said, "Junior sister, aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Su Yan asked. Han Qianqing was speechless. Su Yan's reaction was beyond his expectations. Wasn't she a bit too heartless? After all, that was her man. Now that he was in prison, she should at least show some concern. How could she be so calm? "Naturally, I'm worried about Yang Kai." "There's nothing to worry about," Su Yan brushed her hair behind her ear. When he left the Starry Sky territory, he was already a second-order origin king. Now that so many years had passed, with his aptitude, he should have already stood at the peak of the ancestral territory. Although the Red Cloud sect was not weak, it would still be difficult to deal with him. What's more, he was proficient in the Tao of space and was best at escaping. Han Qianqing was stunned for a while before he said, "I'm afraid Yang Kai's end will not be good. He only has himself to blame. Junior sister, he is your husband after all." how can you abandon him? If no one pleads for mercy, I'm afraid my father will punish him severely. If he is injured or killed, life and death are decreed by fate. Young sect master worries too much. Junior sister, I am willing to beg my father to let him go. Junior sister should know that my father will listen to my words. I appreciate young sect master's kindness, but there is no need to trouble young sect master. The fire cloud mine's fire chi is too strong. Young sect master, please go back. If young sect master returns and sees my husband, please tell him that I'll be waiting for him here and ask him to come over. Slut. Han Xianxia finally couldn't hold back and cursed. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He thought that if he came to tell her the news and made some requests while she was worried, she would not refuse. As long as she still cared about that country bumpkin, he would be able to achieve his wish for so many years. But everything was beyond his expectations. She seemed to not care about the life and death of that country bumpkin. How could a person be so heartless? Even Han Xianxia felt bitterly disappointed for Yang Kai. This kind of heartless woman should be ruthlessly taught a lesson and ravaged to let her know what a man was. Suddenly, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Yang Kai was not a very important person in Su Yan's heart, but since he had already come here, he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Raising his eyes, he stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze. Su Yan asked, "Is there something else young sect master wants?" Han Xianxia said, "Although the conditions here are a bit simple, there must be some special flavors." Su Yan frowned. This young master has never tried to play with women in such a place. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. I wonder if junior sister will cry out when I strip her naked. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a cold light flashed as Su Yan unsheathed her profound frost divine sword. A sword wave rapidly enlarged in Han Xianxia's eyes as the aura of death enveloped him. Although his cultivation was at the Origin King realm, it was all thanks to the accumulation of spirit pills. He had no experience in a life and death battle. He could not resist Su Yan's sword at all. If no one came to his rescue, he would likely die immediately. A big hand suddenly grabbed Han Xianxia's shoulder and pulled him back. At the same time, another hand passed by Han Xianxia's side and met the cold light. With a light clang, the cold light shattered and Su Yan put away her sword. In front of her was a middle-aged man in gray robes. Just now, it was this man who had blocked Su Yan's blow at a critical moment. This man's cultivation was at the First Order Dao Source realm, similar to Su Yan's. Han Xianxia was rescued by another elder, and although he was unharmed, he felt like he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Only after he stood firm did cold sweat drip from his forehead as he angrily shouted, "Cheap slut, you actually want to kill me?" That sword strike just now was not a joke. If he had been stabbed, he would definitely have died. Chapter 31:15. That was just a warning. Su Yan faintly looked at Han Xianxia. Since he had spoken rudely, it was only natural for him to be warned. Very good. Han Xianxia's face changed as he stared at Su Yan viciously. He slowly retreated until he stood outside the cave and waved his hand, "Take her." Today, no matter what, he had to get close to her. His patience had long been worn out and he didn't want to wait any longer. Since she refused a toast, she could only drink a forfeit. The two elders who had followed him stood side by side, blocking the entrance of the cave. The two of them looked somewhat similar, so they should be brothers. They were both born with the waists of bears and the backs of tigers. Their shoulders were large and their waists were round. When they activated the source chi in their bodies, a layer of faint red light appeared on the surface of their bodies. It was like a burning flame, incomparably hot. Han Xianxia had brought people to the fire cloud lode to find trouble with Su Yan, so how could he not be prepared? The two elders who had been chosen were cultivators of the fire attribute's secret art. In this fire cloud lode, where the fire chi was abundant, they would be able to display strength beyond their own. With the two of them standing there, the only exit was blocked. If Su Yan wanted to go out, she could only kill her way out. The elder on the left said in a deep voice, "Su Yan, my Red Cloud sect has given you a new lease on life. When you first came to the ancestral territory, if my Red Cloud sect had not accepted you, how could you be where you are today? Is this how you repay the young sect master?" Su Yan said, "I am indebted to my master." "What does this have to do with the Red Cloud sect?" The elder on the right coldly snorted, "The young sect master is a dragon among dragons. In the future, he will take over the position of Red Cloud sect master. What part of him is not worthy of you? If you are sensible, quickly agree to the young sect master's request and you will be spared from physical pain." Su Yan slowly shook her head, "Impossible. Stubborn. You are courting death." The two elders shouted, one on the left and one on the right. Their source chi vibrated and stones fell. Han Xianxia angrily cursed, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take her down. I want her to regret it for the rest of her life. And, don't ruin her face and body, so as not to ruin this young master's mood. Young sect master, don't worry. It's just a little girl. The two of us can easily capture her." The elder on the left coldly snorted, the source chi in his body suddenly surging as he leapt towards Su Yan, opening his hand and grabbing towards her. The surrounding fire chi seemed to be attracted by him and quickly gathered in his palm, increasing his strength. Black frost divine sword flickered and a semicircular sword curtain suddenly appeared 10 feet away from Su Yan, exuding a deep blue light, protecting her behind it. The sword curtain looked extremely weak, as if it would be blown away by the wind, but it was actually formed from countless sword phantoms. As soon as Elder's hand came into contact with the sword screen, he felt a piercing pain. The source energy in his palm blasted onto the sword screen. Ripples spread out, but the sword screen remained unscathed. However, Elder's figure was blocked. He raised his brow in surprise. Although both of them were cultivators of the First Order Dao Source Realm, he had been promoted for many years. On the other hand, Su Yan had been stationed in the Fire Cloud mineral lode all these years, so it was impossible for her to increase her strength. With the help of the right time and place, Elder Zhua thought he could easily defeat her. Only after a single move did Yang Kai realize that he had made a huge mistake. Su Yan's sword curtain was impregnable and unbreakable. As expected of a cultivator from a lower star field, the purity of her source chi was beyond his imagination. But, so what? Elder's attack failed and he immediately floated 3 steps away, slanting his body and circling behind Su Yan. At the same time, the right-hand elder took a step forward, and a copper hammer appeared in his hand. The copper hammer was 3 feet in diameter, and it was obviously a heavy object. The right-hand elder held this artifact and arrived in front of the sword curtain in a few steps before smashing it down fiercely. Su Yan frowned slightly, also aware of the power of this move. If they were outside, she could rely on her nimble figure to avoid it, but at this moment, in this cave, her movements were restricted, so how could she avoid it? The sword screen suddenly dispersed and the profound frost divine sword bloomed with thousands of cold lights. Suddenly, the thousands of cold lights converged and stabbed straight towards Elder Zhua. Her sword chi soared to the heavens as Su Yan's face filled with indifference, her eyes filled with a ruthless and resolute coldness, completely ignoring the copper hammer that was smashing down towards her. She was determined to perish together with Elder Yu. Elder Zhua was frightened and did not dare to continue. If he were to smash down with this hammer, Su Yan would certainly die, but he would most likely die even faster. Feeling the power of the long sword, Elder Zhua was shocked. How is this woman so strong? This is the result of being suppressed for 10 years. If she had been cultivating peacefully in the Red Cloud sect and enjoyed the various supplies provided by the Red Cloud sect, to what extent would she have grown? This kind of talent is simply terrifying. No wonder the sect master planned ahead and banished her to this fire cloud lode for 10 years. Otherwise, who in the Red Cloud sect today would be her opponent? In a flash, Elder Zwa swung the copper hammer horizontally, blocking a fatal blow. The profound frost divine sword nimbly turned away, brushing past Elder Zwa's side and going straight for Han Xianxia. She changed her moves so quickly. Elder Zwa was shocked. How could he not know that Su Yan's suicidal attack was just a pretense? She just wanted to capture the leader. If the two elders joined forces, Su Yan would not be able to leave this place today. However, if she captured Han Xianxia, she would have the absolute initiative. At this time, it was too late to turn back to save Han Xianxia. At the critical moment, Elder Zwa lifted his foot and slammed it on the ground. The earth cracked, and gravel soared into the sky, filling Su Yan's line of sight. The biting cold sword power seemed to slow down. Come back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder Zwa's copper hammer finally swung out, blocking Su Yan's path. Clang, the profound frost divine sword touched the bronze hammer, and Su Yan borrowed the force of the collision to bounce back to her original position. A look of pity appeared on her face. If she had been a little faster, then everything would have been different. However, she was a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who had been suppressed for 10 years. Being able to do this under the joint attack of two elders was already unexpected. Whether it was Han Xianxia or the two Red Cloud sect elders, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After a few exchanges, it was simply too much for the eyes to take in. Elder Zwa, who had already circled behind Su Yan, finally found an opportunity to make a move. A fiery red soft whip whizzed out like a fire snake, wrapping around Su Yan. Su Yan didn't even turn her head as she swung her sword behind her to block the fire snake's attack. However, she didn't expect the fire snake to turn around and climb up her sword. In an instant, the fire and ice chi clashed fiercely, and the cave was filled with a thick fog. Su Yan turned around and pointed at the fiery red soft whip that had turned into a fire snake. Her slender jade fingers suddenly became crystal clear at this moment, like an ice sculpture of jade, no longer made of flesh and blood. Elder Zwa exclaimed. At that moment, he felt that the spirituality of his artifact was damaged, and this damage was worsening at an extremely fast speed. He did not dare to neglect it and quickly retracted it. When he looked at it, his face changed. He saw that the tip of his soft whip was covered with a layer of ice crystals that were rapidly spreading. Elder Zwa did not dare to neglect it. Pushing his source chi, he shook his whip and shattered the ice crystals, his face filled with shock. So strong, so strong. Although the fight had only lasted a few breaths, both Elder Zwa and Elder Zwa had seen that if they fought alone, they were not Su Yan's opponents at all. This kind of thing was beyond their scope of understanding. In the thick fog, the divine senses of the three parties surged, probing each other's position. After a few exchanges, no one dared to attack easily. Su Yan was attacked from both sides. Although she had shown great strength, if she did not come up with a foolproof plan today, she would definitely not be able to leave this place safely. Elder Zwa and Elder Zwa did not dare to advance rashly. They only wanted to find an opportunity to capture the enemy in one blow. The scene suddenly quieted down, looking extremely strange. Han Xianxia shouted angrily with dissatisfaction, "What the hell are you doing? Normally, each one of you is more diligent than the other. Today, I asked you to take a person and you actually dilly-dallied like this. What a waste." Elder Zwa and Elder Zwa were angered by this scolding, thinking to themselves, "If you weren't the young sect master, I would have killed you long ago. You don't know anything yet you dare to act arrogantly here." But in any case, the two of them joining forces failed to gain any advantage. Whether it was Elder Zwa or Elder Zwa, both of them felt ashamed. Secretly communicating with each other with their divine senses, they seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. In an instant, the divine senses in the cave surged and two invisible forces rushed towards the place where Su Yan was standing. Soul attack. This woman's source chi was very pure and was not inferior to the two of them. If they were to meet force with force, it was very likely that she would pull one of them down with her. However, soul attacks were different. She had only broken through a dozen years ago, so how strong could her divine sense be? Using one's own strength to attack the enemy's weakness, this was the usual practice of smart people. Sure enough, when the two soul attacks blasted out, Su Yan let out a muffled groan, obviously a little overwhelmed. Her soul defense only lasted for a moment before it was broken. The Elder Zhua and Elder Zhuo were overjoyed. The opportunity was now or never. Elder Zhua no longer hesitated. He waved his bronze hammer and rushed towards Su Yan. Vaguely, a cold light bloomed in front of him. As his divine sense swept out, Su Yan decisively stabbed with her sword, completely abandoning her own defense. Again? Elder Zhua sneered in his heart. He was deceived by Su Yan's suicidal momentum just now. He had already lost face. How could the same trick work now? He became ruthless in his heart and also gave up his own defense. The bronze hammer directly smashed towards the profound frost divine sword. The bronze hammer was a Dao source grade low-rank artifact, while the profound frost divine sword was just an origin king grade high-rank artifact brought by Su Yan from the Star Territory. The two were of different grades. If they really met force with force, Su Yan would only suffer. A smug smile appeared on Elder Zhua's face. The smile suddenly froze. At the moment before the two swords touched, Su Yan's long sword dexterously avoided the bronze hammer and wrapped around the hammer like a living thing. The cold aura lingered on the sword edge, making people shudder. Asterisk chi, asterisk the sound of a sharp blade penetrating flesh sounded, and Elder Zhuo let out a muffled groan. Chapter 31:16. In the karst cave, the high temperature baked, the mist gradually dispersed, and the originally confusing scene was imprinted in front of everyone's eyes. Han Qiansheng, who was standing at the entrance of the karst cave, stared at the scene in front of him with a horrified expression, almost unable to believe his eyes. The right-hand elder, who was holding a bronze hammer, was 5 steps away from Su Yan, standing opposite her, but at this moment, a sword tip pierced through the right-hand elder's chest. The sword tip shone with a halo, spotless, and not even a trace of blood. When the cold air spread, with the wound as the center, it quickly spread around, freezing the right-hand elder's body, limbs, and head. The right-hand elder opened his mouth, and he couldn't believe that he would die here. Moreover, in his opinion, he was inexplicably hit just now. It seemed that he was just in a trance, and when he came back to his senses, his chest was penetrated. Su Yan was also a little surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect to kill the right-hand elder so easily. Her original intention was to exchange injury for injury, but who would have thought that the other party would be so vulnerable? Was he really so vulnerable? There was always a strange feeling growing in her heart. There was no time to think too much. The cold energy madly poured into the right-hand elder's body, freezing him into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. When the mysterious frost divine sword was pulled out, the right-hand elder fell on his back and fell to the ground into pieces. Su Yan turned around, and the mysterious frost divine sword swept forward. The cold breath wrapped in snowflakes and covered the left-hand elder's head. The left-hand elder hadn't recovered from the fact that the right-hand elder had suddenly died. Seeing the killing move coming, how could he be negligent? He hurriedly tried to resist, but his movements paused. The snowflakes covered his whole body, and he suddenly followed in the right-hand elder's footsteps. These snowflakes were condensed from Su Yan's source chi. They were incomparably pure and deadly. The cold aura penetrated Elder's body through his pores, causing him to shiver all over. He couldn't even circulate his source chi properly, let alone resist. When Su Yan came with the sword, the left-hand elder couldn't even raise his hand. A trace of regret and begging for mercy flashed in his eyes. He was cut in half by Su Yan's sword, and blood spilled on the ground. Su Yan stood with the sword, frowning slightly. She didn't have the achievement of killing two cultivators of the same level, nor the joy of escaping. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of disharmony. Something seemed to be surging within his body. She suddenly woke up and raised her head to look at the entrance of the cave. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange light. She had been engaged in a life-and-death battle with the two elders of the Red Cloud sect and hadn't been able to notice the slight abnormality in her body until the dust had settled. She knew very well what this abnormality meant. No matter how cold her temperament was, she couldn't hide the change of emotions on her face at this moment. Anticipation, surprise, fear, hesitation, awe. Han Xianxia exclaimed and stumbled backward. He waved his hand and said, "Junior. Junior sister, don't kill me. What happened today is just a misunderstanding." The left and right elders had died just like that. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. He had hoped that these two would help him capture Su Yan so he could do whatever he wanted, but now it seemed that his wishful thinking hadn't worked out. He was terrified, wondering if Su Yan would also try to kill him. How could two incompetent people be so easily killed by a woman? Han Xianxia's retreating figure suddenly stopped, as if he had hit a hard wall. Turning his head to look back, Han Xianxia opened his mouth wide. Why are you here?" The young man named Yang Kai was actually standing behind him with his arms crossed. He didn't know how long he had been there, but he hadn't noticed him at all until now. Shouldn't he be in the Red Cloud sect? Shouldn't he have been captured? How could he appear here unscathed? There was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. Han Xianxia's face was extremely pale. In a blink of an eye, he saw Ruan Baiting standing to the side and hurriedly shouted, "Elder Ruan, save me." Ruan Baiting looked at him coldly, not concealing the disgust in her eyes. "Hello, young sect master." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and slightly raised his hand. "Goodbye, young sect master." With a slap of his hand, Han Xianxia silently turned into a pile of meat paste. In the cave, the smell of blood was nauseating. Reuniting with Su Yan after such a long time, he didn't have time to talk to this piece of trash. Yang Kai raised his eyes and stared at the person in the cave. The appearance of the person in his memory gradually overlapped with the person in front of him, and after a while, they could no longer be distinguished from each other. Yang Kai gulped. He obviously had 1,000 words to say, but he didn't know where to start, so he inexplicably became nervous. Su Yan's clear eyes quietly stared at him, as if this was the only existence left in the whole world. There was no room for anyone else. Ahem. Ruan Baiting lightly coughed and said, "You guys talk, I'll go first." Even a fool could see that the atmosphere at the moment was a bit charming. Naturally, she wouldn't continue to stay here. She just sighed. Because of a single mistake, the Red Cloud sect was really finished this time. Where should she go? Reuniting after such a long time was extremely warm, but the 3 lying corpses on the ground had somewhat ruined the atmosphere. But so what? As long as they could be together, even if it was a blood sea purgatory, they could still taste the thick sweetness. "What are you looking at? Come here." Su Yan waved at Yang Kai, her voice trembling slightly, showing that her heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Now she knew that the reason she could so easily kill the left and right elders was not because of the two's mistakes, nor was it because of her sudden outburst, but because of the man in front of her. Yang Kai rushed over, stretched out his arms, and hugged her in his arms. His strength was so great that it was as if he couldn't wait to melt her into his body, never to be separated again. The familiar fragrance, the familiar touch, even after dozens of years, he had not forgotten the slightest bit. The moment they touched each other, all the dusty memories were opened, as if it was yesterday. Everything was vivid in his mind. Su Yan hugged him back and buried her head in his shoulder. At this moment, it seemed to turn into eternity. Yang Kai greedily breathed in her fragrance, he couldn't get enough of it. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, okay, Su Yan patted Yang Kai's back, her voice soft as if she was comforting a child's mother. Not good. Yang Kai was still hugging her, but suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. He reached out and clasped her shoulder, their eyes meeting, and lowered his head to kiss her. Her red lips were cold, just like her cold temperament, but Yang Kai enjoyed it as if it were syrup. Opening his teeth, they blended together and tasted each other's feelings. At first, Su Yan's body was still a little stiff. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and they hadn't been intimate for so many years, but after adapting, her body softened and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. Amorous feelings, if it weren't for the surrounding environment and the corpses on the ground, it would have been a picturesque scene. After kissing for a while, Yang Kai became unsatisfied again, one hand reaching up and the other covering her full chest, the amazing elasticity immediately flowing from his two hands as he wantonly kneaded. Su Yan clenched her fists and hammered his shoulders a few times. However, it had no effect, and instead stimulated Yang Kai's aggressiveness. She ruthlessly bit Yang Kai's lips, but Yang Kai still remained unmoved. "Oh, you're going to force me," Su Yan muttered, but before she could finish speaking, her soft tongue was caught and fiercely sucked. Yang Kai's presumptuous movements suddenly froze, only to feel that the intoxicating touch on his hand was replaced by a cold aura, as if he was holding a block of ice. Not only was it hard, but it was also bone-chilling cold. It was the same in his hand, in his mouth, and in his arms. It was as if he was hugging a block of ice. Leaning back slightly, Yang Kai fixed his eyes on her and asked in amazement, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" At this moment, Su Yan's entire body had become translucent, as if she had been carved out of ice. Where were the traces of flesh and blood? If it weren't for her blurred eyes and slight gasping for breath, anyone would have thought she was an ice sculpture. "Master is still outside." Su Yan stretched out a finger and tapped on his head. Although they had not seen each other for a long time and she was overwhelmed by longing, she was still a woman after all. How could she let Ruan Baiting wait outside while she and Yang Kai flirted here? Yang Kai grabbed her finger, played with it for a while, and asked in surprise, "Is this the ice crystal jade body?" Su Yan nodded, withdrew her finger, and then dispersed the divine technique to restore her flesh and blood. She straightened him and said, "Don't move, let me take a look." Yang Kai grimaced and stood in place. After examining him from top to bottom, she was relieved. After decades of wandering outside, nothing was missing, and this was enough. No cultivation level was more important than his safety. Yang Kai said, "I'm hurt." Su Yan was shocked, "Where are you hurt?" She couldn't see it at all. Yang Kai looked like he was in pain. "I don't know, senior sister, you have to check me carefully. I feel pain all over my body, as if I'm going to die." "Where are you hurt?" Su Yan's face changed. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her waist, grinning, "It's not convenient to check here, I'll take you to a more convenient place." His figure flashed, and the two disappeared. Inside the small sealed world, near the medicine garden. Pulling Su Yan's hand, he placed it on his chest and said, "Senior sister, quickly give me a check. My heart is beating so fast." Su Yan's heart was beating so fast. Su Yan's heart was beating so fast. Su Yan stared at him, her white cheeks blushing. She lowered her head and gritted her teeth, "I can see that you're fine, there's no injury at all." She was worried a moment ago, but now that she thought about it, he could quietly affect the two Red Cloud sect elders. Obviously, his strength had grown to an extremely terrifying level. How could he be injured so easily? Her heart was beating so fast because she was thinking about something she shouldn't. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and stared at Su Yan's blushing face. He approached her and said, "Senior sister, you have to let me check you. I'm not hurt." Su Yan's eyes drifted. "How do you know if you don't check? You just had a big fight. If you have any hidden injuries, it would be bad." Yang Kai said and began to move his hands. How could her white dress resist Yang Kai's rough movements? It was quickly taken off. The sheep-fat white jade appeared in front of her eyes, and Yang Kai touched it. In the muddy corridor, the flower's stamens were wet with dew, softly moaning. Clouds and rain fell, and the snow-white body was covered with a layer of charming pink. Even the air seemed to be sweet. Chapter 31:17. Rain. After a long drought, 10,000 trees revived, and 100 flowers bloomed. Su Yan took off her white dress, took it off, and put it back on, as if she had fallen into an endless cycle. No matter how cold her temperament was, she could not resist Yang Kai's fiery invasion. The raging flames seemed to be able to completely melt her ice crystal jade body. She collapsed to the ground, without a trace of strength in her body, feeling as if all her bones had fallen apart. Her snow-white skin was full of traces left behind by passion. One day and one night passed like this. Naked in front of each other, Yang Kai rested his head on Su Yan's plump chest as he rested. Su Yan's blurred eyes gradually recovered a trace of light as she patted his head. "Is that enough?" She couldn't take it anymore. The man in her arms seemed to want to pour his decades of longing into her body, making her toss up and down in the clouds. Her decades of tranquil state of mind was shattered in just one day and one night. Kai Yang mumbled something, but no one knew what he was saying. It was as if he was talking in his sleep. Su Yan smiled slightly as her jade hand gently patted him on the back, as if coaxing a child who had a nightmare to sleep. Suddenly, she said, "It's been hard on you all these years." When he left, he was just a second-order origin king. She could not see his current realm, but she could feel that it was definitely stronger than the third-order Dao source realm. Growth often came with a price. Although she had not been by his side, she knew that he must have suffered a lot over the years. Her heart ached faintly. When he was injured, who could take care of him? It's not hard. Yang Kai was no longer sleepy. He propped up his head with one hand and stared at the face close at hand. His other hand covered her full breasts and gently played with them, a trace of self-blame appearing on his face. "I came back late." Su Yan stroked Yang Kai's cheek. "Fool." Yang Kai was stunned. "I'm a fool?" Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "You're the stupidest." "Why would you say that?" Yang Kai looked wronged. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. Yang Kai pretended to be angry. "Wow, you dare to talk about your husband." Reaching out, he tickled her, causing Su Yan's brow to furrow as she tried to stifle her laughter. Pausing, Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "If I'm a fool, then you're all melon wives." Lowering his head, he kissed that red spot, as if he was tasting the most delicious food in the world. Su Yan's body stiffened as she bit her lip, her two slender legs unconsciously intertwining as she reached out and cupped Yang Kai's cheeks, lifting his head up. "What? Have you gotten stronger? Come." Su Yan tilted her head, not daring to look straight into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes glowed with a terrifying green light. After receiving the order, he didn't hesitate at all. With a low growl, he leaned forward. "Let me put on my clothes." Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a faint trace of pain on her face. "No, I can't do this. If I don't put on my clothes, I will definitely die here. Moreover, I've been a little too indulgent. I've been entangled with him here for 2 days and 2 nights. I'm afraid that Master has been waiting anxiously." Thinking of facing Ruan Baiting later, Su Yan's cheeks were a little red. Yang Kai grinned. "What's the hurry? It's not over yet. Su Yan reached out and poked his forehead. Be obedient. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. I'm listening. Su Yan said, there's still a long way to go. Why rush? But we haven't dual cultivated yet. 2 days of indulgence was just a catharsis of longing. The yin-yang joyous unification art was not used at all. Can we go back? Su Yan pleaded. No. Yang Kai shook his head. Su Yan said with a straight face, Senior sister is angry. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. Rolling his eyes, he said, then I want to tell you about my experiences over the years. Senior sister, don't you want to hear it? Su Yan frowned slightly and hesitated. How could she not want to hear it? She wanted to ask from the beginning, but Yang Kai didn't give her this opportunity at all. After hesitating for a while, she said, then, long story short. Okay. Yang Kai reached out and picked her up, sat down cross-legged, and grinned, let's talk while we dual cultivate. Su Yan nodded helplessly. She reached out and stroked her scattered hair, casually tied it into a bun behind her head, and slowly sat on Yang Kai's lap. Decades of experience, how could a short story be enough to cover it all? Beside the medicine garden, the cries of dragons and phoenixes resounded, accompanied by the sounds of zither and zither. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai narrated. There were too many things that happened after he went to the star boundary. Yang Kai picked some of the experiences that helped him avoid danger. Su Yan listened quietly, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. After he finished, it was unknown how much time had passed. Senior sister, what about you? How did you end up in the ancestral territory? Su Yan said, it was a coincidence. It was strange. Hengluo Star Field was originally an extremely isolated star territory. Even the passage to the star boundary was opened by the Star Emperor token left behind by Yang Inflammation. However, less than 5 years after Yang Kai left, some abnormalities suddenly occurred in a certain part of the star territory, showing signs of collapse. That place was not too far away from Shadowed Star. After learning the news, Su Yan took some people to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Confused, they arrived at the ancestral territory and then joined the Red Cloud sect. After joining the Red Cloud sect, things were much simpler. She was valued by Ruan Baiting and was accepted as a disciple. She was carefully cultivated, but because she refused to submit to Han Qianqing's despotic power, she was sent to guard the Fire Cloud mineral lode and stayed there for 10 years. After listening, Yang Kai coldly snorted. At this time, he was a little annoyed that he killed Han Qianqing too quickly. He should have left him alive and dealt with him properly. Elder Ruan, the Red Cloud sect is finished. What should we do? In the Fire Cloud mineral lode, a group of disciples in charge of mining ore looked at Ruan Baiting and asked. News came from the sect. Almost all of the sect master and elders were killed, and the one who killed them was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. All of this seemed to be related to senior sister Su Yan. After the death of the sect master and the others, the entire Red Cloud sect scattered overnight. The disciples fled in panic, afraid of being implicated. Today, the Red Cloud sect was probably an empty shell. These disciples were sent to mine the Fire Cloud mineral lode and learned the news a little late. At this time, they didn't have a backbone, so they could only come to ask Ruan Baiting. Ruan Baiting sighed. Sure enough, it was as she had expected. After all, this was the sect she had sheltered for 100 years. Now that it was destroyed, she felt a little reluctant. But thinking about it carefully, who could be blamed? If Han Zhengyuan had been a little more tolerant, the Red Cloud sect wouldn't have been in such a state. If he had treated Su Yan well, she would naturally have received a huge reward today. The strength of the young man named Yang Kai was unfathomable. Ruan Baiting couldn't even see the depth of his cultivation, but she knew that as long as Yang Kai could casually leak something from his fingers, it would be enough to benefit the Red Cloud sect endlessly. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Presumably, if Han Zhengyuan and his son knew about this in the underworld, they would be very upset. Go find your own way. Ruan Baiting waved her hand dispiritedly. Elder Ruan, now only you can preside over the overall situation of the Red Cloud sect. The leader of the disciples was unwilling to leave the sect and obviously wanted to persuade her. Ruan Baiting shook her head and said, "There is no banquet in this world that does not end. There is no eternal sect and family. The tide rises and falls, flowers bloom and wilt, let nature take its course. You can go." Although there was some regret in her heart, she felt more freedom. She took a deep breath, as if the shackles that had been binding her had been broken. Her mood was inexplicably light. But, Ruan Baiting suddenly looked up and looked in a certain direction, faintly saying, "That person has come out. If you don't want to be implicated, hurry up and leave. I don't know if he will start a massacre or not." Many disciples heard this and their faces changed greatly. How could they dare to continue to stay in the same place? They scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, no one was left. In a flash, Yang Kai and Su Yan came together. "Honored Master." Su Yan curtsied, her cheeks slightly red. Ruan Baiting was not an ignorant girl. How could she not guess what the two had been doing these days? Not to mention Su Yan's special style after being moistened by rain and dew, the strange smell that followed the two was enough to let Ruan Baiting know the truth. 10 days. 10 whole days, this little brat was really tossing around. Su Yan, your cultivation. Before Ruan Baiting could finish her sentence, she suddenly looked at Su Yan in shock, almost thinking she was dreaming. After not seeing her for 10 days, Su Yan's cultivation had actually broken through from the First Order Dao Source Realm to the Second Order Dao Source Realm, and her aura was vigorous and her foundation solid. There was nothing wrong with it. How is this possible? She did not doubt Su Yan's aptitude and talent, otherwise, it would not have taken her only 5 years to break through from the Third Order Origin King Realm to the Dao Source Realm. It took her 10 years to take this step. But, this was the fire cloud mineral lode, and Su Yan had been suppressed for 10 years. It was reasonable to say that her cultivation should not have increased much. In fact, this was indeed the case. When she saw her 10 days ago, Su Yan's cultivation was not much different from 10 years ago. But now, she was actually a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, comparable to her. How did she do it? How was it possible? After Ruan Baiting recovered from her shock, she immediately looked at Yang Kai. It was impossible for Su Yan to have such an ability. This had nothing to do with talent and aptitude, just as it was impossible for a master above the Third Order Dao Source Realm to appear in this world. All of this was probably brought about by this young man. What kind of spirit pill did he give Su Yan to actually produce such a miraculous effect? Su Yan's face became more and more ruddy. She could break through naturally because of the dual cultivation. The Yin-Yang joyous unification art was originally a dual cultivation secret art. The two had not seen each other for many years, and their own foundations had been accumulating. Under this dual cultivation, they immediately turned these years of accumulation into capital to enhance their strength. What's more, Yang Kai was now the Emperor realm. With his support, it was difficult for Su Yan not to break through. Chapter 31:18. Congratulations. Ruan Baiting returned to her senses and looked at Su Yan. Ruan Baiting was delighted that her disciple's cultivation was on par with hers. This proved that her vision was correct. Su Yan said, "Thank you for your protection over the years." Without Ruan Baiting's help from time to time in the past 10 years, secretly sending her some pills, Su Yan's cultivation would have been at risk of falling. It would have been impossible to maintain her cultivation in this place full of fire qi. Many thanks, Elder Wan. Yang Kai respectfully bowed with a sincere expression. Ruan Baiting had nothing to say to Su Yan. Yang Kai had also learned some things about Ruan Baiting from Su Yan and was very grateful to her. Ruan Baiting waved her hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. Su Yan is my disciple. I should take care of her. I hate that I was indecisive and didn't take her away from the Red Cloud sect, dragging her down for 10 years in vain. Now it can be said that the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. Otherwise, my sin would have been big." She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Treat her well. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, if I let her down, I will not let it go." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to his neck. "If that day really comes, this junior will offer his head. There is no need for senior to do it." Although his cultivation was higher than hers, she was still Su Yan's master. It was natural for him to call her senior. Ruan Baiting smiled and said, "I will remember this sentence." Su Yan felt something and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Ruan Baiting took her hand and sighed, "The Red Cloud sect is gone. Before that, I was expelled from the sect by Han Zheng Yuan. Now that the world is so big, I should go out and see. After staying in one place for 100 years, I am going to become moldy. Besides, your cultivation is now catching up with mine. If I don't work hard, how can I be your master?" Su Yan said, "Master, you might as well come with me." Ruan Baiting smiled and said, "You two have reunited after such a long time. How can I follow you? Let's just say that we will meet again if fate wills it." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If you leave, I'm afraid we'll never see each other again in this life." Ruan Baiting said, "Although the ancestral territory is large, you can see it when you want to. We will soon leave the ancestral territory." Ruan Baiting was stunned and looked at Su Yan. "You want to leave the ancestral territory? Where are you going?" Su Yan replied, "Star Boundary." "Star Boundary?" Ruan Baiting was stunned for a moment, then her eyes burst with surprise. "You have a way to go to the Star Boundary?" Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew about the existence of the Star Boundary. This was not surprising. The ancestral territory was connected to countless star territories, and within these star territories, there were more or less rumors about the astral territory. An ordinary cultivator in the ancestral territory might not know much about it, but once one's strength reached a certain level, they would naturally come into contact with more profound information. The Star Boundary was a legendary existence. It was rumored that there was a wider world there, with more abundant world energy, a more complete world, and a more profound martial Tao. That was the final point of the martial Tao, and the masters of the Third Order Tao Source Realm were actually nothing in that place. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Honored Master, come with me," Su Yan pleaded. She had received many favors from Ruan Baiting, and if she left now, she was afraid that she would never have a chance to repay her in this life. Ruan Baiting's expression changed. She wanted to travel the world, but who knew that a door would open for her, and the scenery behind the door was full of endless temptation for her. Taking a light breath, Ruan Baiting looked at Yang Kai and asked, "What realm are you in now?" "First Order Emperor Realm." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "The Emperor Realm." Ruan Baiting's face showed a yearning look. "Above the Tao Source Realm is the Emperor Realm?" Reaching out and stroking her hair, she smiled and said, "If I go with you, I won't disturb you, right?" No, I've already eaten and drunk enough." Su Yan elbowed Yang Kai in the stomach. Ruan Baiting looked at her with a smile. "Then Honored Master will have to rely on you in his old age." Red Cloud Sect. The scenery was the same as before, but there was no hubbub of people. The entire territory of the sect was quiet, and there was not a single person in the square or the palace. It seemed that this place had become a dead territory, and even the birds and beasts in the mountains had retreated into their caves, no longer appearing at will, as if they had sensed some danger. On the steps in front of the main hall, Lu Yen sat there, her hands supporting her cheeks as she stared ahead. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she didn't put anyone or anything in her eyes, but also seemed to be able to hold the whole world. Xianxia walked over and glanced at her, feeling a chill in her heart. Who would have thought that such a cute-looking little girl would be able to kill people so quickly? Everything that happened in the main hall 10 days ago was still vivid in her mind. She only used a fire snake to attack, and burned the Red Cloud sect master and many elders to ashes in less than 10 breaths. Those Dao Source Realm masters, who were unreachable in her eyes, didn't even have the strength to fight back. Did you find something good? Lu Yen suddenly raised her head and looked at Xianxia. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized firebird that had been following Xianxia flew into her palm and with a cry, merged into her skin, and disappeared. Xianxia was startled and said, "I emptied their treasury." The Red Cloud sect, as one of the great forces of the ancestral domain, naturally had its own treasury. Usually, only the sect master and a few elders were qualified to open it. However, the sect master and the elders of the Red Cloud sect, Han Zheng Yuan, had died suddenly and the disciples quickly fled. Therefore, the treasury was left behind and no one was interested. There were many barriers in the treasury, and Xianxia's cultivation was only at the third-order origin king realm. Naturally, she didn't have the ability to open the treasury. However, thanks to the firebird Lu Yen gave her, she was able to open the treasury's door with just a gentle touch. She only needed to go in and take things. Xianxia never thought that she would have a day when her hands would go numb from receiving so many treasures. This was the Red Cloud sect's thousands of years of accumulation, pills, rare herbs, secret arts, and artifacts. As the sect master of the Fierce Wind sect, who had wreaked havoc in the territory of Wuxia Star for so many years, Xianxia finally realized how much of a country bumpkin she was. The wealth plundered by the Fierce Wind sect couldn't be compared to the Red Cloud sect's treasury. There were more than a dozen space rings, all of them full. I'm rich, I'm rich." He then handed over the dozen space rings in his hand to Lu Yen. Lu Yen raised her head and looked at her, her black and white eyes clear and bright. "I'll keep one, the rest are for you and the master," Xianxia explained. There were so many good things, she naturally couldn't monopolize them. She was also a person with a sense of propriety. Keeping one of them would be enough for her to use for many years. "Keep it." Lu Yen waved his hand. This kind of trash, she didn't want it, and Yang Kai definitely wouldn't want it either. But, Lu Yen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his small body also standing up, his expression becoming strange, with a trace of excitement mixed with awe. Xianxia was surprised and followed his gaze, only to see several figures quickly flying over, the one leading them being Yang Kai. When they arrived, the three people landed. Xianxia's gaze was instantly attracted by the unfamiliar face, her heart filled with surprise. What a pure person! Is she the Su Yen who made the master furious after hearing about her? Xianxia's first impression of Su Yen was that she was pure, without the slightest flaw. It was as if the Creator had given her the most beautiful things in the world, making people who looked at her involuntarily feel ashamed of their own inferiority. It was only then that she noticed her appearance. Even the most devastatingly beautiful woman can cause the downfall of a country. Suddenly, she understood why Yang Kai had no interest in her at all. If there was such a person, no other woman in the world would be able to cause any waves in his heart. "Master." Xianxia hurriedly saluted, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't know if this lady would have any opinions about her. After all, she had always been by Yang Kai's side, and it wouldn't be good to provoke her jealousy. It seemed that she would have to restrain herself in the future. At the very least, she couldn't have any strange thoughts about Yang Kai anymore. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen puzzledly, then stepped forward and rubbed her head, grinning, "You don't know me?" Lu Yen and Su Yen naturally knew each other. When they were at the Hengluo Star Field, they had a lot of dealings with each other. What Yang Kai found strange was that Lu Yen was looking at Su Yen with such an expression, as if it was the first time they had met. What made him feel even more strange was that Su Yen was also looking at Lu Yen, her beautiful eyes full of interest. Yang Kai looked at this, looked at that, and was confused. "What are you doing?" Lu Yen stepped forward a few steps and arrived in front of Su Yen. Her small nose gently moved, like a puppy sniffing something. After a while, she raised her small face and looked up at Su Yen with a smile. Su Yen also smiled, as if she had seen a close relative. She reached out and rubbed Lu Yan's head, softly asking, "What is your name?" Yang Kai said in a cold sweat, "She is Lu Yen." Su Yan's movements paused, and she was extremely surprised. Lu Yen? How did she become like this? Her impression of Lu Yen was that she was a beautiful woman in revealing clothes. She never thought that when they met again, she would become a child. Su Yen turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her eyes full of inquiry. "It's a long story. In short, all kinds of things have happened, and she became like this." After a pause, he said, "What are you guys talking about?" He really couldn't understand what these two women were doing. He had never seen them so close before. Su Yen and Lu Yen looked at each other and showed a tacit smile, but they didn't mean to explain. "You wait for me." Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart, but he didn't want to be entangled in this issue. He looked around and said, "Let's go." Ruan Baiting waved her hand and immediately summoned a ship. It was about 10 feet long and 4 stories high. The carvings were exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by a master. Several people boarded the ship. Ruan Baiting shouted, and the runes on the ship flashed and they left as fast as lightning. Their goal was to go home. Chapter 31:19. Across the vast star territory, all was silent. In the void, there was a void passageway that seemed to have existed since time immemorial. It stood there quietly. That void passageway did not seem ordinary. It gave off an extremely unstable feeling, as though it could collapse at any moment. It emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The existence of this void corridor was not a secret in the star territory, but very few people dared to explore it because a third-order origin king had disappeared here many years ago and was never heard from again. As such, for so many years, even though some people had speculated that this void corridor led to an unknown world, no one had ever paid any attention to it. Even a third-order origin king master was trapped here, so who would have the courage to approach? This place had been silent for several dozen years now. At this moment, however, the void corridor suddenly underwent some abnormal changes. The entrance to the void corridor contracted violently, then opened up, repeating this process many times before a burst of multicolored light poured out from it. Along with this burst of multicolored light was a figure who shot out from the void corridor like an arrow, barely managing to stabilize himself after 100 kilometers. This person was naturally Yang Kai. At this moment, his face was covered in dust and he looked quite embarrassed. Returning to Hengluo Star Field from the entrance to the Star Dao in the ancestral territory, Yang Kai had to pass through many layers of the void. He could not use too much strength, or else he would likely shatter the void, but he also could not use too little strength, or else he would not be able to break through the barrier. He had tried many times before he found his way home. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in his perception, a look of joy appearing on his face as he laughed loudly. He had perceived the existence of Shadowed Star. Stretching out his arms, he embraced the world. Hengluo Star Field, this young master has returned. When he left his homeland all those years ago, how could he have imagined he would return so quickly? He had originally set a deadline of 100 years for himself, but now, he had not even spent half of that time. The trials and tribulations along the way, the life and death struggles, everything had become extremely meaningful, and the faces in his mind became clearer and clearer. Yang Kai couldn't wait to grow a pair of wings and fly to Shadowed Star right now so he could appear in front of them and see their surprised expressions. Looking back, Yang Kai stared at the void corridor, knowing that it was the place where Su Yan had entered the ancestral territory. Feeling the aura coming from the void corridor, he felt a lingering fear. Su Yan being able to enter the ancestral territory safely was probably extremely lucky. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his hand, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. She seemed to be in meditation, and after noticing the anomaly, she opened her beautiful eyes, glanced around, and smiled, "You're back." On the way back to his homeland, everyone had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. Firstly, it was extremely taxing to bring people back and forth between worlds, and secondly, Su Yan was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, far exceeding the limit of what the Hangluo star field could accommodate, so she needed to suppress and seal her cultivation. Now, it seemed that she had done a good job, but she had suppressed her aura too much, leaving only the aura of a second-order origin king. "We're back." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Naturally, there was no air in the star field, but he could smell a familiar scent. Stretching out his hand, Su Yan placed her hand on his. Holding her hand tightly, as if they would never part again, Yang Kai was as excited as a child. "We're home." There was no need for him to identify any direction, the close connection between Shadowed Star and him was enough to show him the right way. With a flicker, the pair turned into a stream of light and flew towards Shadowed Star. With such a beautiful companion, the journey was no longer lonely. Whenever he was in the mood, he would drag Su Yan to a nearby dead star or asteroid, and after repeating this several times, Su Yan had no choice but to push her ice crystal jade body to ruin Yang Kai's mood. A few days later, a huge star appeared in front of them from afar. The stars of Shadowed Star in his body pulsed more and more happily, like a wanderer returning home. Yang Kai's mood became inexplicably nervous again, and he felt a sense of homesickness. Suddenly, his hand tightened as Su Yan held his big hand. For eyes meeting, Yang Kai's heart became clear. Reaching out and hugging her, Yang Kai kissed her on the forehead and shouted, "Let's go." Half a day later, they were very close to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai and Su Yan both suddenly turned their heads and looked towards a certain spot in the sky. There, they saw more than a dozen giant starships floating in the middle of the star field. From these starships, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. "Which sect does this belong to?" Yang Kai pointed to a skeleton-like symbol on one of the starships and asked. Perhaps because he had been away for too long, he did not recognize which sect this symbol represented. But to his surprise, Su Yan also shook her head, "I don't know." She had been away for many years, so she had no idea what had happened to Hangluo Star Field or Shadowed Star. A figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the largest starship in the middle. This old man's aura was deep and profound, giving off the aura of a third-order origin king. From several hundred kilometers away, this old man's sharp eyes stared towards this group, as if they could pierce through space and see the essence of everything. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man raised his hand and pointed the star cannon on the starship towards Yang Kai and Su Yan. A dazzling light began to gather and immediately after, a beam of light shot towards them. "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai laughed, "I ran into a madman as soon as I came back. Let's go talk to him." When the light dissipated, Yang Kai and Su Yan had disappeared. The old man stood on the deck and stared at them for a while before snorting lightly and turning around to return to the starship. However, his footsteps suddenly froze as a chill enveloped his body as he stared in front of him in horror. Behind him, a man and a woman had appeared at some unknown time. These two were the same people he had just seen a few hundred kilometers away, the ones who should have been reduced to ashes under the power of the star cannon. Yet, they had appeared behind him unscathed. He had not felt the slightest trace of them at all. "Old sir, your murderous intent is a bit heavy." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Normally, he would have already punched this old man to death, but today, Yang Kai was in a good mood, so his murderous intent was lacking. Coupled with the fact that he did not know the identity and origin of this old man, he could not act rashly. If he killed someone he could not kill, it would not be good. Yang Kai was involved in the Hung Luo star field, so naturally, he could not act as he pleased. The old man did not answer and simply stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, instinctively feeling that this young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he clasped his hands in his sleeves and secretly formed a seal, preparing to counterattack at a moment's notice. "Who is old sir? Whose warships did they belong to? Why are they anchored here?" Yang Kai looked around and casually asked a few questions, but did not receive any answers. Walking forward, Yang Kai circled around the old man a few times before suddenly standing in front of him and bowing slightly. "Old sir, you seem very nervous." More sweat dripped from the old man's forehead. Yang Kai reached out and patted the old man's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Don't worry, as long as you are not an enemy, I will not do anything to you." "Are you an enemy?" "No, no." The old man spat out these two words with difficulty. Yang Kai nodded, "That would be for the best. I forgot to introduce myself, I am the owner of this place, my name is Yang Kai." He pointed at the huge stars below his feet. The elderly man's eyes shrank as a look of shock flashed across his face. He had never heard that this cultivation star had a star master, but Yang Kai was speaking so seriously that he really didn't know whether to believe him or not. "I have been away from this place for several decades, and today is the first time I have come back. There are still a few women waiting for me to return home." "Old sir, what do you think I should bring back for them?" "You are asking me?" The old man cursed in his heart but did not dare not answer, seriously thinking for a moment before saying, "It's good that you are back, I don't think they will care about any gifts." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded, "What old sir says makes sense." Suddenly, he laughed, "I am the best gift. Isn't that right, senior sister?" Su Yen nodded, "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, old sir." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards the old man and took a deep breath. "I should go back quickly, otherwise they will become anxious. Hurry up and leave. Where did this lunatic come from? It's a pity that this beautiful and exquisite woman actually stuck by his side without abandoning him." Fortunately, Yang Kai was indeed in a hurry to go back, so he quickly left. Suddenly turning around, he looked at the old man and asked, "Old sir, you really are not an enemy, right?" "I really am not." "Good," Yang Kai nodded, "those who make me an enemy will end up very miserably." The old man's heart clenched as a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. When he looked up again, there was no trace of the man and woman in front of him, as if they had disappeared at some unknown time. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he could not detect any auras, as if they had never appeared. Swallowing his saliva with difficulty, the elderly man immediately took out a communication compass and poured his divine sense into it. His pair of withered hands couldn't help but tremble a little. High Heaven Sect. As a rising great force, the rise of High Heaven Sect was nothing short of a miracle. Just a few dozen years after the sect was founded, the number of masters in the sect was like the clouds in the sky. Origin kings were everywhere, and there were nearly 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. High Heaven Sect was already the most powerful sect in Star Territory, and even veteran great forces like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star Sword Union could not compare. At this moment, in the main hall of High Heaven Sect, a group of heroes had gathered. Led by acting sect master and High Heaven Sect's great elder Yi Shiyun, elders Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Tai Su, Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, Qingya, and many others sat on either side, all of them origin kings. Below them were Wu Yi, Yang Wei, Dong Qinghan, and more than a dozen other youths, all of whom were origin-returning realm cultivators, many of whom had reached the peak of the origin-returning realm and could break through to the origin king realm at any time. There was a lot of noise in the hall as not only were the older generation disagreeing, but even the younger generation was arguing with each other. Yi Shiyun did not say a word as she simply sat there, listening to all the discussions. Chapter 31:20. All of them were arguing over one question: how to fight. Should they divide and conquer, or should they directly attack the enemy? Everyone in the hall was divided into two groups, each expressing their own opinions, but after a long debate, no conclusion was reached. Suddenly, Yi Shiyun, who was sitting motionless, raised her head and stared out with her deep eyes, as if they could pierce through space itself. The argument in the hall came to an abrupt end as everyone looked up at her. Chu Ling Xiao asked, "What happened?" "Someone broke into High Heaven sect," Yi Shiyun replied. As the acting sect master, she was in charge of the array disc that controlled High Heaven sect's mountain defending array, so she would be able to detect any intruders. What? Everyone was shocked, all of them feeling incredulous. Today's High Heaven sect was no longer the same as it was in the past. The sect was a behemoth in the star territory, so who would be so bold as to break in? Who would have the ability to break in? In an instant, everyone's expression became extremely dignified. This aura. Yi Shiyun's complexion changed again as a look of disbelief appeared on her pretty face, quickly transforming into excitement as her tender body flickered and she rushed out of the hall. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what had happened to cause Yi Shiyun to lose her composure like this. Everyone knew her temperament well. Even if the sky collapsed, she would not frown, but her performance at this moment was truly unexpected. Everyone got up and walked out of the hall one after another, gathering outside and looking into the distance. Over there, two figures were strolling leisurely towards them, their movements neither fast nor slow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these two figures, but all of a sudden, their eyes bulged, almost thinking they were dreaming. Yang Kai walked over, greeting every High Heaven sect disciple he met cordially, causing many of them to stare at him or Su Yen with their mouths wide open. Most of the High Heaven sect disciples were brought here by him from Tongxian realm and the central capital, so basically all of them knew him. Even if they did not know him, they should at least know Su Yen. At this moment, seeing these two people who had disappeared for several dozen years appear together, all of them could not believe it. Wherever the two of them passed, all the disciples stared blankly, their eyes glued to their backs, unable to return to their senses for a long time. The entire High Heaven sect seemed to have been sealed in place by some great master, causing everything to freeze, only Yang Kai's voice echoing out. "Yang Kai, it's Yang Kai." Dong Qinghan suddenly exclaimed, rubbing his eyes hard, fearing that he was seeing things, reaching out to Lan Chu Dai and asking, "Did you see that? Did Yang Kai come back?" Lan Chu Dai nodded stupidly, "Yes, look, he came back." Dong Qinghan Shiyun Shi's words. The two of them had already become husband and wife when they were still in the central capital. Now that they had shared trials and tribulations for several decades, they had always treated each other with respect. The dozen or so old friends of the younger generation all showed looks of excitement. Although Yi Shiyun, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others had much stronger mental fortitude, they still found it difficult to maintain their composure at this moment. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of the crowd, swept his eyes around, and grinned, "I'm back." The warm welcome he had imagined did not appear, the group just stared at him blankly, making his eagerness a little awkward. Reaching out and touching his nose, Yang Kai cautiously said, "I'm back." As soon as his voice fell, Dong Qinghan rushed up and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, his fat hands patting him on the back, making a series of thumping sounds. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't expected that the first to respond would be this fat man, letting him pat him for a while before saying, "Cousin, you should lose some weight." "You really came back?" Dong Qinghan pulled back and opened up some distance, looking at Yang Kai seriously. He really came back. Dong Qinghan turned his head, pointed to Yang Kai, and said to the crowd, Yang Kai is back. It was as if he was the first one to notice. Everyone's expression became solemn as they all saluted, "Greetings, sect master." Their voices trembled slightly, revealing their inner turmoil. Yang Kai raised his hand and an invisible force appeared, making everyone unable to bend their backs. What was even more strange was that no one noticed that Yang Kai had used his strength. This ability was simply beyond everyone's imagination, making him seem somewhat unfathomable. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and bowed, "Greetings, ancestral founder, Grand Master." Chu Lingxiao was the founder of High Heaven Pavilion, and Ling Tai Su was Yang Kai's father's master. These two could be regarded as Yang Kai's true elders. Even though his cultivation was now heaven-defying, Yang Kai had never dared to act above them, let alone ask them to salute him. If he really did, wouldn't his legs be broken by Fourth Master Yang? Chu Lingxiao smiled and said, "Now that you are High Heaven sect master, there is no need for you to be so polite." Ling Tai Su also nodded, "And, we all have our current achievements thanks to your blessings. A sect master should have the demeanor of a sect master." Yang Kai nodded, "A sect master cannot be disrespectful to his elders. Both of you are juniors elders, so this is how it should be." Chu Lingxiao and Ling Tai Su looked at each other and saw the gratification in each other's eyes. "Big brother Yang." Wu Yi stepped forward and pursed her red lips. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, "It's been many years since we last met, how have you been?" Back then, Yang Kai was able to establish himself on Shadowed Star thanks to Wu Yi's help. It could be said that Wu Yi and the other family disciples were his first helpers on Shadowed Star. Without their help, there would be no High Heaven sect today. "Everything is good." Wu Yi responded with a smile. She just felt a bit of longing for him. Reuniting after such a long time caused great waves to surge in her heart, but when she glanced at the person beside him, those ripples quickly subsided. She could no longer keep up with his pace. He stood too high, and his light was too dazzling. After greeting everyone one by one, Yang Kai finally turned to Yi Shiyun and said with a grin, "Great Elder has worked hard." Yi Shiyun nodded, "It's good that you've come back. I'll leave High Heaven sect to you, I'm going to retire now." Yang Kai was startled. Great Elder is still in her prime, radiating brilliance, how could you say such decadent words? Yi Shiyun snorted, "Flattery is useless, I've already made up my mind, don't try to persuade me. Regardless of what your current cultivation is, I don't want to do this anymore. Managing a sect is too stressful, how can it compare to living a carefree life?" Yang Kai sighed, "Since Great Elder has said so, then I won't force you. In any case, after a while, I will take you to another place where Great Elder can rest for as long as she wants." "Another place? What place?" "The place you just came back from?" Everyone was curious. Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything, instead saying, "I heard you all arguing about something just now, what's wrong? Who is so blind as to offend my High Heaven sect?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone suddenly fell silent, their previous excitement disappearing. Yang Kai observed their expressions and immediately knew that something must have happened on High Heaven sect's side. Yi Shiyun said, "Let's talk inside." Everyone entered the hall one after another, and after taking a seat, Yi Shiyun told Yang Kai about the current situation in Star Territory. Only then did Yang Kai learn that it was not High Heaven sect that had an accident, but rather the entire Hangluo star field. 20 years ago, when Su Yen left Star Territory and entered the Ancestral Territory, Star Territory was still safe and sound, but a few years later, some strange void corridors suddenly appeared in Star Territory. Immediately afterwards, starships filled with powerful cultivators flew out from these void corridors and invaded Hangluo star field, plundering the various cultivation stars. In the beginning, no one knew what was happening, only that this group of foreign invaders was extremely powerful. Hangluo star field had been closed off for countless years, so when had it ever encountered such a force? In a moment of carelessness, several cultivation stars fell. For a time, star territory was in a state of panic, and everyone felt threatened. After the initial adaptation period, the great forces in star territory began to resist. Led by High Heaven Sect, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union, the masters from all over the star territory began to fight the foreign invaders in Star Field. As a result, countless people fell and countless masters were turned to ashes. Even High Heaven Sect suffered heavy losses. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He had just noticed that although there were many acquaintances in the hall, the few women closest to him were not here, and even his parents were nowhere to be seen. Seemingly guessing the worry in his heart, Yi Shiyun said, "The madams are all safe now, but each of them has returned to their respective stars to gather their strength and defend themselves." Yang Kai was relieved. Shanqing Luo should have returned to Monster Star and Monster Star, while little senior sister should have gone to Tongxian Realm. As for Shuiyu, needless to say, she should be on Water Moon Star, the home star of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. With such a big incident occurring in star territory, it was impossible for them to remain in High Heaven Sect. Moreover, when he had left behind many space arrays in star territory, so whether it was Monster Star, Tongxian Realm, or Water Moon Star, they could all be connected to High Heaven Sect. At most, they would need to transit a few times. If they really encountered any danger, they had a way out, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Where did those people come from? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. When the tiger was not at home, the monkey had also rebelled. Yi Shiyun replied, "It is said that they came from a place called Great Desolate Star Territory." Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look. Great Desolate Star Territory? Are you sure they came from Great Desolate Star Territory? Yi Shiyun nodded, absolutely. After more than a decade of war, if one didn't even know where their opponents came from, it would be a big joke. When they inquired about this news, they were also shocked. They had never thought that there was another star territory in this world, one that was actually connected to Hangluo Star Field. If it weren't for the sudden invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory, the people of Hangluo Star Field would likely still be in the dark. Does Sect Master know about Great Desolate Star's territory? Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai chuckled, "I know, naturally I know. What a coincidence." Chapter 31-21. The territory of Great Desolate Star was a familiar name. When he, Chiyu, and the others left Hangluo Star Field and passed through the Starlight Avenue, they had fought with several origin kings from Great Desolate Star Territory. As a result, the Starlight Avenue collapsed and everyone scattered. Even Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao were lost. It took many years for Yang Kai to find them. The leader of this group was Yin Lusheng, the sect master of Netherworld sect in Great Desolate Star's territory and the overlord of Great Desolate Star's territory. Lu Xianyun, who had shared trials and tribulations with Yang Kai, was also a native of Great Desolate Star's territory, but the two had different attitudes towards Yang Kai and had different endings. Yin Lusheng was lucky enough to escape from the Shattered Star Sea, but he was eventually killed by Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory's ancient wild lands. Lu Xianyun, on the other hand, was recommended by Yang Kai to join Iceheart Valley. When Yang Kai went to Iceheart Valley last time, he took the time to meet her and exchanged a few words with her. He learned that she was doing well and was preparing to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm. With her aptitude and the support of Iceheart Valley, it would not be difficult for her to break through. In time, she would become another master in the Emperor realm. Suddenly hearing the words, Great Desolate Star's Territory, from Yi Shiyun, Yang Kai was a little surprised. But thinking about it carefully, when they entered the star boundary with Yin Lusheng and the others, they were able to meet on the Starlight Avenue. Presumably, the territory of the two stars should be close to each other, separated only by a single layer of world barrier. Now that this world barrier was weak and collapsed, the two stars' territory were connected, so the cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory could naturally come to Hengluo star field. We're both from the same star field, but aren't we his opponent? Yang asked. Yi Shiyun nodded. The other side is led by a sect called Netherworld Sect. They're like a monolithic block of iron while we're fighting our own battles, so we're indeed somewhat inferior. On top of that, as invaders, they're flexible and mobile, so naturally they have some advantages. Sure enough, it was the Netherworld Sect. It seemed that even without Yin Lusheng, the Netherworld Sect's position as overlord was unshakable. They had actually united the forces of the entire star territory. So, the starships outside Shadowed Star belong to Great Desolate Star's territory? Yi Shiyun nodded. Shadowed Star is one of the most important battlefields. The territory of Great Desolate Star has invested a large part of its forces here specifically to deal with our sect. That old man dared to lie to me. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The crowd didn't know who had deceived him, so they were all somewhat astonished. Yi Shiyun continued, what they were arguing about just now was whether to directly attack those starships and destroy their high-end combat power, or to split up and destroy the enemies scattered across Shadowed Star. But since you're back, I don't think there's anything to fight over. Yang Kai nodded, let's wait. Suddenly closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand, flicked his wrist, and made a grasping motion in the air. Everyone in the hall suddenly felt their hearts tighten, as if Yang Kai's action had grabbed their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yang Kai's open hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Success! Yang Kai opened his eyes and lowered his raised hand, causing the terrifying pressure to disappear. Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions, none of them understanding what Yang Kai was referring to. But very soon, intense rumbling sounds of explosions suddenly resounded from extremely far away. Everyone couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. A few of them seemed to have understood something, and they hurriedly rushed out of the hall and raised their heads to look at the starry sky. Somewhere in the starry sky, huge flaming flowers bloomed one after another. Even in broad daylight, even from thousands of kilometers away, one could still see them clearly. Following the appearance of the flaming flowers, the sound of explosions rang out one after another. The location where these flame flowers appeared was where the starships on Great Desolate Star were anchored. Returning to the hall and explaining what they had seen, everyone was dumbfounded. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master and could dominate everything on Shadowed Star, the starships on Great Desolate Star's territory were anchored in the star field, not on Shadowed Star's surface. From such a great distance, just a casual movement was enough to pulverize these starships. Just how powerful was this? There were also many Origin Kings aboard those starships, so it was likely none of them had been able to escape at this moment, all of them dead. For a time, everyone was extremely excited. Yi Shiyun's expression became solemn as she said, now that the differences have been resolved, there's no need for everyone to wait any longer, right? If we don't act now, when will we? With a burst of clatter, everyone got up and walked out, leaving High Heaven Sect through different space arrays and heading to different parts of Shadowed Star. They were determined to pursue the enemy and wipe out all the remnants of Great Desolate Star's territory on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai said, I'm also going out to stretch my muscles. Shadowed Star was his territory, so how could he tolerate some clowns running amok here? The people who had invaded Great Desolate Star's territory were like fleas hopping around his body. Naturally, he wanted to catch them, pull out their intestines, strangle their necks, and give himself a good shake. Turning his head, he said, Senior sister, you should rest. Without waiting for Su Yen to refute, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Su Yen shook her head helplessly. A figure suddenly rushed in from outside the hall and called out excitedly, Where's my son? It was Dong Suju who had heard about Yang Kai's return and had immediately rushed over, but she was still a step too late. Slow down, what if you fall? You're already so old, how can you still be so reckless? Fourth Master Yang's unhurried voice came from behind, but his speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was standing side by side with Dong Suju. It was obvious that his mood at the moment was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. The husband and wife swept their eyes around but did not see Yang Kai's figure, instead focusing their attention on Su Yan. Su girl. Dong Suju's eyes suddenly turned red as she covered her red lips with her hand, tears streaming down her face as she asked in a trembling voice, "Is it really Su girl?" Su Yan stepped forward and bowed gracefully, "Mother." Her voice was crisp and sweet, and when it reached the ears of Fourth Master Yang and his wife, it was like the sound of nature, making them feel that there was no voice more beautiful in this world. "It really is Su girl." Fourth Master Yang pushed Dong Suju, who was in a daze. After all, she was a woman. She would be at a loss even if she encountered a little situation. He had really worried himself to death in this life. Dong Suju hurriedly reached out and pulled Su Yan into her arms. Dong Suju was petite and exquisite, but Su Yan's figure was tall, half a head taller than her. At this moment, when she hugged her, it was as if she had thrown herself into Su Yan's arms. Su Yan smiled and looked over Dong Suju's shoulder at Fourth Master Yang, "Father." Fourth Master Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart and gently nodded. He felt as if a big stone that had been hanging in his heart for 20 years had finally been put down. When Su Yan went to explore the void corridor, she inexplicably disappeared, causing everyone to worry. Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang had been unable to eat or sleep at night, always feeling guilty towards Yang Kai. They couldn't even take care of their daughter-in-law and secretly hated their own low cultivation, otherwise, they would never have allowed Su Yan to take such risks. Over the years, the husband and wife had also worked hard in retreat, hoping that one day they could break through to the Origin King realm and enter the void corridor to search for Su Yan's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could they face Yang Kai? But they hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise to come so suddenly. Yang Kai had returned, and so had Su Yan. No one could be happier than this couple. All right, you've made Su Yan's clothes wet." Fourth Master Yang saw Dong Suju crying and suddenly couldn't stand her. Hearing him say this, Dong Suju raised her head and pulled Su Yan over, looking her up and down, just like when Su Yan saw Yang Kai before, her face filled with concern. "Come, sit down and talk." Dong Suju took Su Yan's hand and walked to the side to sit down, eager to know where she had been all these years and whether she had suffered. The two sat down and chatted for a while before Su Yan said, "Mother, Yang Kai, don't mention that smelly brat." Dong Suju's pretty face became serious, "Just let him die outside." Fourth Master Yang asked, "Then why did you rush over here in such a hurry? Why do you care?" "I want to." Dong Suju glared, "I came to look for Su Yan." See, I was just casually saying, why are you throwing a tantrum?" Fourth Master Yang was also helpless and reached out to touch his forehead. He didn't know who had just come in and shouted, "Where's my son? If you can't stand it, just divorce me. In any case, the outside world is full of beauties. I think you've had this intention for a long time, right? Do you want me to prepare a letter of divorce for you? Just sign it and it'll be fine." Fourth Master Yang spread his hands and then reached out to pull his mouth. Su Yan giggled. Dong Suju patted her hand and earnestly said, "Men should be disciplined like this. Don't be too good to that smelly brat. The better you are to him, the less he will take you seriously. You should be a little more fierce, then he will think of you everywhere." "Mother is right, I will remember." Su Yan gently nodded. "Mother is doing this for your own good, your temper. Ning Chong is also the same, only little Qing Luo is a little more opinionated. I'll go talk to her some other day, you all are too lenient with him. After a pause, she whispered, he came back this time, but he didn't bring anything, what? Su Yan looked at her suspiciously. He didn't bring any random woman with him, right? Su Yan thought for a moment and said, that doesn't count. She also knew He Yunxiang and knew why she was with Yang Kai, so naturally she wouldn't think of her as one of Yang Kai's women. Dong Suzhu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her hair standing on end as she said with a livid face, did he really bring her? This really pisses me off. If he was like this, he would have loved her dearly. How could he have left without any news for several decades and still be fooling around outside? That's not his. He's rebelling. Dong Suzhu slapped the armrest of her chair and turned her head to glare at Fourth Master Yang. It's all because of your good son. Fourth Master Yang lowered his head and didn't say anything, feeling very wronged. He hadn't even said anything yet he was still dragged into this mess. Smelly brat, you're on your own now. If you don't find some time, your mother will beat your ass to a pulp, otherwise I'll do it myself. That's really not his. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but her heart was filled with warmth. Chapter 31-22. Shadowed Star, Gathering Cloud Mountain. This place was rich in world energy and was one of the most famous crystal stone lodes on Shadowed Star. It was also one of High Heaven Sect's most important industries on Shadowed Star. The amount of crystal stones mined every year was more than a tenth of High Heaven Sect's income. Such an important industry was naturally guarded by a master. Dressed in a tight dress that outlined her graceful curves and neatly tied back hair, Qiu Yimeng appeared valiant and valiant. The former first young lady of the Qiu family and current patriarch of the Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng, was the one guarding this place. After several dozen years of hard work, the aura she exuded was that of a first-order origin king. It could be said that among the younger generation of the central capital, besides Yang Kai, her cultivation was the highest. In this regard, even many of the older generation couldn't compare. Of course, this was partly because of her outstanding talent, but there was also a bigger reason. The stars in the sky were too far away, so if one wanted to pluck them, how could they not work hard? Even if they couldn't, they could at least get closer. Shadowed Star was one of the main battlefields in the territory of the two great stars, so naturally, it was quite well taken care of by the Great Desolate Star territory. There were several dozen battlefields on Shadowed Star, and various material resources were frequently fought over. On Gathering Cloud Mountain side, the Great Desolate Star territory was naturally also focused on. The other side also had an Origin King Realm Master and several hundred cultivator subordinates, as well as numerous Origin returning Realm Masters. The High Heaven Sect disciples led by Qiu Yimeng had been entangled here for 5 years and had fought hundreds of battles, both sides winning and losing, but neither side could do anything to the other. The Great Desolate Star territory's forces who wanted to seize the crystal stone lodes had been unable to succeed, and Qiu Yimeng was helpless against them. Even when she asked High Heaven Sect for help, the other side would respond. What's more, the more Origin Kings High Heaven Sect dispatched, the stronger the enemy would be. After 5 years, the two sides reached a consensus that they would only rely on the available manpower to fight each other, neither side asking for anything from the back or behind them. Qiu Yimeng's heart was filled with determination. After several dozen years, he must have gone even higher and further, right? If she couldn't even deal with these people in front of her, how could she get closer to him? When there was no competition, he would cultivate diligently, not daring to waste time. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock on the door. Come in. Qiu Yimeng opened her eyes. The door opened and a burly man walked in, his murderous aura so thick it was almost tangible. This burly man was none other than the blood warrior who had followed Yang Kai in the inheritance war and made great contributions, Tu Feng. Each of the Yang family blood warriors was an outstanding individual who was loyal to the Yang family. After Yang Kai came to Shadowed Star, the strength of these blood warriors had also grown exponentially. Tu Feng, one of the best blood warriors, was now a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from breaking through to the origin king realm. Almost all of Qiu Yimeng's subordinates were from the central capital 8 great families, so it was only natural that the Yang family blood warriors would follow her orders. Elder Qiu. Tu Feng cupped his fists. After breaking through to the origin king realm, Qiu Yimeng could naturally become an elder in High Heaven sect. What is it? There's been some movement from that group of dog food. Again? Qiu Yimeng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't this frequency a bit too fast? The last battle was only 5 days ago, so logically speaking, everyone should have been able to call a truce for at least a month, so how could they have come back in just a few days? Tu Feng said with a strange expression, "They're not here, they're trying to escape." Want to escape? Qiu Yimeng frowned even more. Everyone had been fighting here for 5 years, so who didn't know each other? How could they suddenly want to escape? Vaguely understanding something, Qiu Yimeng asked, "What was that noise just now?" She had been cultivating, so although she had heard some strange sounds, she hadn't thought too much about them, but now that she thought about it, those sounds seemed to be coming from the star field, and the direction they were coming from, it couldn't be. Tu Feng said excitedly, "I was just about to tell you about it. The starships on Great Desolate Star's territory seem to have been destroyed." Great Elder took action. Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious. The dozen or so starships anchored outside Shadowed Star, glaring at the entire Shadowed Star. Not only did they give the cultivators on Great Desolate Star the confidence to wreak havoc on Shadowed Star, but they also served as a deterrent to High Heaven sect's overall actions. Although High Heaven sect was not weak today and had an endless number of origin kings, the only third-order origin king currently presiding over the sect was Great Elder Yi Shiyun. The others were not on Shadowed Star, so they were simply too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Unless Yi Shiyun took action personally, no one could do anything to those starships. No, even if Yi Shiyun took action, she wouldn't be able to do such a thing, unless those people returned to High Heaven sect to join forces with her. Those people have returned? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking of this, but if that was the case, it made sense. Tu Feng said, "I don't know the specific situation, but this is a good time for us to take action." Qiu Yimeng stood up and sneered, "It's time to settle accounts." With their backers gone, it would be strange if the people on Great Desolate Star didn't panic. Qiu Yimeng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Outside the door, Qiu Yimeng saw pairs of eyes staring at her, each of them exuding a powerful aura. Looking at these familiar faces, Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Turning her head, Qiu Yimeng saw several streams of light flickering in the sky a few hundred kilometers away, dazzling like meteors, but instead of falling down, they flew upwards. It was the cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory who wanted to escape from Shadowed Star. Turning her head to the other side, Qiu Yimeng saw the same scene from a further location. It seemed that the destruction of their starships had caused these people on Great Desolate Star's territory to panic, so how could they have the courage to remain on Shadowed Star? "Don't let a single one of them go!" Qiu Yimeng shouted. Was Shadowed Star a place where they could come and go as they pleased? Yes. Pushing their Saint Qi, a group of figures flew out and chased after their 5-year-old enemy. With flashes of light, Shadowed Star was bustling today, with similar scenes happening all over the world. As the chase continued, the distance between the two groups did not seem to close. After all, the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory were not vegetarians. Daring to invade another star's territory, how could they do so without strength? Seeing that this group of people was about to escape from Shadowed Star if she didn't act quickly, Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth, formed a seal with her hands, and condensed a faint red mist around her body. Her speed suddenly increased, like a bolt of lightning. The group of fleeing cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to feel something and turned around, only to see a red light rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed, causing the leader's face to sink. Smelly woman. This leader was the Origin King Realm Master from Great Desolate Star's territory whom Qiu Yimeng had been fighting for several years. He was a lean man about 40 years old, and although he coveted Qiu Yimeng's beauty, he had never been able to suppress her. At this moment, seeing her rushing towards him alone, he suddenly had an idea. Before leaving, snatching a woman would be a good idea. Sending out a few words with his divine sense, the fleeing group suddenly dispersed. This scene was naturally seen by Qiu Yimeng, but she did not reduce her speed in the slightest. Come, you won't be able to return, the lean man sneered. Bien Hong, accept death. Before this person arrived, Qiu Yimeng's tender voice rang out. The man named Bien Hong laughed, pretending to flee while turning around to tease her. Little girl, if you can't bear to part with Uncle Bien, why don't you come with me? Uncle Bien will take good care of you and feed you until you're full. These vulgar words caused the group of people to burst into laughter. Qiu Yimeng responded with a divine technique. Lifting her white hand high, a long sword trembled as it flickered and condensed the power of the wind around it. When the long sword was swung down, a sword wave several dozen meters in length shot out towards the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory. The wind around this sword wave was so strong that it seemed like a tornado was about to erupt. Seeing this situation, everyone on Great Desolate Star's territory wore dignified expressions. In any case, the one attacking was an Origin King. How could they take it lightly? The scattered formation suddenly merged together and Saint Chi fluctuations surged. The cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory merged into one in the blink of an eye, their Saint Chi linking together to form a light shield. With a loud bang, the giant sword slammed into the light shield, causing a burst of light and energy to surge. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth and pushed her strength downwards, wanting to break through the light shield and kill a few people first. Gotcha! Cracks immediately appeared on the light shield, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qiu Yimeng was startled, not happy but shocked. Because although her blow was extremely strong, it was absolutely impossible for it to break through her opponent's defense so easily. After all, there was also an Origin King on the other side. Unless, her eyes narrowed, but Bien Hong's figure was nowhere to be seen. She had no idea when he had disappeared. Shit! Qiu Yimeng was shocked, knowing that she had been too eager to chase after her enemy and had been caught off guard. A strong gust of wind blew behind her and she could hear the cries of Tu Feng and the others in the distance. Although Qiu Yimeng was shocked, she did not panic. So many years of fighting had given her flexible combat instincts, so she quickly pushed her Saint Chi to form a protective barrier behind her. Saint Chi collided and the hastily condensed Saint Chi barrier broke as Bien Hong's palm landed on her back, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "Die!" Qiu Yimeng staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, taking advantage of this opportunity to open up some distance between her and Bien Hong. Bien Hong's face went pale as he looked down at his palm, only to see it had turned dark and numb. Desperately pushing his strength to suppress it, he found it difficult to do so. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "What did you do?" Qiu Yimeng chuckled, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and tilted her head to look at him. "Do you like this gift? This was specially prepared for you." Seeing her look, Bien Hong's heart clenched. "You tricked me." How could he not know that Qiu Yimeng had deliberately used a powerful divine technique to expose a flaw in her back in order to lure him in for a sneak attack? She was definitely wearing some kind of artifact armor, and it was one that was highly toxic. His palm had not taken her life, but instead he had been poisoned. Although this poison was not fatal, it still required him to spend a great deal of energy to suppress it. In front of her, how could he spare any energy to do such a thing? Qiu Yimeng reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, her eyes clear as water. "Yes, so what? Chapter 31-23. Bien Hong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley as he felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was truly scheming. He had fought with her for 5 years, yet he didn't know she still had such a card up her sleeve. Only at the last moment did she reveal it and use it against him. In his heart, he hated himself for being too careless, but there was no medicine for regret. Thinking quickly, Bien Hong turned around and fled, shouting, "Smelly, today I'll let you go, but in the future I'll make you submit under this king's crotch." Qiu Yimeng raised her sword and chased after him but was unable to close the distance between them. She had already used a secret technique to increase her speed, which consumed a lot of her Saint Qi, and now she had exposed a flaw to lure Bien Hong into her trap, causing her to suffer some injuries. In this situation where their cultivations were infinitely close, if Bien Hong insisted on escaping, she really had no way to deal with him. In a flash, the two of them had crossed the clouds and the scenery below was no longer visible. Qiu Yimeng finally sent out a burst of sword qi and stopped. This attack was easily dodged by Bien Hong, but before he left, he didn't forget to turn around and ridicule her, causing Qiu Yimeng to become furious. Her beautiful eyes stared at Bien Hong's back, as if she wanted to imprint this man into the depths of her mind and one day cut him down with her sword. A figure suddenly appeared 1,000 meters above Bien Hong. Qiu Yimeng didn't notice it at first, but after inadvertently glancing over, she couldn't help frowning as she narrowed her eyes. This person's back was facing a round sun, and the golden light was too dazzling, casting a shadow over his face, making it difficult to see clearly, but his figure was familiar. Qiu Yimeng's heart jumped violently. This figure perfectly coincided with the shadow that lingered in the depths of her memory. Who is it? Bien Hong flew 1,000 meters into the sky, suddenly feeling something and looking up, he was shocked. He didn't know when a person had appeared above him, but upon closer inspection, he found that it was a young man he had never seen before. Sweeping this person with his divine sense, he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations. Scram! Bien Hong was furious. Today, he had suffered a big loss at Qiu Yimeng's hands, nearly capsizing his boat in a ditch, forcing him to flee in embarrassment, yet at this time, someone dared to block his path. He raised his hand and slapped toward the young man. Energy surged from his palm, and its power was unfathomable. The young man also raised his palm and gently pushed it down, his posture casual, as if he wasn't facing an origin king, but rather a fallen leaf fluttering in the wind, an enigmatic smile appearing on his face as he said, "Go down." Bien Hong's eyes suddenly widened, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. That palm looked ordinary and harmless, but when it came down, it actually covered the entire world. Everything in front of him turned dark, and there was no light at all. Inexplicably, Bien Hong felt that he was rapidly falling. What was going on? Bien Hong's mind was in a daze. Before he could even turn his head around, a sharp force had already attacked him from below. When he turned around, he was overwhelmed with shock. How could Qiu Yimeng miss such a good opportunity? He immediately wrapped his body in the sword light and turned it into a shocking attack, slashing towards Bien Hong. As the sword light and the figure collided, Qiu Yimeng's figure reappeared, her face slightly flushed as she gasped for breath. This killing blow had obviously consumed a lot of her strength. Bien Hong stretched out his hand and clutched his chest, his figure staggering as he stared at Qiu Yimeng in disbelief, grit his teeth and muttered, "You." Between his fingers, blood spurted out, instantly drenching his clothes, and the smell of blood filled the air. Qiu Yimeng raised her hand and waved at him. The vitality in Bien Hong's eyes quickly disappeared as he fell headfirst to the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The warriors of the Grand Desolation Star Field suddenly panicked. Their strongest warrior, Bien Hong, had been killed so easily. They couldn't believe it. They wanted to run away, but they felt that the space around them had suddenly become very thick. They couldn't help but feel that it was difficult to move. Tu Feng and the others finally arrived. Tang Yuxian came to Qiu Yimeng's side and asked with concern, "Young lady Qiu, are you okay?" They were too far away just now, so they didn't know exactly what had happened. All they saw was that Qiu Yimeng had miraculously killed Bian Hong and must have paid a heavy price. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and pointed to the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory, "Kill them all." Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, and the others nodded and flew out to join the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory. The result was unexpectedly simple. Their opponents, who used to be evenly matched with them in the past, couldn't even display half of their strength today, as if they had all been suppressed. Many of High Heaven Sect's disciples rushed forward, like a pack of wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory unable to fight back. Screams rang out one after another as one figure after another fell from the sky, covered in blood. 5 years of old enemies, today there was an opportunity to clear them all out. This was a great event, but Qiu Yimeng turned a deaf ear to it, the sounds of fighting in her ears becoming extremely distant and gradually becoming inaudible. She looked up in a daze, her heart eager to know the answer to the question in her heart. As the figure approached, Qiu Yimeng's heartbeat became faster and faster, and she even felt a little anxious. Finally, when the figure approached, a familiar face appeared in front of her eyes and a familiar smile hung on his lips. Memories from several decades ago gradually came alive, as if he had just jumped out of her memories. Qiu Yimeng's breathing stagnated, and she didn't dare to recognize him. They had clearly drawn closer to each other, but she felt even farther away than before. He seemed to be a round sun hanging in the sky, far away from her. Although she could see him, she could only feel his warm halo, which illuminated the area in front of her while casting an indelible shadow behind her. "You don't recognize me?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Greetings, Sect Master." Qiu Yimeng gathered her thoughts and bowed her head, her eyelashes fluttering fiercely, her voice somewhat choked up. Qiu Yimeng had thought that after several decades of hard work, she would be able to draw closer to him, but now that she saw him again, she discovered that this was not the case. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed his middle finger on her forehead. "Look up." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and raised her head. Dong, Qiu Yimeng's head flew back, her hands covering her forehead as she angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" He actually used his finger to flick her forehead. This was too much. Even if his strength was high, he shouldn't bully others like this. Qiu Yimeng's eyes couldn't help turning red. After waiting for so many years, was this all she got? Yang Kai laughed and said, "First, young lady Qiu, just a moment ago I thought you had been possessed by some evil spirit and was about to harden my heart and eliminate this demon, but now it seems there is no need for that. You're the one who's been possessed." Qiu Yimeng said indignantly. Seeing him still smiling, she suddenly became angry and lifted her foot to kick him. Yang Kai quickly dodged. "You dare!" Qiu Yimeng glared at him and kicked out again. Seeing that Qiu Yimeng was still glaring at him, Yang Kai let out a yelp of pain and pretended to jump up and down while clutching his calf, pretending to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Qiu Yimeng squinted at him with a surprised expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" Staring at him, her face suddenly blushed. This looks like flirting." She didn't dare to glare at him. Her heart felt warm. No matter how high his cultivation was, no matter how long he had been away, it wasn't that he was too far away from her, it was she who wanted to use a yardstick to measure the distance between them. "Good, you're now a sect master, don't let others see you like this." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. Yang Kai suddenly grabbed her wrist. Qiu Yimeng panicked, her heart in a mess. What are you doing?" As soon as these words came out, her face flushed bright red. Because a pure energy flowed from Yang Kai's palm into her body, the previous injuries she had suffered immediately showed signs of improvement. Suddenly, she felt extremely embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. He was just healing her, causing her to feel an inexplicable sense of loss. What was I expecting? After a short while, Yang Kai took back his hand and took out a spirit pill and placed it in her palm. Qiu Yimeng didn't ask any questions, raising her head and swallowing it down, stroking her hair as she asked, "When did you come back?" Her expression and tone had returned to normal. Since they couldn't help each other and couldn't forget each other, they could only get along well. "I just came back," Yang Kai said. "A lot of things happened here." "And, have you returned to the sect?" "I've already returned. Great Elder should have told you, right?" "I've heard. Shadowed Star is your territory, how do you want to deal with it?" Yang Kai said, "Since you've come here, don't even think about leaving." While the two were talking, Yang Kai had already begun secretly taking action, causing the surrounding world energy to suddenly fluctuate before the surrounding world principles became extremely clear. Qiu Yimeng stared blankly at her surroundings, suddenly feeling a strange sensation. The stars under her feet seemed to have come to life. They were originally alive and had never died, but since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, this Cultivation Star had become a little lonely and had gradually changed. If they were alive, then in the several dozen years after Yang Kai left, they had been in a deep slumber. But now, with the return of Yang Kai, they had also awakened from their long slumber. The surrounding world energy was filled with an indescribable vitality, and Qiu Yimeng could even feel the surrounding world energy pulsing and interacting with one another. Between the heavens and earth, it was as if an invisible net had suddenly appeared, turning into a cage that enveloped the entire stars. Qiu Yimeng thought for a moment before turning her head to look into the distance, condensing her Saint Qi into her eyes and vaguely seeing the scenery there. A few thousand kilometers away, high up in the sky, the cultivators of the Grand Desolation star field were like fish caught in a net, desperately struggling to break free from the shackles of Shadowed Star, but no matter what they did, they were unable to do so. They couldn't escape from Shadowed Star, and under the suppression of the omnipresent world principles, they couldn't even exert their full strength. The cultivators on Shadowed Star didn't have this kind of suppression at all, and instead, they chased after the invaders and killed them one by one. This was the power of a Star Master. Above the stars, I am God, and God is me. Chapter 31-24. Above the clouds, under the sun, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his hands, a golden light enveloping him, giving him a sense of divinity. Screams rang out one after another as hundreds of cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory were killed in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time. Tu Feng and the others returned, and after seeing Yang Kai, they all showed looks of excitement. Qiu Yimeng raised a finger to her lips and whispered softly. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at everyone with a smile. Patriarch. Sect Master. Everyone saluted. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ingjiu, these Yang family blood warriors who had followed him to participate in the Yang family inheritance war had all grown up greatly. The disciples of the 8 great families had also shed their youthful innocence and matured. There were also the disciples of the various sects in the central capital. Even if they had not seen each other for several dozen years, these faces corresponded to familiar names. Yang Kai had never forgotten them because they were a group of companions he had made when he was at his weakest. The memories of the past were vivid in his mind. Your elder sister is back. Yang Kai looked at Sassafras and said. Sassafras was startled for a moment before becoming ecstatic. Elder sister, she had another opportunity. Sassafras's eyes burst into tears as he jumped up and down, as excited as a monkey. Finally calming himself down, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, where is she? High Heaven Sect. I want to go back. Sassafras couldn't wait and turned around to leave. Su Yan had disappeared for 20 years, her fate unknown, causing him great worry. Now that he heard that Su Yan had returned safe and sound, he was naturally excited. However, he couldn't take a single step, as if he was being held back. Sassafras turned to look at Yang Kai and said awkwardly, "Brother-in-law, I admit that I have cursed you in my heart over the years, but since elder sister is back, just treat it as a fart. I'll apologize to you another day. Let me go now." "You're cursing me?" Yang Kai was stunned. Sassafras scratched his head and laughed dryly. Naturally, Yang Kai had cursed Su Yen for exploring the void corridor because she wanted to find Yang Kai, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone missing. The culprit behind all of this was naturally Yang Kai. "I'll ask your sister to deal with you later." Yang Kai snorted. "It doesn't matter how you clean it up, as long as you're safe." Sassafras looked like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. He was no longer the frivolous playboy he used to be. "Can you let me go now?" "I'll send you on your way." Yang Kai waved his hand and Sassafras suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a wave of spatial energy. Yang Kai turned to look at Chiu Yi Meng and said, "Now that everything here has been dealt with, you should return to the sect. Shadowed Star will no longer be invaded by foreign enemies." "Yes." Everyone answered loudly. "Where are you going?" Chiu Yi Meng asked anxiously. "There are some things I need to deal with, I'll be back soon." Yang Kai smiled at her before his figure flickered and he also disappeared. Chiu Yi Meng stretched out her hand but grasped empty air, a look of disappointment filling her face. The group of people looked at her with complicated expressions. Everyone knew what she was thinking, but unfortunately, the goddess had dreams while King Xiang had no heart, so no one dared to comment. Tu Feng grinned and said, "Finally, we can relax for a while. Elder Chiu, shall we go back?" He couldn't bear to see her in such a daze and wanted to change the subject. Chiu Yi Meng nodded and turned her eyes in the direction of High Heaven Sect. "It's time to go back." Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew all the way underground. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Earth's core. This was the place where he had refined Shadowed Star's star source and also the place where Shadowed Star's star source was born. After leaving for several dozen years and suddenly returning, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Shadowed Star's star source had some abnormal reactions, especially when he had tried to communicate with its world principles several times before. As soon as Yang Kai entered the Earth's core karst cave, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity, like a wanderer returning home. This kind of familiarity was incomparable even to the feeling he had when he returned to High Heaven Sect. It was as if this place was his home, the beginning and the end of everything. The Shadowed Star's star source in his body also became much more active, constantly stirring. Yang Kai walked up to a stone bed, sat down cross-legged, and emptied his mind, allowing the star source in his body to gradually resonate with Shadowed Star's star source. After a while, Yang Kai lay down again and slept on the stone bed. After a while, he shifted from lying flat to lying on his side with a serene expression, like an unborn baby being gestated in its mother's womb. There seemed to be some kind of sound gradually entering Yang Kai's ears. At first, it wasn't clear, but gradually, it became clear. The sound was chaotic and innumerable, composing an indescribable melody that vibrated in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was surprised and focused his attention on these sounds. Soon, Yang Kai realized that these sounds were coming from all corners of Shadowed Star. He didn't use any of his strength, didn't communicate with the world principles, and didn't even take advantage of his status as a Star Master. Just by lying here, he was able to hear everything happening on Shadowed Star. The sounds of insects and birds chirping, all kinds of sounds that Yang Kai couldn't understand in the past were now clear as day. Two dung beetles were fighting over a round ball in the wilderness, their antennae touching each other as they quarreled. "That's my shit, get lost." "That's mine, get lost." "If you don't get lost, I'll beat you." "Why don't you try?" "I'll try." The quarrel developed into a scramble, and the scramble turned into a fight, with neither side willing to show weakness and the other locked in battle. The moths and the spider web struggled while the eight-legged spiders laughed happily and quickly climbed to the center of the spider web, injected their toxins into the moths, and feasted. Delicious, delicious, it would be even better if I could eat this every day. A pair of ants shouted orderly slogans as they marched in formation, working tirelessly to carry the food they had collected from several kilometers away back to their nest. Yang Kai followed the sounds of begging and discovered that they were coming from a place that had been suffering from a drought for several years now. Starving people were everywhere, but they were still willing to eat. Some mortals were asking powerful masters to set up altars, begging for rain from the heavens to relieve their poverty. Yang Kai, who seemed to be sleeping, waved his hand impatiently. High up in the sky, several thunderclaps rang out and the cloudless sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered overhead, covering a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as heavy rain poured down. These mortals looked up to the heavens and knelt down in worship, kowtowing constantly as they cried out for the gods to appear. Colored Glass Sect. Dai Yuan had transformed into her colored glass body and was fighting with enemies several times her size. Just as she was about to be defeated, the world energy aura suddenly fluctuated and several bursts of energy swept past the bodies of these people, cutting them in half, spraying blood and scattering their internal organs all over the ground. Dai Yuan was shocked and unable to comprehend what had happened. The enemies who had been cut in half also had looks of shock on their faces. They had no idea who had ambushed them, appearing and disappearing so mysteriously. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the bursts of energy continued as one enemy after another fell. All the colored glass sect disciples were dumbfounded as they watched this inexplicable force behead the enemies in front of them one by one without harming any of the colored glass sect disciples. Junior sister, what's going on? In Su Dai flew over and stood side by side with Dai Yuan, asking suspiciously. Dai Yuan shook her head, I don't know. The two of them turned to look at Gong Ao Fu together. Gong Ao Fu also wore a look of surprise. After all the enemies had died, she cupped her fists and called out tenderly, Who is this powerful master? Please show yourself, Colored Glass Sect will be eternally grateful. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one answered, as if the powerful master who had secretly helped didn't exist at all. Gong Ao Fu sighed slightly. She knew that since the other party was not willing to reveal himself, she would not be able to find him. She could only silently remember this kindness. When the day came that she knew the benefactor's name, she would definitely repay him. A similar scene played out in every corner of Shadowed Star's great sects. Originally, because the starships on Great Desolate Star had been destroyed, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star had wanted to flee, but how could Shadowed Star allow them to? Naturally, they had taken this opportunity to pursue and engage in a fierce battle. Inexplicably, one powerful enemy after another was beheaded, and in less than an hour, all of Shadowed Star had become silent, with no more fighting occurring. Countless people were confused. They didn't know what was going on, and they didn't know who the hidden expert was. At a certain moment, the world energy aura suddenly fluctuated and a vague shadow suddenly appeared in a very distant place. This shadow was not very clear when it first appeared, so no one could clearly see what it was. All they knew was that it was extremely large, like a black curtain that covered half the sky. Every living being on Shadowed Star, no matter where they were, as long as they looked up, they would be able to see this shadow. An indescribable feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. That shadow made people involuntarily have an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship. Under everyone's gazes, the shadow gradually changed, becoming a head, hands, and feet. It suddenly transformed into the appearance of a person, a figure that seemed to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and earth. Such a scene was so shocking that no one could recover from their shock. After a while, the appearance of this figure gradually became clear. Many pairs of eyes became dazed, excited, joyful, and surprised. Many people recognized the appearance of this person. Yang Kai. It was actually Yang Kai, who had been away for several dozen years, the master of Shadowed Star. Now that the giant shadow had appeared, where was the real master? What made these people even more confused was that the huge shadow that covered the sky was actually lying on its side in the sky with its eyes tightly closed, as if it was sleeping soundly. As its chest rose and fell, the world energy tide continued to rise and fall. Specks of starlight suddenly appeared from the star field and fell from all directions on Shadowed Star. At first glance, it seemed as if it had fallen, causing many people to panic. However, when these specks of starlight fell, there was no damage. Instead, it was as if a mysterious force was pouring into Shadowed Star, nourishing this cultivation star that had given birth to hundreds of millions of living beings. As Yang Kai's giant shadow breathed, more and more specks of starlight fell, densely packed and seemingly endless. The world energy aura of all of Shadowed Star became richer and purer at a discernible speed, and even the unfathomable world principles became clearer. The Star Master's reverse nourishment. Chapter 31-25. The relationship between a Star Master and a cultivation star was not a simple master-servant relationship, but rather one of mutual benefit. The higher the cultivation of the Star Master, the more benefits the cultivation star would receive, and vice versa. For example, Tongxian Realm's world energy had suddenly dried up. If Xia Ning Chang had not taken the risk to refine Tongxian Realm Star's star source, it was likely that the originally thriving Tongxian Realm would have withered after just a few dozen years. Yang Kai had not been on Shadowed Star for so many years, causing the connection between the star's star source and Shadowed Star to become weak, and after more than a decade of war, the situation of the entire stars had deteriorated. It was only because only a short time had passed that the cultivators on Shadowed Star weren't aware of this change. But as soon as Yang Kai returned, he felt it. Shadowed Star was undoubtedly more desolate than it was when he left. Now that an opportunity had arisen, the Star Master had returned the favor and used the power of the starry sky to nourish all of Shadowed Star, greatly enriching the devastated land and making it more fertile. All living things had benefited. After this event, the mortal worlds would no longer suffer from drought and floods, and cultivators would find it much easier to cultivate. When they encountered bottlenecks and shackles, they would be able to make breakthroughs faster. It could be said that this was a matter of great merit for the present and great benefits for the future, benefiting the common people. Yang Kai was completely unaware of all this. He was currently in a state of extreme emptiness as countless voices entered his ears. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have gone crazy, but Yang Kai was completely calm, as if he was born to be like this. These chaotic voices not only did not seem noisy, but instead gave him a wonderful sense of intimacy. With his eyes closed, Yang Kai could feel the movements of every blade of grass, every flower, and every tree on Shadowed Star. The whole world had become brilliant and colorful. Time passed slowly. In High Heaven Sect, the square in front of the main hall was filled with people, and so was the main hall. These people were not just from High Heaven Sect, but also from the other great forces on Shadowed Star. At this moment, almost all of the strongest cultivators on Shadowed Star had gathered here. A month ago, the giant shadow of Yang Kai suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone saw it clearly. This giant shadow could not have appeared out of thin air, so naturally, many people had their own speculations and sent messages to High Heaven Sect to inquire. As a result, they received news that made them ecstatic: Yang Kai had returned. Everyone suddenly realized why the starships of the Grand Desolation Star Field were suddenly destroyed and why the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Field were inexplicably killed. It turned out that all of this was Yang Kai's handiwork. Everyone was secretly excited but also shocked. All of them seemed to have found a pillar of support, and their hearts that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. With Yang Kai presiding over them, who would dare invade Shadowed Star? This was probably the best news Yang Kai had heard in over the past decade. Since a month ago, Yang Kai's giant shadow had appeared, and even now, he had maintained his sleeping posture, but occasionally he would roll over, kick his legs, or change his sleeping position. As he breathed in and out, countless stars from the starry sky were attracted to him, decorating all of Shadowed Star with dazzling light. A month passed without a day. Even after such a long time, this scene was still shocking to many. After a month, the effects of the Star Master's reverse nourishment began to show. From all over the world, from all kinds of sects, large numbers of disciples began to break through like bamboo shoots after the rain. The lower their cultivation, the faster their breakthroughs would be. Among them, the most shocking was a disciple from a small sect who, originally a trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator, had now broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 6th stage. In just a month, this disciple had practically crossed 2 great realms. Normally, this kind of thing would be impossible. Even if one was an outstanding genius, it would be impossible to accomplish this in just a month. But under the influence of the Star Master's reverse nourishment, this impossible had become a reality. What excited the cultivator on Shadowed Star the most was that many cultivators who had been stuck in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm had finally broken through to the Origin King Realm. Although this number was not large, it was not small either. Across all of Shadowed Star, there were at least 20 new Origin Kings, 4 of which were from High Heaven sect alone. More than 20 Origin Kings was an extremely terrifying number on any cultivation star. If these 20 Origin Kings had appeared more than a decade ago, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would have driven away all of them from Great Desolate Star's territory long ago. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes, this was just a saying. But on today's Shadowed Star, if one hadn't seen one for 3 days, they would have to look at them with new eyes because the other party had likely broken through a whole realm. In front of the hall, more than a dozen people stood side by side, looking up into the sky. These people were the leaders of the dozen or so most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. Yishiyun stood in the middle while the rest were scattered to the left and right. He hasn't woken up yet? Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master Qian Tong looked up at the giant shadow in the sky and thought back to when he first arrived here. It felt like yesterday, and he could not help sighing. Back then, how could he have imagined that little brat would grow to a height comparable to the heavens and earth? The past was like a puff of smoke, and now that he thought about it, it all felt a little surreal. He's been asleep for a month now, could something have gone wrong? Clear Sky Sect Master Gu Zhen showed a look of worry. Gong Ao Fu said, the longer the Star Master's reverse nourishment lasts, the better. How could something go wrong? We should expect him to sleep longer. He's awake, Yishiyun suddenly raised her head. When everyone heard this, they all turned their gazes towards the horizon. The giant shadow, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and slowly sat up, covering its mouth with its hand as it yawned, a look of confusion on its face. Although it was just a giant shadow, it seemed to be able to vividly project Yang Kai's demeanor and actions at this moment, without the slightest difference. That smelly brat. Dong Suju ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes slightly red. This old lady ran all the way here to find him, but he didn't show up for an entire month. He's definitely not her biological child. Fourth Master Yang was shocked, who gave birth to him, Si. But before he could finish speaking, Dong Suju kicked him, causing him to grimace in pain. Teach him a lesson when we get back. Dong Suju said to Su Yen with a murderous look. Mother, I'll remember, Su Yen nodded obediently. Little Su Yen is so obedient, how good would it have been if I had a daughter? Giving birth to a son is no different from not giving birth at all. After complaining for a while, she suddenly glared at Fourth Master Yang. What? Fourth Master Yang's heart clenched as he thought to himself, I'm just standing here, did I provoke you again? I didn't even make a sound when you kicked me, what else do you want? It's all your fault. Dong Suju ground her teeth. Fourth Master Yang felt wronged. What does that have to do with me? Dong Suzhu said, if it wasn't for you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have given birth to such a son? You've really made this old lady worry. Fourth Master Yang tried his best to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. He suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for in this life. Su Yan pursed her lips and chuckled at the side. It was rare to see a married couple like this after so many years together. Just looking at you makes me angry. Dong Suzhu seemed like she had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only vent it on Fourth Master Yang. Fourth Master Yang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly had an idea. He leaned forward and used his divine sense to gently whisper something into Dong Suzhu's ear. Dong Suzhu immediately blushed and pinched his waist. What are you saying? You're always so indecent. Let's go, let's go. Fourth Master Yang dragged her away. I'm not going. Aya, don't pull me away. There are so many people here, even if you don't want face, I still want face. Along the way, they made a lot of noise and soon disappeared. Su Yan's cheeks were slightly red. Fourth Master Yang thought he had said those words without anyone noticing, but how could he have known that Su Yan's current cultivation was actually second-order Dao source realm? Even his divine sense transmission could not block her probing. It was not intentional though, it was just an accident. Giving birth to a little sister for Yang Kai is something I'm looking forward to. Up in the sky, Yang Kai finally came back to his senses. At first glance, it was clear that he was in a state of deep sleep before his thoughts gradually became clear. Turning his head and looking around, he suddenly stared down from the sky. His line of sight seemed to be able to penetrate thousands of kilometers and take in everything in High Heaven sect, causing him to smile faintly. Everyone felt like he was smiling at them. No matter where they were, no matter what angle they looked at him from, this feeling was the same. Only Su Yan could see her own reflection in that pair of eyes. Walla, the giant figure suddenly collapsed, turning into rich and pure world energy that filled the surrounding area. High above High Heaven Sect Square, a figure appeared, his black hair and robes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this figure. Immediately after, thunderous sounds rang out in unison like a mountain collapsing. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Facing the Star Master who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and bring earth-shaking changes to Shadowed Star in just a month, everyone gave him the highest respect. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a light breeze blew past, causing everyone to involuntarily straighten up. Looking around, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the familiar and unfamiliar faces before smiling and saying, "Today, the heroes of Shadowed Star have gathered here. This is a great blessing, a rare opportunity, so let us share 300 cups of wine." Waving his hand, he declared, "The feast will last for 3 days, no one will return until they are drunk." Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. Even without Yang Kai's order, High Heaven Sect had already made preparations. After all, the return of Yang Kai was a major event, and on top of that, the foreign enemies who had invaded Shadowed Star had been swept away, relieving them of more than a dozen years of suffering, so it was time to celebrate. High Heaven Sect was Yang Kai's sect and its status on Shadowed Star was unshakable. Naturally, this reward banquet could only be arranged in High Heaven Sect's headquarters. No one had any objections to this, and no one dared to, let alone Yang Kai's words. The huge square was soon filled with tables and chairs, and the venue, which was large enough to accommodate several thousand people, was packed to the brim. Among these people were not only High Heaven Sect's disciples, but also disciples from other sects who had come with their elders. As for the leaders of the various sects and martial artists with high cultivation bases, they were arranged in the main hall, separated from the square outside. Delicacies were quickly presented and placed on the tables. Jars of good wine were opened and the fragrance of wine wantonly filled the air, just like the happy mood of Shadowed Star's cultivator at this moment, as if it would float outside Star Field. Her current strength is no less than mine. Yang Kai smiled lightly. She has worshipped one of the great emperors as her master. Looking at that side of the world, there are not many who dare to provoke her. Great emperors. Everyone pricked up their ears, not knowing what this title meant. In the past, there was a star field great emperors in the star territory, and many people present had even seen the face of the great emperors of Star Field. She was an unparalleled woman who dominated the universe. Could it be, the master that Lin Yun worshipped was her? Yang Kai picked up the wine jar, slowly got up, looked around, and said loudly, "Everyone may be curious about what my current cultivation realm is." How could they not be curious? Yang Kai was a second-order origin king when he left the Star Territory, and after so many years of wandering outside, it was impossible for him to only be a third-order origin king. There were many origin kings present, but none of them could sense Yang Kai's depths. This was not just because he was the Star Master, there must be another reason, the most fundamental reason, which was that Yang Kai's cultivation was far, far higher than theirs. However, no one dared to ask him about this, not even Yi Shiyun. Was this the time to reveal the truth? Everyone stared at him without blinking. They held their breaths, and the sound of heartbeats could be heard in the main hall. Above the Origin King realm is the Dao Source realm, and above the Dao Source realm is the Emperor realm. I am now a first-order Emperor realm master. Dao Source realm, the Emperor realm. These two new words impacted everyone's minds, like two sledgehammers smashing through shackles, opening a new door and opening a new world. Over the years, the place I have been to is called the Star Boundary. It is a higher realm than the Star Territory, and in that place, Origin Kings are nothing. Only Dao Source realm masters barely qualify to have a foothold, and only those from the Emperor realm have the ability to move unhindered. Yang Kai changed the topic. Of course, those who are too arrogant will still be killed. Many people laughed, diluting the tense atmosphere, but Yang Kai's words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts. This was especially true for those Origin Kings. They thought that after climbing all the way to the peak, they could look down on all the other mountains and overlook all living beings. But when they looked up, they found that there were two taller mountains not far away, casting shadows that obscured them, giving them a sense of powerlessness and excitement. Climbing these mountains, reaching the peak, to experience the wider world, to see the more beautiful scenery. Their throats couldn't help but dry up. The Emperor realm is not the strongest. In the Star Boundary, there are 10 great emperors who are above the Emperor realm. Their power is so great that even I can't imagine it. Everyone held their breath again. The Emperor realm was already an unreachable dream, so how heroic were the 10 great emperors above the Emperor realm? It was unimaginable, unimaginable. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Huang Wan. Yun-er's master is the Iron Blood Great Emperor. The group of people turned their heads stiffly and looked at Huang Wan with envy. Previously, when they heard Yang Kai say that Lin Yun had worshipped a great emperor as her master, they didn't have any intuition. After all, no one knew what great emperors were. However, after his explanation, everyone understood that the great emperors were clearly one of the small group of people who stood at the very top. That woman named Lin Yun, how could she have worshipped a great emperor as her master? And with such a great backer, who in the Star Boundary would dare to provoke her? Who could compare to such an opportunity? Lin Yun could be said to have reached the heavens in a single bound, even in the Star Boundary. Seeing everyone's shocked expression, Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Star Boundary is not unreachable. Everyone's vision blurred and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. After a moment of silence, everyone came back to their senses. What did Yang Kai's last sentence mean? Why did it sound so fanciful? Could it be that they also had a chance to set foot in the Star Boundary? Yes, he had been to the Star Boundary several decades ago, and since he could return now, he could definitely go again. Maybe he could even take some people with him. With this thought in mind, no one was able to remain calm. Turning their heads, they all turned to look at Yi Shiyun, only to be immediately taken aback. Many people had already thought of this and were now surrounding Yi Shiyun in a circle, all of them inquiring about how to enter the star boundary. Yi Shiyun stretched out her hand and held her forehead as she felt a constant buzzing sound in her ears, as if countless flies were buzzing around her. Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted, "This queen doesn't know anything. If you dare to be noisy again, don't blame this queen for becoming hostile." The scene suddenly cleared up. Yi Shiyun snorted, grabbed a wine jug, and poured it down her throat. All the origin kings present were dumbfounded. They had known each other for so many years, but they had never seen Yi Shiyun drink, so seeing her act so boldly at this moment made all of them applaud. High Heaven Sect, on Jade Tree Peak, Yang Kai appeared leisurely, came to a house, and knocked on the door. After a long time, the door opened and fourth Master Yang appeared in front of Yang Kai, his clothes disheveled and his hair disheveled. "Father." The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened as his eyes stared at the red marks on fourth Master Yang's face and neck for a while before looking around and asking vigilantly, "Father, are you hiding a mistress in this golden house? Does mother know? How could you be so foolish? If mother finds out about this, I'm afraid you and I will both be killed. Who is the woman in this house?" "It's me, your mother." A tender voice called out. Yang Kai's neck shrank. Fourth Master Yang glared at him, his mouth squirming, but no sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was obvious he was mouthing, "Little brat, you're dead." Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat as he stepped forward and blocked the door from closing, grabbing his old father's arm with one hand and looking at him sincerely, "Save me." Fourth Master Yang's eyes widened. Yang Kai said, "Father, you can't just watch me die. I'm your only son. Can you bear to see me suffer?" He had not visited his parents when he came back this time and had instead disappeared for a month. No wonder his mother was so angry. However, Yang Kai did not expect that he would be delayed for so long in the Earth's core. He thought that after dealing with some invaders, he would be able to return quickly, but his plan could not keep up with the changes. The Yang family's fourth master patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Good luck." Yang Kai felt powerless. He no longer had the confidence he had when facing the origin kings. Instead, he smiled flatteringly and said loudly, "Mother, your son has come to greet you. May you be blessed." His mother's voice came from inside the house, "Whose son is this? Whose son are you? Don't disturb us, husband and wife. Get out of here." Yang Kai was shocked, "Mother, don't you recognize me? I am your son, Yang Kai." Dong Suju sneered softly, "Do I know you?" Yang Kai was about to speak when fourth Master Yang sent him a message, "Let's go first. Your mother is still angry. Wait for this old master to comfort her for a while and let her calm down. Women are easy to talk about after they are satisfied." Yang Kai felt that it was reasonable. He reached out and took out a jade bottle from his space ring and quietly stuffed it into his father's hand. "This is..." Fourth Master Yang looked down at the bottle, then looked up at him. "Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Pill." Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look that all men understood. Fourth Master Yang took a deep breath and put the jade bottle into his sleeve. "What a good son. Fine, this old master will feed the tiger today and appease your tiger demon's anger." He turned around, closed the door, and strode out. "Even if there are thousands of people, I will go." He looked at Su Yan with interest, "Then dare I ask how senior sister will deal with me? Let me hear it so junior brother can be mentally prepared." "I don't know." Su Yan tilted her head. Her slender neck was already covered in red. Yang Kai's hand covered that plump place and fiercely rubbed it. Su Yan's brow immediately wrinkled, but it gave him a different feeling. Since senior sister doesn't want to say, then I will give you my essence until I die. Yang Kai couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a fierce light. He grabbed Su Yan's clothes and tore them apart. With a crash, the palace dress was torn apart. Su Yan exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, a puzzled expression on her face. For so many years, Yang Kai had always been gentle when facing her. This was the first time he had acted so violently. She thought he was drunk and was acting crazy, but when she looked around, did Yang Kai's eyes show any signs of drunkenness? Although his eyes were full of fierce light, they were incomparably clear. However, the imposing manner on the bed was like a completely different person. Su Yan's heart inexplicably trembled. Just as she was about to speak, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her. Oh! Su Yan groaned. For the first time, she felt that Yang Kai was so forceful and overbearing, making her feel like she couldn't resist. At the same time, the tattered clothes on her body were completely torn apart, revealing a white jade-like body that was exposed to the air, glowing with a strange luster. Two big hands like iron pincers raged on this perfect body, as if they were destroying an exquisite work of art. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Yang Kai used so much force that Su Yan actually felt some pain. Amidst the pain, there was actually an indescribable feeling mixed with it. This was a feeling she had never felt before. Su Yan's body suddenly stiffened, and her snow-white skin quickly flushed red. There was the sound of some kind of barrier breaking in her heart, and the instincts that had been suppressed for many years were released. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Senior sister had actually taken the initiative to stretch out her arms and wrap them around his neck, and even took the initiative to kiss him, looking like she was in a state of delirium. This gave him a huge shock. Although he had dual cultivated with Su Yan many times, this was the first time he had seen her take the initiative. Immediately, he became spirited and increased the strength of his hands, no longer showing the slightest bit of mercy. Fiercely rubbing his hands together for a while, an extremely crazy idea popped up in his mind. It must be like this, it must be like this, it must be like this. As if possessed, Yang Kai only had a voice in his mind screaming for him to take action. With a sudden force, he turned Su Yan around so that her back was facing him. Su Yan looked back at him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and confusion. *Pa*, a crisp sound rang out, and a 5-finger print immediately appeared on her snow-white skin. Su Yan's head jerked up, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind as her small mouth opened like a fish out of water. A long inhalation sound came from her throat, but there was no sign of her exhaling. *Pa*, another slap rang out, and the two 5-finger prints were perfectly symmetrical, without the slightest difference. Su Yan's head jerked up even more, and her graceful waist caved in as if it could break at any moment, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Kneeling like a puppy made her feel humiliated, but she couldn't stop herself. Her mind went blank, and she felt like she was climbing up the clouds, suddenly going up and down. Her woman's nature told her not to do this, but her body's instincts told her not to. *Pa*, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Su Yan could no longer suppress herself, and a series of blood-boiling cries came from her throat, sounding like she was crying and laughing at the same time. She kept shaking her head, her waterfall-like hair swaying back and forth as tears fell from her eyes. Don't, junior brother, please don't, I beg you." Yang Kai's demonic nature had been unleashed, so how could he pay attention to her? Yang Kai felt like he was doing the most fun thing in the world. Raising his hand high up, Yang Kai pressed it down, leaving a mark on her snow-white skin. Then, he watched Su Yan's expression and reaction, her breathing becoming heavy and hot. Inside the hall, the crisp sounds and Su Yan's cries continued to ring out. After an unknown amount of time, the cries gradually weakened, and not only did they become much softer, they even became hoarse. After a long time, Su Yan couldn't even make a sound, and only the sound of Yang Kai galloping could be heard. Senior sister, senior sister. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, gently poking the person on the bed with his finger. Su Yan covered her whole body with the silk quilt, lying on the bed with her back facing him, not saying a word. Yang Kai scratched his head, secretly cursing himself for being such a bastard. How could he abuse Su Yan like that? But in that situation and environment, he couldn't suppress the thoughts in his heart, and inexplicably did such a stupid thing. It's over, it's over. This time it's over. Senior sister is definitely angry, and I don't know if she'll even talk to me. At the same time, his heart was filled with guilt and a trace of unease. Senior sister, if you're angry, just beat me. In any case, my skin is thick, so you can't hurt me. Yang Kai lay on the bed, supporting himself with one hand and pulling her closer to him with the other. Still, there was no movement. Yang Kai sighed, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Don't be angry, what if you hurt your body? No. Su Yan's voice came from the quilt. No what? Yang Kai's spirit shook. Just talk to me, I was afraid you wouldn't say a word. Su Yan turned over, as if facing him, but with the quilt covering her face, he couldn't see her expression. I'm not angry with you. Then what's wrong with you? I'm angry with myself. Yang Kai was speechless. He reached out to lift the quilt, but Su Yan firmly held onto it, pleading in a low voice, I don't have the face to see you, don't open it. Yang Kai laughed, so she wasn't angry with him, but rather embarrassed. Thinking about it, after so many years, this was the first time he and Su Yan had been so crazy. Not to mention that Su Yan was a woman, Yang Kai also felt a little embarrassed. Gently prying open her fingers, he struggled to get her head out of the quilt, but Su Yan's eyes were tightly closed, her trembling eyelashes showing her inner nervousness. Look at me. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Su Yan pursed her lips, and after a while, she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Yang Kai's mischievous gaze. She once again tried to cover her face with the quilt. Okay. Chapter 31-28. When she was getting dressed, she looked charming and gentle. Looking at the marks on her snow-white body, Yang Kai felt his heart ache. He increasingly felt that he was not a good person. How could he have been so heavy-handed? His big hand brushed past her and pure energy surged into Su Yan's body, reducing the red marks by a lot. With great difficulty, they finally got dressed and flew together to Jade Tree Peak. On the way, Su Yan's cheeks were red and Yang Kai kept glancing at her. He felt that he had discovered another side of his senior sister that no one knew about. He felt a little proud in his heart. That side was only blooming for him alone. When they arrived at the house on Jade Tree Peak, they saw their father arranging the flowers and plants in front of the house. Yang Kai greeted and the father and son looked at each other. Fourth Master Yang quietly made a gesture to not worry. Father, you've worked hard. Yang Kai was very grateful. Turning around, Fourth Master Yang shouted, Su Zhu, our son is here. Tell him to scram. Yang Kai sniffed and looked at Fourth Master Yang with a face full of bitterness. Is this what you meant by not worrying? Father, I trusted you wrongly. Give me back my dragon rib tiger bone pill. Mother. Su Yan called out. Su Yan is here? Dong Suzhu was startled and hurriedly said, come in and talk. Su Yan gave Yang Kai a look and the two walked in together. The furnishings in the house were very simple. It could be seen that only the father and mother lived on Jade Tree Peak. There was not even a servant. After passing through the hall, they entered a side room. Dong Suzhu was sitting in front of the dressing table combing her hair. Her black hair was like a waterfall, soft and smooth. Su Yan saw and immediately walked forward and said softly, Mother, let me help you. Dong Suzhu smiled and handed the comb to her. Then I'll have to trouble you. Su Yan said, it's no trouble, it's what I should do. Dong Suzhu said, it's good to have a daughter. Little Su Yan, how good would it be if you were my daughter? Mother wants a daughter so much that she's going crazy. Su Yan smiled and said, I am your daughter. Mother, I'm not the only daughter. Although the other sisters are not by your side, I'm sure they all miss you. Of course, little Qing Luo, little Ning Chang, and little Shui you all send me letters every few days to say hello. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Staring at Kai Yang's back through the bronze mirror, she snorted and said, unlike some people, after being pregnant for 10 months, when their wings grew, they flew away. In their hearts, how could they still care about their mother? Su Yan lowered her head and said, I can't beat him. Dong Suzhu immediately glared and slapped the chair. This brat is willing to beat you? How dare you? No, no. Su Yan's face turned blood red. She couldn't help but think back to last night's madness. Her body suddenly became weak. Wasn't he beaten up last night? And it was for a long time. Even now, his butt was still burning with pain. Dong Suzhu said, don't be afraid of him. So what if his cultivation is high? So what if he's a star master? If he bullies you, tell me, and I'll beat him up. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai walked over and squatted beside Dong Suzhu. He put his head close to her. What are you doing? Dong Suzhu lowered her head and glared at him. Mother wants to beat someone, so your son sent you here. Otherwise, you would have to walk a few more steps. Yang Kai laughed. Take your head away, you shameless thing. Dong Suzhu's attitude was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. When she was cold to Yang Kai, she was warm to Su Yan. Ning Chang and I still have to thank those sisters, so don't make things difficult for junior brother. Dong Suzhu said, being tolerant is a good thing, but not everything can be tolerated, especially this kind of thing, you must tell him black and white. Su Yan smiled slightly, junior brother knows his limits, he's not a child, it's fine. Dong Suzhu looked at her and sighed, my Yang family has wronged you. Although he didn't know what kind of existence the dragon race was in the star boundary, and what kind of status they had, it was definitely not low. They might even be one of the most powerful races. Yang Kai subdued a dragon girl as an insignificant human, and he actually didn't die. This was simply a heaven-defying fortune. Yang Kai grinned and said, I still have a bit of authority on Dragon Island. Strength is the right to speak. Dong Suzhu was silent for a while, then suddenly opened her mouth and said, no matter what your dragon girl is like, if she wants to enter my Yang family, she must acknowledge Su Yan as the mistress of the family. Su Yan said, Mother, sisters get along with each other. There is no hierarchy, we are all one family. Dong Suzhu shook her head and said, it's not the same, it's not the same. That's a dragon girl, you have to make it clear to her in advance. She looked at Yang Kai and said, do you understand? Yang Kai repeatedly nodded, I understand, I understand. And if she doesn't agree? Yang Kai raised his fist and said, then I'll beat her until she agrees. Dong Suzhu slapped him, you even know how to hit a woman now. 10 days later, in front of High Heaven Sect Space Array, Yang Kai stood with his eyes closed, silently perceiving the situation. Over the past 10 days, he had been accompanying his parents with Su Yan on Jade Tree Peak. After so many years of running around outside, he hadn't fulfilled his filial duties. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to make up for it. If it weren't for Dong Suzhu urging him to leave, he would have stayed even longer. It wasn't that Dong Suzhu didn't want to keep Yang Kai here for a while longer, but the situation in Star Territory was treacherous, with war everywhere. Not to mention the lives and deaths of others, Yang Kai had nothing to do with them, but Shan Qing Luo and the others were still on their respective stars, so how could Yang Kai not care? Today, Yang Kai was driven away by Dong Suzhu, who told him to go see his 3 wives. Yang Kai gladly agreed. To be honest, he also missed Xia Ning Chang and the others very much. The overall situation on Shadowed Star had been settled. The invaders had all been wiped out, with not a single one escaping. After this battle, it would be impossible for anyone on Great Desolate Star to invade again before they had a clear understanding of the situation on Shadowed Star. What's more, Su Yan was still here, so even if foreign enemies tried to invade again, they wouldn't be able to return alive. When Yang Kai left Star Territory, he had arranged no less than 100 space arrays throughout the entire Star Territory, connecting the entire Star Territory together, but after more than a decade of war, many of these space arrays had been destroyed, and some had been seized by the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. With such a lineup, even if they joined forces to deal with a second order, it would be difficult, let alone a third order. But how far was Shadowed Star from here? With such a long-distance transmission, anyone would have a brief adjustment period, even a third-order origin king would not be spared. This adjustment period might only be a few breaths of time, but on the brink of life and death, a few breaths were enough for them to kill their target 1,000 times. They would not show any mercy, determined to kill their target on the spot. This was what they had always done, and there was no precedent of them failing. They did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, what they cared about was the transmission token Yang Kai had on him. Those who could use this kind of space array would definitely have a transmission token on them, and in the territory of Great Desolate Star, these transmission tokens were being collected. Once 10 were collected, 10 top masters would be sent directly to the headquarters of Shadowed Star or other cultivation stars. Although his voice was deep, it sent chills down the spines of Silkworm Madam and the other spines. They looked at each other and didn't say a word. At the same time, they pounced forward again. This time, they pushed their strength to the limit. Their bodies glowed brightly, illuminating the mine. "Huh, good one." Yang Kai laughed loudly. If these people were to escape, he would have to chase after them. He didn't expect them to take the initiative to attack him, saving him a lot of trouble. The hand that was gripping the barbarian suddenly exerted force and smashed him in a certain direction. He was actually treating the barbarian as a human-shaped weapon that he could use at will. There was originally nothing in that direction, but when the barbarian's body smashed down, the short and thin old man actually appeared at that spot as if he had moved forward himself. The wind howled as the thin old man's seemingly turbid eyes shone with shock. Then, he could only watch helplessly as the barbarian's sturdy body covered his head. The sound of flesh and bones breaking rang out as the barbarian and the thin old man turned into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai held the hammer artifact that the barbarian had abandoned in his right hand. He didn't use any energy and just waved his hand casually. He used a simple and crude move to annihilate an army. A force that could overturn rivers and seas swept out. The fair-skinned man's body was smashed in half on the spot. The defensive artifact on his body and the Saint Chi protecting him were as fragile as paper. The two halves of his body exploded into a bloody mist mid-air, and he died on the spot. Silkworm Madam and the other person didn't die, but they were also forced back by the violent energy vortex. They were severely injured in an instant, and all their defensive artifacts were destroyed. When they regained their footing, their bodies and minds were shrouded in fear. Who is this? Not only did he not feel any discomfort after being teleported from Shadowed Star, but he also killed 3 First-Order Origin Kings with just a wave of his hand. Is he even human? How can there be such a powerful existence on Shadowed Star? Silkworm Madam was still in a daze, but the other First Order Origin King had already turned into a stream of light and fled without looking back. I'm not your opponent. If I don't run, I'll die. He couldn't even tell how high Yang Kai's cultivation was, so how could he dare to stay? The mine was full of twists and turns, and he soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. He had realized this deeply after returning from the star boundary. The big hammer artifact in his hand spun, and Yang Kai threw it out casually. It flew out and smashed through several rock walls, followed by a scream that stopped abruptly. Silkworm Madam's face was pale. These 5 people guarding this place must have killed a cultivator on Shadowed Star or even High Heaven sect, so how could Yang Kai let them live? Not to mention the woman shaking her head and wagging her tail and begging for mercy. Even if she really stripped naked, she wouldn't be able to escape death. He was indeed not good at killing women, but when it was time to kill, he wouldn't show mercy. After collecting the space rings of the dead people, Yang Kai searched around and found a transfer token. He didn't care about the things in the space rings, but this transfer token had to be taken back. Walking back to the space array, Yang Kai sensed that there were many transfer directions. After sorting out his senses a little and determining his location, Yang Kai pushed his principles and disappeared. Chapter 31-31. Green Mountain Star was not a top-level cultivation star in the entire Hangluo star field, nor was it the home star of any of the strongest forces, but it was very famous in star territory. There were 2 reasons for its fame. One was that there was a restricted area here called the Blood Prison that opened once every 100 years. An origin-returning realm cultivator could enter and participate in the Blood Prison trial to obtain many benefits and opportunities, as well as pry into the mysteries of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai had participated in the Blood Prison trial many years ago and obtained a lot of territory stones there. These territory stones could help an origin-returning realm cultivator condense their own territory. Yang Kai had relied on these territory stones to quickly break through to the Origin King realm. The Blood Prison had existed for an unknown period of time, but it was at least 10,000 years. The reason for its birth was rumored to be that many Origin King realm masters fought here and died here, scattering their martial Dao essences and insights into the surrounding soil. By chance, this unique environment was formed, and the territory stones were born. The second reason for Green Mountain Star's fame was something that happened several dozen years ago. After the end of the last Blood Prison trial, Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai inexplicably fell, shocking the entire star territory. Although Luo Hai was only a second-order Origin King, he was the only second-order Origin Star Master in the entire star territory who had become a Star Master. His aptitude was extraordinary, and with the assistance of a star's source, he was certain to break through to the Third Order and stand at the peak of star territory, becoming an overlord. However, such an amazing person suddenly fell, and no one knew what happened to him after the Blood Prison trial. At that time, people speculated that he had provoked some old monster and was mercilessly killed. After all, his strength was not weak, and he was a Star Master, so besides those few people, who could have killed him? But in the following 10 years, the truth gradually revealed itself. The one who killed him was not some old monster, but Shadowed Star's Star Master, Yang Kai. The source of this news was Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was impossible to verify who spread this news, but it was certain because Luo Hai had fallen on Scarlet Wave Star and many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had witnessed it with their own eyes. At that time, Yang Kai had already left star territory and headed to the star boundary, so after this news spread, it didn't cause too much of a stir. Although Luo Hai had made many friends, none of them really went to Shadowed Star to avenge him. What's more, Yang Kai was no longer in star territory, so there was no way for Luo Hai to seek revenge, so the matter was left unsettled and gradually died down as time passed. But how shocking was the fall of a star master! It could be said that in the entire Hung Luo star field, Luo Hai was the first star master to be killed because of a fight. Not to mention that no one else had done so in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Looking at the familiar stars, Yang Kai's dusty memories were unlocked. This was not the first time he had come to Green Mountain's star. Counting this time, it was his third time. The last time he had come here to participate in the Blood Prison trial, he had been chased by Star Master Luo Hai and had been chased all the way to Scarlet Wave Star for more than half a year. If not for him repeatedly hiding in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would have likely died. That was a rare moment in his life when he was on the brink of death, so he had never forgotten it. However, Yang Kai couldn't remember why Luo Hai had chased after him at that time. It was as if he was a maggot that had latched onto his bones. In the end, Yang Kai still had to thank the dead Luo Hai. If not for his constant pursuit, Yang Kai would not have inadvertently entered Scarlet Wave Star or found Su Yen in Ice Heart Valley. The past was like smoke. Yang Kai smiled lightly, collected his thoughts, and turned into a stream of light that flew towards Green Mountain Star. He was originally going to Monster Star. Monster Star was the only cultivation star in Star's territory where the monster race was the dominant cultivation star. There was very little space for the human race and other races to live there. Shanqing Luo was there at the moment, so it was also the closest to Shadowed Star. If the space array he had arranged back then had not been destroyed, he could have directly teleported to Monster Star, saving him a lot of time, but the space array on Monster Star seemed to have been destroyed, making direct teleportation impossible, so Yang Kai could only take a roundabout route. The reason why Yang Kai came to Green Mountain Star was because there was a secret passage in the Blood Prison that led directly to Monster Star. During the Blood Prison trial, Shanqing Luo and several other monster race youths had used this secret passage to go back and forth. Although Yang Kai did not know where this secret passage was, with his current cultivation, as long as he entered the Blood Prison, it would be very simple for him to find it. As he flew down, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that Green Mountain Star was very different from what he had seen in the past. The entire star was filled with a thick death chi, and even with the naked eye, Yang Kai could see a faint yellow halo enveloping the stars. Of course, the fall of the Star Master was one of the reasons for this, but it was definitely not the most fundamental reason. Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai, had died several dozen years ago, and Green Mountain Star's star source had already returned. Even if it had suffered some damage at the time, it should not have caused such earth-shaking changes to Green Mountain Star. Thinking of what he had heard about the Great Desolate Star territory in High Heaven Sect these days, Yang Kai faintly felt that the changes on Green Mountain Star were inseparable from the Great Desolate Star territory. It was likely that this cultivation star had already fallen into enemy hands. Without a Star Master, or even a powerful cultivator, Green Mountain Star could not resist the invasion of a cultivator from the Great Desolate Star's territory. Above a city, Yang Kai descended leisurely like a falling meteor, his figure suddenly coming to a stop a few dozen meters above the city. Looking down, his brow furrowed even more. He had wanted to find someone to inquire about the location of the Blood Prison, but looking around, there were not many living people in this city. On the contrary, the smell of blood filled the air, making him nauseous. Inside the city, broken walls were everywhere, birds were flying through the sky, and the earth was groaning. Looking at the scale of this city, Yang Kai could at least accommodate 1 million people, but at this moment, there were very few people here. The thick corpse chi had condensed into a solid substance and filled the entire city like a dark cloud. As far as the eye could see, there was a gigantic blood pool at the center of the city. The blood pool was filled with dark red water, and there were severed limbs floating in the pool. There were also things that looked like ghost faces floating in the pool, and they were letting out horrifying wails. Inside the city, corpses were everywhere, and it was impossible to tell how long they had been dead, all of them giving off a decaying aura. Beside the blood pool, groups of cultivators were being escorted by another group of people and then mercilessly killed before being pushed into the blood pool. Begging for mercy, crying, and cursing filled the air incessantly. It was simply a hell on earth, causing Yang Kai's face to become gloomy. He had killed many people before, but this was the first time he had seen such a large-scale tragedy, and the first time he had truly experienced the brutality of a cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory. This was simply a massacre. What did the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory want to do? Did they invade the Hengluo star field just to show off their strength and kill people for fun? Yang Kai observed the blood pool. There were formations and runes flashing around the blood pool, forming a tall platform that looked like a wonderful altar. He understood that these people were probably refining something, and the human lives that were being pushed into the blood pool were the materials for the refinement. Who is it? Although the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory was slow to notice, it was not impossible for Yang Kai to notice it after such a long time. Moreover, Yang Kai did not hide his aura. Immediately, someone shouted and looked over with vigilance. Yang Kai's eyes swept over, and his figure flashed. Suddenly, he came to the blood pool and gently patted the head of the person who shouted. Immediately, the person fell softly into the blood pool. Cries and howls rang out from the blood pool as ghostly hands reached out and pulled the person into the water, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The remaining cultivators were all shocked, none of them having expected that this person would actually try to kill them at the slightest disagreement, all of them rushing towards Yang Kai. "Be careful!" someone shouted. These people were the cultivator who had their cultivation sealed and were being escorted here. These people should be natives of Green Mountain Star who had been captured and brought here. They thought they would not be able to escape, but now that a divine weapon had descended from the heavens, their desire to survive was ignited. How could they bear to see Yang Kai die, so they shouted a warning. However, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered and countless afterimages appeared, circling around the huge blood pool. After 3 breaths, he stood still again, as if he had never moved. The cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory who had rushed towards him or showed hostility towards him all froze in place, not moving at all. Immediately afterward, the sound of a corpse falling to the ground rang out. The group of shadowed star cultivator were all dumbfounded. After a long time, gasps could be heard. These cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory were not weak. Among them, there were more than a dozen origin returning realm masters and at least 100 transcendents, but all of them had been slaughtered in just 3 breaths. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if they were looking at a god. The joy of surviving this calamity filled their hearts, and many of them even began to cry. Yang Kai's eyes swept across the crowd before settling on a red-faced man. This person had the highest cultivation here, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but someone had placed a seal on his body that sealed his Saint Chi in his meridians, making it impossible for him to move. The red-faced man obviously realized that Yang Kai was an incredible master and that whether he could survive this time all depended on him, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Peng Shizong greets master." Yang Kai raised his hand, "Take them to the side, I'll talk to you later." His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the center of the city. Over there, 2 Origin King realm auras suddenly surged over, obviously alarmed by Yang Kai's actions here. One of them was a second-order Origin King and the other was a first-order Origin King. When these auras appeared, the complexions of Peng Shizong and the others changed drastically and they quickly retreated. There were many of them, at least 300, but their cultivations were uneven and their clothes were different. Obviously, they all came from different backgrounds, but at this moment, all of them had united and were staring at Yang Kai worriedly. "Daring to ruin this old master's business, Junior, don't even think about leaving." A voice that was sharp like a wolf's howl resounded. Subsequently, two figures appeared at the center of the city, and they flew over swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 31-32. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai and revealed themselves to be a man and a woman. Both of them were quite old. One of them was an old man with white hair and beard, while the other was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Both of them were exuding a thick corpse qi. At this moment, the old man was glaring at Yang Kai with extremely bitter eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. The old woman swept her eyes over the blood pond and immediately became hysterical, glaring at Yang Kai and gnashing her teeth. "Boy, you dare kill my Netherworld sect's disciples, this old woman will make you beg for death." The disciples of Netherworld sect could do whatever they wanted on Green Mountain Star. Even if they encountered some resistance, it was quickly suppressed. They had never thought that someone would dare slaughter their disciples and kill so many of them at once. These two were the leaders of Netherworld sect here, so they naturally had to take some responsibility. What's more, many of the dead disciples were existences similar to their own children, so how could they tolerate such a deep blood feud? "You're from Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Great Desolate Star's territory, Netherworld sect. It was really a small world. "Boy, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Your soul belongs to me and your body belongs to her. Don't even think about entering the cycle of reincarnation." The old man's wolfish voice sounded, making those who heard it feel like 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked at them disdainfully. "Do I look like I'm begging for mercy? Old thing, are your eyes failing you? Bold." The old man was angered by Yang Kai's rebuttal and stretched out his withered hand to grab Yang Kai. His hand was thin and bony, and his fingernails were pitch black, making him look like a terrifying ghost's claw. When the withered hand reached out, it brought with it a cold wind that seeped into one's bones, making those who saw it shudder. Laughing loudly, Kai Yang said, "Although having a brain is a good thing, it seems that not everyone has one. I originally wanted to ask you a few things, but since you're so anxious to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Sending out a punch, Kai Yang said. The old man's face changed drastically. Although he did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using any kind of strength, just a simple punch, this punch gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if he would not be able to block it. Although he was only a second-order origin king, as the saying goes, old people who do not die are old thieves, and their senses of life and death. But before he could reach Yang Kai's hand, he hurriedly retracted it. However, he was still a step too late. The violent fist energy swept through his 5 fingers, and an unstoppable destructive force was transmitted. It directly blasted his 5 fingers apart, turning them into a mass of flesh and blood. What? The old woman's face also changed. What the hell was this kid doing? It was only at this moment that the sound of wind whistling rang out, causing the 2 old men to sway. The 2 old men looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Not daring to hesitate, they both used their trump cards. At the same time, they stretched out their hands towards the blood pond and waved. 2 large flags flew out of the blood pond and fell into the hands of the 2 old men. One flag was blood red, as if it was made of blood and exuded a strong bloody aura, while the other was as black as night, without the slightest glow. Vaguely, there were countless human faces floating, struggling, and roaring on its surface. Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner. Peng Shizong, who was watching from a distance, called out in a low voice as he stared at the 2 artifacts that had cost countless lives, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Everyone else had similar expressions. On Green Mountain Star, countless people had died because of these 2 artifacts, so how could they not know about the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner? With their natal artifacts in hand, the old man and the old woman calmed down and glared at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai quickly said, "Is this the purpose of your massacre?" He could sense that the so-called Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner were both extremely evil secret treasures. The reason they were soaked in the blood pool was obviously to use the blood water and souls in the blood pool to nourish the secret treasure's intelligence and power. As soon as these two artifacts appeared, the entire blood pond quieted down and even the color of the water became much lighter. "So many pieces of trash, to be able to enter my banner is their honor," the old man coldly snorted. The old woman smiled maliciously and said, "Don't worry, you'll also enter in a moment." Yang Kai sneered, "Then please take me in quickly." The old woman coldly snorted, "As you wish." The Blood Sea Banner in her hand rolled up and fell towards Yang Kai, causing the entire sky to turn dark red. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced over with an indifferent look on his face. The old woman was still on guard against Yang Kai's resistance, but even after Yang Kai was sucked into the Blood Sea Banner, she did not see him take any action. She immediately sneered, "Ignorant fool, you actually dare enter this old woman's Blood Sea Banner. Let's see how you die now." The old man said, "This person is no small matter. Don't be careless. Let me in, you and I will work together to deal with him." The old woman said, "You're too cautious. After entering the Blood Sea Banner, even a third-order origin king will lose a layer of skin." Even though he said that, he still grabbed the old man's arm. With a single movement, he brought the old man into the Blood Sea Banner. Peng Shizong and the others watched from a distance, all of them feeling anxious, thinking that this young man had an extraordinary bearing, so how could he be so foolish? The Blood Sea Banner was an extremely powerful artifact, and with the old woman, a first-order origin king, controlling it, how could he survive? Not only would he not be able to kill the old woman, but he would also increase the power of the Blood Sea Banner. They thought that a savior had arrived, but it turned out to be a hothead. "Brother Peng, what should we do?" Someone looked at Peng Shizong and asked. At this moment, there were only their own people near the blood pond. The Netherworld sect disciples had all been slaughtered, and the two origin kings had also entered the Blood Sea Banner. It could be said that they were the only ones left in the entire city. "Hurry up and run," Peng Shizong did not answer, but someone shouted. Peng Shizong smiled bitterly, "Run? Where can we run to?" If their cultivations had not been sealed, they might have had a chance to survive, but now, everyone's cultivation was sealed in their bodies. If they wanted to escape, they could only rely on their legs. Even if they ran for a day, they would not be able to travel more than 100 kilometers. What was 100 kilometers to an origin king? They could easily catch up. It could be said that they were at the end of their rope, unless a miracle appeared. Then, are we supposed to wait for death here? Peng Shizong said, "Perhaps, that master can kill his way out of the Blood Sea Banner." Immediately, he attracted a lot of attention, all of them looking at him like he was a fool. Peng Shizong rubbed his nose, there is always a glimmer of hope. However, this hope was too slim to appear. "Brother Peng, if you don't leave, I will. We cultivators do not fear life or death, but to have our bodies and souls refined into an artifact and not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation is too miserable. I would rather find a place to commit suicide than wait for those two old things to come out." These words caused a stir. Sometimes, death was not scary, but after death, having one's soul and body to be controlled by others was somewhat unacceptable. Peng Shizong said, "Since that's the case, please have a safe journey." Everyone saw that he seemed determined to stay here and no longer tried to persuade him. Time was precious now, and no one knew when the two from Netherworld sect would come out, so escaping was naturally the most important thing. In an instant, more than half of the crowd had left, leaving only a few dozen people behind. Most of these people looked hesitant and determined to die, probably thinking that it was useless to escape and might as well save their strength and stay here. Perhaps a miracle would really happen. The blood sea surged, filling the eyes with a blood-red color and a pungent aura. Inside this blood sea, there were countless blood corpses tumbling about, all of them like ghosts. Yang Kai stood above the blood sea, coldly observing this hellish scene. The old woman and old man suddenly appeared together. The old woman sneered, "Little brat, enter my blood sea banner and you'll die obediently." The old man also laughed strangely, "You're really stupid." Yang Kai asked, "Are these corpses the cultivator of Green Mountain's star?" There were tens of thousands of corpses tumbling about in this blood sea, perhaps hundreds of thousands. The old woman said, "Even at death's door, you're still in the mood to inquire about other people's affairs. Boy, your heart is quite big. Even if I die, I should know what's going on, right?" Yang Kai turned to look at the old woman. The old woman let out a crow-like laugh, "You're quite sensible. Rest assured, this old woman won't make you feel any pain, it'll just be over in a flash. You haven't answered my question yet. When one gets old, not only do they have poor eyesight, are they also deaf?" The old woman's face sank, "Yes. Most of these people are the cultivator of this place, and it was thanks to their contributions that this old woman was able to break through to the Origin King realm." Yang Kai asked, "Your Netherworld sect invaded this star's territory for this purpose?" The old woman said, "The Purgatory Blood Sea banner and the 10,000 soul banner require a lot of materials. In the territory of Great Desolate Star, my Netherworld sect needs to exercise restraint, but here, there is no need for that. Having said that, there are really many cultivator here. I wonder to what extent this old woman's blood sea banner can be improved." Yang Kai nodded, "Right now, you're at your limit. You have no chance to improve further." The old woman sneered, "At this point, do you still want to escape?" "Why should I escape?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. The old woman was startled and asked incredulously, "Could it be you want to kill us?" N. As if they had heard the biggest joke in the world, the old woman and old man both burst into laughter. "Do you know Yin Lusheng?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The laughter of the two stopped abruptly as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously, the old man quickly asking, "How do you know this name? It seems that Yin Lusheng is the former sect master of your Netherworld sect, right?" The old man hesitated, "Do you know the former sect master?" "Impossible. The former sect master left Great Desolate Star's territory for the star boundary several dozen years ago and had never been to this star territory. How could anyone here know his name?" "I know him, naturally I know him." Yang Kai nodded, his voice suddenly becoming ferocious, "He died at my hands." As soon as his voice fell, the old man's body suddenly floated up involuntarily as he felt a strong grip around his neck. Yang Kai was strangling him, but his eyes were still fixed on Yang Kai's figure a few dozen meters away. "I'll send you to meet him, no need to thank me," Yang Kai said as he exerted force in his hand and sent a head flying. Chapter 31-33. Brother Peng, why don't we flee? Near the pool of blood, one of the several dozen cultivator who were prepared to die suddenly spoke up. However, he did not want to die for nothing, so he advised, "Where there's life, there's hope." Peng Shizong smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head to the side. He saw the crimson light surging over there. The blood sea banner in the air surged endlessly, causing the blood-red light to roll as if something was trying to break out. "It's too late." Peng Shizong slowly shook his head. That young man had been killed so quickly? He broke into laughter. Wasn't he a little too naive? He actually had high hopes for him. When the others saw this, they were speechless as well. Earlier, when they saw how arrogant Yang Kai was, they had thought that he was extremely capable. Who would have thought that he would be killed in less than 10 breaths after entering the blood sea banner? This was truly laughable. No one was in the mood to laugh, because they were the ones who were going to die next. In the next moment, pairs of eyes froze. Their eyes slowly widened as they stared ahead in disbelief. A person slowly leapt out from the Blood Sea banner, but it was not the old woman or the old man from the Netherworld sect that they had imagined. It was actually the rash young man. The young man seemed to have only gone for a stroll. His face did not turn red, nor did his heart skip a beat. After he broke free from the Blood Sea banner, he waved his hand and put away the secret treasure that had cost countless lives. He turned his head to take a look and frowned. "Where are the others?" No one answered. Everyone seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Their minds were in a mess, unable to return to their senses. "I'm asking you a question." Kai Yang furrowed his brow. What was going on with this group of people? Shouldn't they be kowtowing to him, their savior? Shouldn't they be saying something along the lines of, "I will definitely repay you"? Why were they acting like idiots? Could it be that their brains were damaged? They fled, Peng Shizong gulped and replied rather unnaturally. Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that there were indeed quite a few people fleeing 1,000 feet away. However, their cultivations were sealed, so they did not run very quickly. So what if they fled? Yang Kai waved his hand and a gentle force swept out like a gentle breeze, brushing past the bodies of Peng Shizong and the others. The eyes of Peng Shizong and the others widened even more, because with just a brush of Yang Kai's hand, the restrictions on their bodies were all undone. The long-awaited power flowed happily in their meridians, giving them an impulse to roar towards the sky. "Master, those two." Peng Shizong stammered as he looked at Yang Kai. Although he had some guesses, he wasn't sure. The main culprit has been killed. This can be considered as an explanation for the dead creatures of this city. "It's a pity that I came too late," Yang Kai sighed. "You should also run for your lives. Don't get caught again." He was lucky this time, but it might not be the same next time. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Peng Shizong was dumbfounded. Although he had guessed the outcome, hearing it from Yang Kai's mouth was still unbelievable. Those two Netherworld sect masters were Origin Kings, and they had the 10,000 soul banner and the Blood Sea banner in their hands. That young man had also entered the Blood Sea banner, yet he had killed them in less than 10 breaths of time. What kind of astonishing method was this? What kind of strength was this? Peng Shizong couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. After all, the Blood Sea banner had been taken away by this young man. If the old woman from Netherworld sect was still alive, how could she have allowed such a thing to happen? Who was that young man, and what was his cultivation? How could he accomplish such a thing? Peng Shizong slapped his head in annoyance. Just now, he had been so shocked that he had forgotten to ask for the other party's name. Now, he didn't even know the name of his savior, which was simply rude. Just as he was thinking so, a Mizan-like shadow suddenly appeared in his field of vision. In the blink of an eye, this shadow grew to the size of a fist, then to the size of a baby, and by the time he came back to his senses, his savior was already in front of him. Peng Shizong stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "Master, I'll be a good man to the end, and help the Buddha to the west." Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Peng Shizong and Peng Shizong involuntarily floated towards him, floating directly in front of him. "Master!" Peng Shizong was a little flustered, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but he did not feel any malicious intent from him, so he was not worried. "Open your mouth!" Yang Kai shouted. Peng Shizong obediently opened his mouth. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a spirit pill flew into Peng Shizong's mouth and rolled into his abdomen. The force binding him disappeared and Peng Shizong fell straight down. After coming to a stop, his eyes suddenly bulged and he impatiently sat down cross-legged. The other cultivator saw this scene and did not know what was going on, but after observing for a while, they were all shocked. Because at this moment, an extremely powerful aura was surging from Peng Shizong's body, making him look like a trapped beast. This aura was raging inside his body, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle. Between the heavens and earth, there were some wonderful vibrations, and a moment later, dark clouds gathered in the sky, with bolts of lightning shuttling back and forth. Is he about to break through? Peng Shizong was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if he broke through, wouldn't he be an origin king? Many people present were familiar with Peng Shizong, so they naturally knew what was going on with him. Although Peng Shizong had some talent in cultivation, he was still a little short of breaking through to the origin king realm, and this required at least a few dozen or even 100 years of hard work. But now, without any warning, he was about to break through. This was obviously the work of that young man and that spirit pill. In an instant, everyone looked at Peng Shizong with eyes full of envy. This was an incredible opportunity, and Yang Kai's image in their hearts became more and more unfathomable. Originally, he had easily killed 2 origin kings, which was already shocking enough, but now, he had made such a big move. Just what kind of background did he have? With him standing guard, it would be difficult for Peng Shizong to die even if he wanted to. After an hour, Peng Shizong stood up. Although he looked a little disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and his expression tired, his eyes were shining with a brilliance that had never been there before. Cupping his fists, he said, Peng Shizong thanks Master for helping me break through to the origin king realm. This time, I am unable to repay this great kindness. Enough, enough, Yang Kai raised his hand. If I wanted you to repay me, I wouldn't have done so much. The value of that single spirit pill alone was not something a trivial Peng Shizong could compensate for. The reason why Yang Kai had helped them was simply because he didn't want them to fall into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star after he had saved them. One more origin king was always more strength to resist. Green Mountain Star was Heng Luo Star Field's cultivation star, so how could it tolerate outsiders abusing it? Sooner or later, this group of people would be driven away, leaving behind a small flame that might be enough to burn the entire star. Chapter 31-34. Being interrupted by Yang Kai, Peng Shizong did not dare to be dissatisfied and asked more respectfully, "Dare I ask if Master is from White Robe Temple?" "What's that? I've never heard of it." Peng Shizong said, "It's the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star that resists the territory of Great Desolate Star. I thought Master was from White Robe Temple." Thinking about it, although White Robe Temple had become famous in the past 10 years, it did not seem to have a powerful master. The White Robe Temple's master was just a second-order origin king, so naturally, it was impossible for someone with such divine technique to be inferior to others. "Good, this is all I can help you with. From now on, you'll have to rely on your own luck." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted Peng Shizong on the shoulder. "By the way, where is the blood prison?" Peng Shizong quickly pointed to a location and wanted to ask Yang Kai what he was going to do with the blood prison, but Yang Kai had already leapt up and flew off into the distance. "Dare I ask Master's name?" Peng Shizong shouted. From afar, 2 words rang out. Peng Shizong heard them clearly and frowned slightly, feeling that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. "Yang Kai!" someone suddenly exclaimed. Peng Shizong turned his head and looked at the man inquiringly. "Brother Peng, don't tell me you've forgotten this name." The man looked at Peng Shizong with a complicated expression. "Several decades ago, Master Luo Hai died." Peng Shizong suddenly realized, it was him? Finally, he remembered where he had heard this name before. When Star Master Luo Hai died, the star's territory was shaken, but the ones who were most affected were the stars and cultivators on Green Mountain Star. With the death of the Star Master, although the star's source had returned, it had inevitably suffered some damage, causing some subtle changes to the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star, causing the hundreds of millions of cultivators on Green Mountain Star to hate Yang Kai. Never had Peng Shizong expected that the one who saved him today was the same person who had killed Luo Hai. If it's him, then it makes sense. Peng Shizong thought to himself. He had been able to kill a Star Lord decades ago, so it wasn't surprising that he was capable of such shocking moves. Didn't I hear that this master had left the territory of the Star Realm decades ago and went to a higher world? Could it be that the rumors are false? Maybe he's back. Back then, there were the great emperors of Star Field in the territory of Star Field. They were invincible in the universe. In my opinion, even if this Lord Yang isn't as good as the great emperors of Star Field, I'm afraid he's not far from them. If we can have another one of the great emperors of Star Field, it will be the blessing of the billions of cultivators in our territory. Although Yang Kai's killing of Luo Hai had left a bad impression on the cultivators of Green Mountain Star, after all, that kind of thing was too far away for them to care about, so none of them wanted to avenge Luo Hai. Now that they had received a life-saving grace from this young man, how could they not be grateful? Everyone talked for a while before stopping and coming forward to congratulate Peng Shizong on his breakthrough. Peng Shizong squeezed out a smile. If it were before, breaking through to the Origin King realm would definitely be a joyous event, but now that the entire city had been massacred and almost all of his friends and family had died, the joy of breaking through had been diluted greatly. Brother Peng, what should we do now? Someone asked. Peng Shizong's cultivation was the highest among them, and now he was the only Origin King. If they wanted to live longer, they could only follow Peng Shizong's lead. Peng Shizong pondered for a moment before raising his head and saying, "This Peng wants to join White Robe sect." On Green Mountain Star, there were many forces that resisted the oppression of Great Desolate Star, but the largest was White Robe sect. Moreover, it had only recently risen up and was currently in need of manpower. Peng Shizong believed that if an Origin King like him went to join them, White Robe sect would definitely welcome him. Today's ups and downs had allowed Yang Kai to comprehend many things. With the help of his benefactor, not only did he escape from certain death, but he had also broken through to the Origin King realm. It was only right for him to throw himself into the battle to save Green Mountain Star. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would have no regrets. This proposal was approved by many people and was quickly passed. Peng Shizong said, "Find the others and bring them back. If they are willing to come with me, they can go with me, if they are not, I won't force them." Everyone set off immediately to find those who had escaped before. Everywhere, there was smoke and scorched earth. Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that what he saw in the city where he met Peng Shizong was just an exception, but it was actually the norm on Green Mountain Star. Along the way, most of the cities they encountered were dilapidated and uninhabited. In these cities, there were still traces of blood pools and altars, obviously the work of a netherworld sect cultivator. As for the residents of these cities, there was no need to even think about it. They had all been used by the netherworld sect cultivator to refine the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner. The viciousness of the netherworld sect's actions was simply outrageous. At this time, Green Mountain Star was desolate and filled with death chi. Along the way, Yang Kai had also saved some people and killed some netherworld sect cultivator from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but it was just a drop in the bucket. In another city, Yang Kai slaughtered the invading enemies and finally couldn't bear it anymore. Leaving the last person alive, Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and said fiercely, "Where is your netherworld sect's most powerful cultivator now?" The man had long been scared out of his wits by Yang Kai's shocking means, so he replied in a panic, "Sixth Elder is now overseeing Yanghe City. Take me there." Yang Kai ordered. "Yes, yes, yes." The man nodded and quickly pointed in a direction for Yang Kai. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery receded at an extremely terrifying speed, causing the man to close his eyes in fear. Although there was no time to stay here and restore order to Green Mountain Star, it was still possible to kill the enemy directly. Jianghu City, one of the top cities on Green Mountain Star, covered a vast area and was extremely prosperous in the past. There was an endless stream of cultivator coming and going, but after the Netherworld sect invaded this place, it was occupied. At this moment, Jianghu City had become the headquarters of the Netherworld sect on Green Mountain Star. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people imprisoned in the city, all of whom were materials that the Netherworld sect cultivator prepared to refine the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner. In the past 10 years, the number of people who had been killed was even more difficult to count. Such an important place was naturally the most heavily guarded by the Netherworld sect. Although they had overwhelming power over Green Mountain Star, they couldn't completely enslave the cultivator of the entire stars. They had never thought of doing so, simply using the people of these stars as materials to refine artifacts. Today, Jianghu City was very lively. When Yang Kai arrived here under the guidance of that person and was about to show off his power, he found that there was actually a fierce battle taking place here. Bursts of light bloomed and figures fell one after another. Up in the air and on the ground, countless people were entangled in a fierce battle. White-robed sect. The man being held by Yang Kai cried out. Are they from the White Robes Temple? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the group in front of him and suddenly became interested. He had just heard about the existence of the white-robed sect from Peng Shizong yesterday, but he hadn't expected to have a chance to see it today. Peng Shizong had said that this white-robed sect was the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star that resisted the invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory, and now it seemed that this was not a lie. Daring to come to Jianghu City, one had to have some strength. Yes, they are from the white-robed sect, the man replied. That person replied. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and shouted, "My lord, I've already brought you to Jianghu City. Spare me." His voice came to an abrupt end as Yang Kai tossed the man's corpse aside and spat disdainfully. Looking ahead, the battle situation was relatively clear. Although the White Robe cult had a lot of people and they were bold, it seemed that they weren't a match for the Yellow River sect. This was because the number of experts was too small. In the various battles, the White Robe cult had more victories than losses. Perhaps, they would have to flee in distress in less than half a day. Of course, the premise was that they could escape. At this moment, everyone was fighting in the city, and Yang Kai was keenly aware that the spirit array covering Jianghu City was slowly closing. Although he didn't know what had happened before, he could roughly guess that the white-robed sect had fallen into a trap and had been lured into a trap. If they were forced to retreat, their fates would be bleak. How could the white-robed sect's people not notice this problem? Many of them wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they were firmly entangled by the enemy. The 10,000 soul banners and blood sea banners were constantly being used, filling the city with monstrous blood chi and evil spirits, making Jianghu City look like a ghost town. They came at the right time. Yang Kai walked forward confidently and waved his hand at the same time. A few figures leisurely appeared. At this time, there was strength in numbers. It was not a big problem for him to rush in alone, but with a few more helpers, he could save more people. Before he could speak, Lu Yen rushed up and kicked him. What? Yang Kai glared at her. Lu Yen pouted and her eyes were slightly red. She looked extremely wronged, as if she was blaming Yang Kai for ignoring her for so many days. Yang Kai swallowed the scolding that was about to come out of his mouth. He reached out and picked her up, placing her on his shoulder. Are you okay now? Lu Yen sat on Yang Kai's neck and wrapped her hands around his head, beaming with joy. Li Jiao made a fist salute and said, "Brother Yang." He Yunxiang also said, "Master." Although the Dharmakaya, Lu Sanyang, and Ruanbai Ting did not speak, they all looked at him curiously. Has everyone suppressed their cultivations? Is there a problem with fighting now? Yang Kai asked. No problem. Li Jiao nodded. Since he was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, this was the first time he was released. Naturally, he wanted to perform well. He Yunxiang glanced at Jianghu city and said, Master, are you going to intervene in the battle over there? Yes. Yang Kai pointed to the front and said, Do you see those guys with ghost chi and big flags? Wait for me to go in and kill them all. Yes. He Yunxiang nodded. Ruanbai Ting wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, Su Yan is somewhere else. This time, he forgot to leave her behind to accompany Su Yan, but since he brought her out, it was not bad to have her as a fighter. While talking, the group had already arrived in front of Jianghu city. At this time, the city's spirit array was about to close. Countless white cloth cult cultivators were furious. Although they wanted to break through, they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests looked over curiously. Chapter 31-35. With a series of rumbles, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Jianghu city's grand array finally closed. The faces of the White Robes sect cultivators were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the embodiment stepped forward and threw a punch forward, seemingly powerless. The power of this punch caused the world to change color, and so did many cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star. Although the Dharma body had become the size of a normal person after refining the stone fire origin, its original body was a stone giant as tall as a mountain. How could a casual punch from it be described as extremely powerful? Wherever the fist reached, the seemingly impenetrable array buzzed. With the fist as the center, several huge cracks spread out in all directions. The light on the array flashed wildly for a while, and it collapsed with a crash. Breaking the spirit array with a single punch, how heroic. Those who were watching the embodiment with interest before were scared out of their wits. Without needing Yang Kai to give any further instructions, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Ruanbai Ting, He Yunxiang, and the embodiment turned into 5 streams of light and rushed in 5 different directions, breaking into 5 different battlefields. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet, and no one could withstand a single blow from them. Among the 5, He Yunxiang's cultivation was the lowest, having just broken through to the third-order origin king realm not long ago. However, in Jianghu city, the strongest was only a third-order origin king. There were not many other origin kings, so how could they be their opponents? It was like a group of strong men had broken into a child's game. They were unreasonable, unrestrained, and wanton. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died at their hands, including many origin king realm cultivator. The arrival of these divine soldiers changed the situation in an instant. The White Robes sect cultivators, who were already prepared to die, were shocked. How could they not know that their savior had arrived? Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, they fought back and changed their previous situation. They were like a hot knife through butter, forcing the Netherworld sect cultivator to retreat step by step. Looking down from the sky, Li Jiao and the other 4 were like 5 giant dragons rolling in the city, bringing with them 5 zigzagging trails of dust and smoke. Any enemy within a radius of several dozen feet would be injured or killed upon contact. They were no match for them at all. The gap between the 2 sides was no longer a chasm, but the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned in a certain direction. In the sky over there, a white shadow was moving about freely in a cloud of black chi. Yang Kai's eyes pierced through the black chi and saw the white shadow's face clearly. He was surprised. He didn't expect to bump into a familiar face here. After thinking for a while, this person's name popped up in his mind. Speaking of which, he was not familiar with this person. They had only met once. However, he was indebted to this person in the past, and to a certain extent, this person was somewhat related to him. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai had not expected him to have already broken through to the second-order Origin King realm. As expected of that person's disciple, his aptitude was extraordinary. His opponent was a third-order Origin King whose aura was fluctuating, somewhat similar to He Yunxiang's. At a glance, it was obvious that this person had just broken through to the third order and his foundation had not yet stabilized. He was an old man with a short stature, but he wore loose robes. The robes practically covered his entire body. As energy surged around him, his presence was sinister and cold. He held a 10,000 soul banner in his left hand. Ghastly wails and howls came from the banner, disturbing Bai Ying's mind. In his right hand, he held a blood sea banner, which constantly released rays of blood-red light and filthy energy. There was a gap between their cultivations, and the old man's two artifacts were difficult to defend against, so even though the white shadow's strength was quite good, at this moment, he was being beaten into a corner, unable to fight back at all. If not for the embodiment breaking Jianghu City's spirit array with a punch and distracting the old man, the white shadow would have already been defeated. Yang Kai soared into the air and stepped forward. The old man's face was ugly, and he could not help but be distracted, giving the white shadow a chance to catch his breath. After a few steps, Yang Kai had closed within 300 meters of the white shadow. The old man immediately shouted, "Who are you and why do you want to embarrass my netherworld sect?" Green Mountain Star definitely did not have such a group of people. He had been here for more than a decade and had dealt with the cultivator here, so how could he not know what kind of people lived here? He had never heard of this group of people who had come to Jianghu City today, but each one of them was enough to make one tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai approaching, how could the old man hold back? Today, it was likely he would not be able to destroy this white-robed sect, and he might not even be able to protect Jianghu City. However, he was still a third-order Origin King and was confident in his abilities, so he was not in a hurry to escape. He just wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai and the others so that he could ask the masters of his sect to deal with them. Old thief Mei, watch out for my hidden weapon. Yang Kai was too lazy to waste time with him, so with a roar, he reached out and grabbed something above his head before throwing it forward. Both the old man and the white shadow were dumbfounded, forgetting that they were fighting for a moment. Because the hidden weapon Yang Kai threw out was actually the little girl sitting on his neck. A 7 or 8-year-old little girl with waist-length hair and delicate skin, anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she had actually been thrown out like a hidden weapon? How could she possibly survive? The little girl seemed to be scared silly, a blank look on her face as her small body slammed straight into the old man, not moving, not crying, and not making a fuss. The old man flew into a rage, feeling that he had been underestimated. He wanted to take the little girl's life, but when he saw those clear black and white eyes, he couldn't help feeling his heart palpitate. In a panic, the old man waved the blood sea banner in his hand and with a flash of blood-red light, the little girl was sucked into it and disappeared. No matter who this person was, he would take her as a hostage first. Seeing this, the white shadow became anxious and pounced forward, exchanging a few blows with the old man, but his cultivation was inferior and he was forced to retreat, holding his spear diagonally in his hand as he gasped for breath. "Brother Su, long time no see, I trust you've been well." In the air, Yang Kai stood on the wind and greeted the white shadow with a smile on his face. As the wind blew, his black hair and robes fluttered. If he hadn't used the little girl as a hidden weapon earlier, he would have looked quite otherworldly. You are. Su Binbai frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that this face was a little familiar. Thinking about it carefully, a memory from several decades ago appeared in his mind and he immediately cried out in surprise, "It's you." He also recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, "It's me. How did you?" Su Binbai couldn't believe that Yang Kai would appear here. After all, he had left Star Territory several decades ago. It was said that he had used the tokens of the great emperors to forcibly break through the void and travel to another world. Those who had traveled with him at that time were all well-known figures in star territory, including Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's President AIO, Monster Star's Star Master Monster King Chiyu, Sword Union's Union Master Gu Yun, and his honored master, Wu Dao. There had been no news of him for several decades, and Wu Dao had told him many things before leaving, so he knew very well about this matter. Why was he here? Where was his honored master? Su Binbai looked around, as if trying to find the figure that had raised him all his life, but he saw nothing. Who the hell are you? As the two were chatting, the Netherworld sect old man couldn't help but ask. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Why is a dead man asking so many questions? The old man's face sank as he gritted his teeth. This old master will remember you. Today's enmity will be repaid by Netherworld sect in the future. As he spoke, his figure shot out explosively. How could Su Binbai allow him to leave? He immediately wanted to stop him. Yang Kai, however, raised his hand and said, "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Su Binbai looked at him puzzledly. Although he couldn't see the depth of Yang Kai's cultivation, he knew that the old man was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. That person was the sixth elder of Netherworld sect. If he could be killed here, it would be a blow to Netherworld sect. Why let go of such a good opportunity? Turning his head, he saw a profound smile on Yang Kai's face as he stared in the direction that the old man had left. Su Binbai seemed to sense something. He turned his head and his eyes widened. The old man who had fled several hundred meters away suddenly staggered, as if he had been struck by something. Afterwards, the blood sea banner in his hand actually began to emit specks of flames. When the flames first appeared, they were not too obvious, but in the blink of an eye, they began to burn, turning the blood sea banner into a ball of fire. The old man vomited blood as he tossed the blood sea banner away. Whether it was the blood sea banner or the myriad soul banner, they were both secret treasures that he had refined with his mind. If any of them were damaged, it would affect him. Now that the blood sea banner was being burned, he obviously could not remain unscathed. A speck of flame flew out from the blood sea banner. It twisted and changed, turning into a miniature phoenix. This phoenix was only the size of a palm, but it was indescribably noble. It raised its head and let out a cry, causing the world to shake. The phoenix pounced over, causing the old man to pale in fright. He hurriedly swung the myriad soul banner, causing thick black chi to wrap around his body as he laid down a defense. Wherever the palm-sized bird passed, the black chi would evaporate. Of the few who had gone to the star boundary, only Wu Dao had died. According to Qi Yu and the others, Wu Dao had failed to withstand the baptism of world energy when he was breaking through to the Dao source realm and finally died under the heavenly might. Yang Kai did not see this with his own eyes, so he did not know much about it and could not tell Su Binbai too much, but Wu Dao's death was really regrettable. He was the strongest person in the star field back in the day. A few of them had gone to the star boundary together, but he was the only one who had fallen. Qi Yu and the others had all safely advanced. Time and fate, who could say for sure? Su Binbai was immediately enveloped by a thick sense of sadness, and the joy of returning from a great victory was completely gone. That old man was both his master and father, and was the most important person in his life. If it wasn't for him, Su Binbai wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. However, Su Binbai had also experienced many storms over the years, especially in the last 10 years. He had become accustomed to life and death situations and had even abandoned his own safety, so he quickly calmed down and asked with reddened eyes, "Can you tell me more about it?" Yang Kai shook his head and told him the specific reason. Su Binbai nodded, "Brother Yang, for you to tell me this news, this Su is grateful." Being able to meet you today was a stroke of luck. Brother Su, please restrain your grief. After a pause, Yang Kai changed the topic. Is white robe religion yours? Su Binbai took a deep breath and nodded, yes. He did not have the heart to create white robe religion. Over the years, he had just witnessed many life and death situations and had taken action a few times to make a name for himself. Some people had gathered around him, and under the influence of those people, the white robe religion had emerged. Heroes emerged in troubled times. Rather than saying that Su Binbai and his companions had created white robe religion, it was more accurate to say that Green Mountain Star needed white robe religion. Once white robe religion was established, it developed extremely quickly and had now become the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star to resist Netherworld sect. After today's battle, white robe religion would become the sun at noon and truly dominate everything on Green Mountain Star. Brother Yang, can you stay and relieve the suffering of Green Mountain Star's inhabitants? Su Binbai looked at Yang Kai earnestly. As long as he was here, Netherworld sect was not worth mentioning at all. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm just passing by, I can't stay long. Su Binbai suddenly showed a look of disappointment. Although today's battle had damaged Netherworld sect's Yuan Qi and uprooted their foundation on Green Mountain Star, no one could guarantee that Netherworld sect would not send a more powerful cultivator here. If another third-order origin king appeared, Su Binbai would not be their opponent right now, and all his previous efforts would likely be for naught. But now that things had gotten to this point, Su Binbai could not persuade him any further. A great man would rather rely on himself than others. Although he was grateful to Yang Kai, he did not feel inferior. But I can stay here for 2 days, Yang Kai said again. Su Binbai was speechless. 2 days. What could he do? Moreover, if the Netherworld sect or any other cultivator on Great Desolate Star really wanted to make a comeback, they would not have arrived in such a short time. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The stars of Green Mountain Star have not been refined yet, right? As soon as this statement came out, Su Binbai's body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Brother Yang means, impossible. That shouldn't be possible. Even if you have extraordinary means, you shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Come with me. Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Binbai's shoulder, and before the latter could react, his body flickered and disappeared. Su Binbai only saw the scenery in front of him flash wildly, but even with his cultivation, he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only knew that there was an earthy smell around him and his vision had become dark. He instinctively felt that he had gone deep underground. After a dozen breaths of time though, Su Binbai's figure suddenly came to a halt. A brilliant and colorful light filled his field of vision. Turning his head to look at the source of this light, Su Binbai's eyes shrank. What he saw was a halo of light that was slowly rippling, giving off a dazzling aura. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Su Binbai immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy from this halo, and it seemed to contain a mysterious and unparalleled power. This is... Su Binbai had some guesses in his heart, but he was not sure. Green Mountain Star's source. Yang Kai said. Sure enough. Su Binbai took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. Brother Yang, you don't want me to refine it now, do you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. If you can refine it, you will become the master of Green Mountain Star. With the help of Green Mountain Star, who would dare invade? But hold your breath and comprehend it with your heart. This is the key to whether you can refine it or not. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped Su Binbai's forehead, causing a huge amount of information to rush into his mind. Su Binbai did not dare to hesitate and quickly immersed himself in comprehending this information. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. Su Binbai still stood there, motionless. The star refining art had been passed down, and with the assistance of this secret technique, Yang Kai believed that it would not be difficult for Su Binbai to refine Green Mountain Star's source. Of course, he would still have to stand by and watch over him. This was a secret technique he had obtained from Yang Inflammation's Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had refined Shadowed Star and Xia Ning Chang had refined Tong Xian Realm by relying on this secret technique. What's more, what Yang Kai had passed down was not just the star refining art, but also his own insights, saving Su Bin by a lot of time. After 2 hours, Su Bin Bai opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. "Begin," Yang Kai urged. Su Bin Bai nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged facing the star's source, circulating the star refining art to communicate with it. Specks of light flew out like fireflies and hovered around Su Bin Bai's body. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, not having expected that Su Bin Bai would be able to communicate with it so easily. However, after thinking about it, this was not surprising. Over the years, Green Mountain Star had suffered greatly from the Netherworld sect's cultivator, polluting its world energy, but Su Bin Bai had always taken it upon himself to save the common people, leading the white-robed religion against the Netherworld sect and complying with the heavenly way. The star's source was the will of the entire Cultivation Star, and although it was not a living thing, it was still connected to the Cultivation Star. Su Bin Bai's actions for the common people were for Green Mountain Star, so it made sense why the star's source was so close to him. The heavenly way was unpredictable, but the heavenly way was constant. After realizing this, Yang Kai knew that he had been worrying too much. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to refine Green Mountain Star's source so easily. Only Su Bin Bai could accomplish such a feat. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Green Mountain Star would give birth to a new Star Master. At that time, Green Mountain Star would have the strength to protect itself and would no longer have to worry about being invaded and plundered by the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he walked to the side and took out various materials. Arranging a space array here was a good choice, so the next time he wanted to come here, he wouldn't be unable to teleport directly. Yang Kai ignored it. If he was really just a third-order origin king, he would naturally be powerless against this barrier, but his true cultivation had already reached the Emperor realm and he had a half-dragon body. What could a trivial blood prison barrier do to him? With a burst of strange vibrations, Yang Kai's palm slowly penetrated the blood-red barrier, followed by his entire arm, then half of his body. With a single step, he stepped into the blood prison. The world was dyed red, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed red. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would be scared out of their wits, but Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the place where he had gained experience in the past, so it was a brand of his growth. Lu Yen also walked in and stood next to him, her close-fitting dress outlining her small body and her waist-length hair giving her a lovely appearance. This time, she did not want to enter the sealed world bead again and only wanted to stay by Yang Kai's side. Helpless, Yang Kai could only let her be while Li Jiao and the others were sent into the sealed world bead. "Wait for me," Yang Kai rubbed her head. Lu Yen shook his hand away in annoyance, seemingly still angry at him for not letting her out for so long. Yang Kai smiled lightly, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and began to silently perceive his surroundings. His divine sense surged, but Yang Kai did not dare to release too much of it. This was not Shadowed Star, so if he displayed too much strength, he would still be rejected by the heavens and earth. Wisps of his divine sense moved like swimming fish, attached to them by space principles, shuttling back and forth through the void. A magnificent scene was immediately transmitted back to Yang Kai's mind through these divine sense threads, allowing him to observe the scenery inside the blood prison as if he was seeing it with his own eyes. Yang Kai's divine sense radiated in all directions, seemingly endless. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards a certain direction. Found it. There was a secret passage in the blood prison that was connected to Monster Star. Shan Qing Luo and a group of monster race disciples had used this secret passage to enter the blood prison directly to participate in the trial. Since this secret passage was connected to 2 cultivation stars, it was certain to be a void corridor that gave off fluctuations of space principles. These fluctuations might be extremely obscure to others, but to Yang Kai, they were as dazzling as a lighthouse in the dark. Reaching out and grabbing Lu Yan's small hand, the two of them walked forward side by side. Their pace was not fast, but the scenery around them was rapidly passing by. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at an extremely secluded place. This was the belly of a mountain with an altar-like structure. Looking at the various patterns on this altar, Yang Kai made a decision and walked up with Lu Yan. Monster Star, as the only stars in the territory of Star City dominated by the monster race, could be said to be a paradise for the monster race. On Monster Star, the living space of the human race and other races was extremely small and their status was extremely low, oppressed by the monster race all year round. There were no masters among the human race, and the strongest human race cultivator was only at the origin returning realm. Any human who had the potential to break through to the origin king realm would be killed by the monster race. Here, the significance of the human race's existence was nothing more than a foil to the monster race, a vassal. On Monster Star, there were 10 monster race tribal lords. Each of them had a cultivation at the origin king realm, and their bodies were all 10th order monster beast. Only when one's cultivation reached the 3rd order origin king realm would they be qualified to be called a monster king. Monster kings were extremely rare, and it was often difficult for one to appear in hundreds or even thousands of years. A few decades ago, a monster king had appeared on Monster Star. It was one of the 10 tribal lords, Chiyu tribal lord, who had broken through. However, Chiyu's monster king left Monster Star not long after and handed over his territory to his adopted daughter. Since then, the monster king had become a legend. Monster Star's 10 tribal lords had different temperaments, and their attitudes towards the human race were also different. In one of the tribal lords' territories, there was no space for the human race to establish themselves because all of them had been killed by this tribal lord. Among the 10 tribal lords, the tribal lord who had the most harmonious relationship with the human race was Chiyu tribal lord. In Chiyu tribal lord, the human race was not oppressed too much and could even live freely. Many human race sects had even sprouted here. Chiyu was a woman of great foresight. The monster race could not perform artifact refining or alchemy, but the human race could. She had provided a place for the oppressed human race to live and reproduce, providing them with shelter and protection. She had also gathered a large number of artifact refiners and alchemists to refine artifacts and alchemy for her, increasing the strength of Chiyu tribal lord. After she left, Shan Qing Luo took over Chiyu tribal lord, and this policy was maintained. In addition, Shan Qing Luo had the support of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, so Chiyu tribal lord's influence grew like a rolling snowball, surpassing the other 9 tribal lords in just a dozen years, and showing signs of unifying the entire Monster Star. If there had been no foreign invasion, with Shan Qing Luo's current cultivation and strength, it would not have been difficult for her to rule Monster Star. However, the invasion of a cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory disrupted her plans. Monster Star was also targeted by the people from Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect that targeted this star was a first-class existence in Great Desolate Star's territory. Although it was not as strong as Netherworld sect, it was still quite powerful. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. This sect was based on beast taming, and all the disciples of this sect were proficient in beast taming. As their cultivation increased, the number of monster beasts they could control would also increase. When the disciples of 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa fought with others, they had monster beasts to assist them, so it could be said that they had an advantage. When they heard that there was a monster race leading stars in Hangluo Star Field, there were countless monster beasts and many rare bloodlines. how could they remain calm? They immediately mobilized the power of their entire sect to Monster Star and brought the flames of war here. After more than a decade, only 3 of the top 10 monster race tribal lords remained on Monster Star. The other 7 either refused to submit and self-destructed their monster cores, or they chose to rely on 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa and became their lackeys. The tribal lords' names only existed in name. Now, only Red Moon Territory was struggling to hold on. Red Moon Territory being able to persist in the battle with 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa until now was largely due to the contributions of the current Red Moon tribal lord, Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo was already a third-order origin king and possessed the source of the divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. This kind of ability was not something that could be defeated by just anyone. In addition, Red Moon Territory had the support of High Heaven Sect in the early years and was developing vigorously, so if 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa really insisted on going to war, both sides would suffer. Therefore, after 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa eroded most of Monster Star's land and subdued 90% of the monster beasts, they actually reached a strange period of peace with Red Moon Territory. Under this peace, undercurrents were surging, and a storm was brewing. No matter who it was, this peace would not last long. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was accumulating strength, and it would take time for the disciples to subdue new pet beasts. Once 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was ready, Red Moon Territory would definitely welcome a storm of attacks. When that time came, Red Moon Territory would definitely not be able to hold on. On Half Moon Mountain, in her palace, Shan Qing Luo sat by the window, gazing at the scenery of the mountain. Her bright red robes were like the sun, outlining her graceful curves. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders and her face was enchanting. Leaning closer to her, her red lips exuded an enchanting fragrance. Biluo's eyes widened, and just as she thought something was about to happen, she felt Shan Qing Luo kiss her forehead, causing her to suddenly feel disappointed. Shan Qing Luo then said, "But we're both women. If I were a man, I would eat you right now." She reached out and scratched her nose. Biluo looked away and said faintly, "I can, what can you do?" Shan Qing Luo sighed, "Men are still the best, leaving when they want to, without any worries, but they don't know that they've taken their hearts with them. I don't know what they're doing outside, but I'm afraid they've already had a bunch of wives and concubines, even children, and have forgotten all about me." Biluo immediately said angrily, "Master, that kind of man is not worthy of being entrusted, don't think about it." Shan Qing Luo grabbed her hand and placed it on her heart, smiling, "But this place doesn't agree." Biluo's heart ached, almost tearing up, and she said sadly, "Master, no matter how the world changes, Biluo will always be with Master. If Master doesn't chase me away, I'll definitely not leave." "Why would I chase you away?" Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Biluo also smiled happily, but suddenly said a little bashfully, "If Master really can't endure it, this servant can think of a way to help Master, relieve your worries, perhaps it can relieve Master's lovesickness." Shan Qing Luo asked curiously, "What ideas do you have?" Biluo said, "I've learned some illusionary techniques in recent years." "Oh?" Shan Qing Luo was surprised. "I can transform into that person's appearance." Shan Qing Luo was silent for a while, seeming to be moved. Biluo saw this and quickly struck while the iron was hot, "Maybe I can't show the charm, but it's not a problem to imitate 70 to 80%. "Imitate who?" A person's voice suddenly came from outside the window, scaring the two women. Jadefall jumped to her feet and shouted, "Who are you?" This was the most central location of Half Moon Mountain, the palace of the Queen Master, so how could it be silently broken in? Looking up, Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide and said in a daze, You. She actually saw a face she could never have imagined. Shan Qing Luo was also stunned, turning her head to look at the face she had missed for decades, a look of absent-mindedness appearing on her face. "Ah, Luo." Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand in greeting, then turned to Biluo and said, "Little girl, it's immoral to take advantage of others' difficulties to steal them away." He had long known about Biluo's attitude towards Shanqing Luo. It was the same back in the central capital, but he didn't expect that after so many years, this woman's hobby still hadn't changed. It was simply rotten wood that couldn't be carved. This was because the harmony between yin and yang was the great Tao of heaven and earth, but she did the opposite. He pretended to be dignified as he looked at her, somewhat unable to understand what she was trying to do. They hadn't seen each other for decades, and she came running over to put on a big show for him. What was the meaning of this? "Humph, I'm serious." Shanqing Luo looked unconvinced. "What, you're allowed to fool around outside, but I'm not allowed to fall in love with someone else?" Chapter 31-39. When did I fool around outside? Yang Kai felt guilty, and his words were not firm. No, although he did fool around and confessed to Dong Suzhu and Su Yan, how could Shanqing Luo know? She must be tricking me. No matter what she says later, I won't admit it even if I'm beaten to death. Shanqing Luo sneered and looked down at Lu Yan. "You even have a child, and you still dare to say that you didn't fool around?" Her face suddenly became gentle, and she squatted down and asked, "Little sister, what is your mother's name?" Yang Kai laughed and reached out to touch Lu Yan's head. "Ask her." He suddenly understood why Shanqing Luo was so strange when they met. It turned out that she was jealous because he brought back a daughter. But then again, if he hadn't been there when Lu Yan broke out of her shell, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to recognize her, let alone Shanqing Luo, who hadn't seen Lu Yan for decades. It was inevitable that there would be misunderstandings. After all, the changes were too big. "Tell her yourself who you are." Yang Kai looked at Lu Yan with a smile. Lu Yan's eyelashes fluttered, and she looked timid. She grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and slowly hid behind him, whispering, "Father, I don't want to be here. This aunt is so strange." The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately became stiff, and he stared at Lu Yan with wide eyes. He suddenly felt like he was stabbed in the back by his own people. "Ha ha ha ha." Shanqing Luo sneered, slowly got up, and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "What else do you have to say?" "What the hell?" Yang Kai was furious, and he reached out to straighten Lu Yan's body, and stared at her with a serious face. "How can you do this? I've been good to you all these years, why do you hurt me like this?" Lu Yan was about to cry, "Father, you hurt me." "Enough!" Shanqing Luo shouted and pulled Lu Yan behind her. She stared at Yang Kai and said, "You even bullied a child. Is this how you're a father?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he went up and hugged her. "Luo, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain." "What is there to explain?" Shanqing Luo coldly and pushed him away. "I'm sorry, I'm wrong. From now on, we're husband and wife. Don't come find me again." Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook, and the blood drained from his face. Lu Yan stood beside Shanqing Luo and stuck out her tongue. It seemed that the game was over. However, Biluo looked excited. If this was really the case, she might have a chance. Although it was immoral to take advantage of the situation, it was also for the Queen Master to get rid of the sea of bitterness as soon as possible. If she didn't go to hell, who would? Luo? Do you really want to do this? Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of mischief, but she firmly nodded, "I've made up my mind." Yang Kai turned his head, and with a face full of vicissitudes, he pondered for a while and sighed, "Well, I once whipped a famous horse when I was drunk. I don't want to hurt a beauty. Luo, take care of yourself." Shanqing Luo's heart jumped, and she hurriedly said, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai jumped on the windowsill, waved his hand, and rushed into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Hey, you come back." Shanqing Luo was shocked. She never thought that Yang Kai would really leave. Why did he leave? She was just angry that he had been gone for so many years and made a joke, but this stinky man was so decisive. He didn't even know how to coax her. She rushed to the window and shouted, "You come back, you come back." The night was silent, and there was no response. Shanqing Luo's body went limp on the ground. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was still murmuring, "You come back, you heartless thing." A broad chest approached her from behind, sticking close to her delicate body. A pair of big hands wrapped around her waist, gently hugging her, and a vigorous breath by her ear, "I lied to you." Shanqing Luo turned around, and tears fell like rain. A pair of small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest, but they were soft and powerless. Instead of saying that she was venting, it was more like she was acting spoiled. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, and didn't move. After pounding for a while, Shanqing Luo suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, and raised her head to send her red lips to his. Oh! Yang Kai suddenly had difficulty breathing. He felt the body in his arms was as passionate as fire, and a pink snake-like spirit entered his mouth, acting recklessly and unscrupulously. Yang Kai couldn't show weakness. He caught and played with Shanqing Luo's soft body even more powerless, and her whole body went limp in Yang Kai's arms. After a long time, their lips parted, and a trace of saliva remained. Shanqing Luo's charming eyes were like silk, and her whole body was like a blooming flower, blooming with a strange brilliance. Only then did she remember something, and said with a red face, "Your daughter." Just now, in a moment of passion, she had forgotten that there was a little girl beside her. Even if she was bold and reckless, and was extremely open about the matters between men and women, she still felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "She's gone out." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Biluo and Lu Yen had already seen that the situation was bad, and had run away. At this moment, only the two of them were left in this wing room, and dry firewood was burning. Shanqing Luo looked over and found that it was true. The little girl from before had long disappeared, and even Biluo was nowhere to be found. Her last trace of concern disappeared. She held Yang Kai's cheeks with both hands, and looked at him seriously. Her eyes were full of tenderness, but her mouth said, "Damn you, you have no conscience. I was just joking with you, and you're actually willing to hurt me like this." Yang Kai reached out and stroked her hair by her ear, and his eyes were also full of tenderness, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him into his eyes, and make up for the decades of lovesickness. He said in a gentle voice, "I was wrong." Shanqing Luo said, "If you're wrong, you'll be punished." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Then I wonder how Luo is going to punish this husband." Shanqing Luo raised her hand and pressed it against Yang Kai's chest before looking up at him and giggling, "I hope husband can survive and not die too early." As soon as her voice fell, she sent out a burst of Saint Chi from her palm and sent Yang Kai flying. She was now a third-order origin king and could freely control her strength, so this palm strike did not cause any harm to Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai put his hands behind his head and slammed straight into the wall, but as if he did not feel anything, he just stared at Shanqing Luo with a smile, wondering what kind of trick she was up to. Shanqing Luo slowly got up, opened her mouth, and spat out a burst of Saint Chi that flew behind Yang Kai, transforming into a giant spider web that hung diagonally mid-air. Yang Kai slammed into this web and felt a strong adhesive force from behind him. He struggled slightly but was unable to break free, instead sinking deeper and deeper until even his hands were stuck to this web. Unexpectedly, this game is so exciting. Yang Kai gulped as his blood boiled without warning. His eyes flashed like fire as he stared at Shan Qing Luo, as if he wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. Ha ha ha. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and giggled, her voice so soft and enchanting that it made Yang Kai's bones go soft. Raising her hand, the doors and windows clattered shut as she walked towards Yang Kai at a leisurely pace. As she walked, the clothes on her body began to fall off, gradually exposing her white and plump figure to the air. Her skin was as white as jade and seemed to be so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her chest was high and swayed with every step she took. Her two cherry-like red eyes were like two vortexes that swallowed up Yang Kai's line of sight. There was not the slightest bit of fat on her flat and smooth lower abdomen, slender and fair, causing ripples in one's heart and soul. Her bare feet were small and delicate, one could play with them for an entire day and night. Yang Kai's mouth went dry as he called out bitterly, "Wanton! Slut, what do you want to do?" Shan Qing Luo stepped onto the spider web, the infinite scenery between her legs looming as she looked down at Yang Kai from above, like a god patrolling her territory, lightly saying, "What do you think?" Sticking out her scarlet tongue and licking her lips, she added a different kind of temptation. "I really can't stand her like this." Fortunately, he had messed around with Su Yan a few days ago, otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't break free and push her to the ground. Unlike Su Yan, Shan Qing Luo had always been so open in bed, bringing Yang Kai pleasure that others couldn't even dream of, but this was the first time they had played so intensely. It seemed that the several decades of separation had not been without its benefits, at the very least, it had freed some of the shackles in their hearts. Shan Qing Luo lifted her foot and gently slid it down Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai's clothes burst open, revealing his well-dressed body. Shan Qing Luo licked her red lips, her eyes cold and noble. "I wonder who has taken advantage of this body for so many years." Yang Kai resolutely said, "There is no such thing." Even if there was, he couldn't admit it, at least not now. Shan Qing Luo suddenly waved her hand, shattering Yang Kai's clothes, angrily saying, "You still dare to quibble. If I don't let you taste some bitterness today, I'm afraid you'll forget my strength." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I ask Luo to hurry up and let me taste some bitterness, your husband can't wait." Shan Qing Luo sat on top of him, leaning down and licking Yang Kai's earlobe, breathing out like orchids, "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" Yang Kai said, "I heard that there is a kind of poisonous widow among spiders, after sex they will eat the male." "Luo, do you want to be a poisonous widow?" "Not necessarily." Yang Kai lifted his body, and without warning, he rammed into Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo immediately straightened her upper body, her hair flying as she let out a mournful cry, but her face was full of joy. "Smelly thing, you didn't even greet me." "Ah," Yang Kai said, "you're going to eat me, why would I greet you? Let's see who will surrender today." Luo, don't be defeated too quickly." Shan Qing Luo gritted her teeth, her body moving up and down with Yang Kai's movements, intermittently saying, "You are dead. I will never let you have an easy time." Her towering breasts were undulating. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed them, fiercely kneading them. Shan Qing Luo's brows were tightly knitted, her cries were getting louder and louder, and the huge spider web was swaying unsteadily. The room was filled with endless spring scenery, and soon a strange atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 3140. In another room, decorated with strange stones, the light was soft. Biluo held her cheeks with both hands, a sad expression on her face. "He's back. That guy actually came back. And as soon as he came back, he made the Queen Master cry. How infuriating. Now that he's back, I'm afraid I won't have any chance in the future." But, why don't I feel jealous at all? Instead, I feel happy for the Queen Master, and even I feel a little bit of anticipation. Bai Luo shook her head and discarded the wild thoughts in her mind. Only then did she return to her senses, and she recalled that she'd brought a little guest back with her. Turning his head, he saw the little girl sitting on the other side of the table, motionless. She was so quiet that it didn't seem right. Her clear black and white eyes were clear, like a clear spring. He didn't know what she was looking at, her eyes were unfocused. What an exquisite child. She wondered who that man had given birth to her with. He was really good at giving birth. Feeling embarrassed to leave her out, Biluo squeezed out a smile and rummaged through her space ring for a while before finding some berry-like things and placing them in front of her. Try it, it's very sweet. Lu Yen lowered her head to look at the spirit fruit, then looked up at her and said seriously, I'm not a child. Biluo chuckled and reached out to pat her head. A child will always be a child, why don't you admit it? Lu Yen shook her hand away in annoyance and said angrily, if you keep acting like this, I won't be so polite to you. Although she tried her best to make an angry expression, her figure at such a young age, coupled with her delicate face, was even more irresistible. Biluo said, you're young, but your temper is quite big. Okay, I won't touch you. Lu Yen moved her body and sat behind the chair, her whole body almost sinking into it. Biluo tried to find a topic to talk about. Is your father good to you? He's not my father. Hey, didn't you just call him father? Why are you going back on your words in the blink of an eye? Oh, I understand now. You must be feeling indignant for your mother. You are indeed a little mischievous. However, this is useless. Your father has several women. The Queen Master is just one of them. Suddenly, he felt that it was ridiculous to discuss this topic with a little girl. He quickly stopped the topic. How old are you this year? What's your name? Where is your mother? How did your parents know each other? The woman's heart for gossip was burning fiercely. She comforted herself by telling herself that she was helping the Master Queen to gather information about the enemy, so that she could know herself and know her enemy. Lu Yen slowly turned his head and stared at her quietly. Biluo asked, is there something on my face? You're so annoying. Can you shut up? Biluo blinked. He was actually reprimanded by a little girl. She couldn't believe her ears, and her face immediately turned red. You are restless. Do you want to know what they are doing? Lu Yen asked. Of course not. Biluo's face turned even redder, as if she had been exposed. Lu Yan's ears twitched. He listened carefully and then said, oh, it's very intense. Your Master Queen is indeed very relaxed. This posture is very interesting. You. Biluo jumped up from the chair and looked at Lu Yen as if she had seen a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were wide and round. Was this still something a child should say? She could guess what those two people were doing in the side room even if she used her toes to think. She actually assumed a posture of eavesdropping and even said what posture. Even if a little mischievous person was a little mischievous, Biluo felt that her moral bottom line had been greatly impacted and was showing signs of collapse. Lu Yen stretched out his hands and grabbed in the air. What are you doing now? Biluo asked suspiciously. Lu Yen said, he caught your Master Queen like this, and now your Master Queen is like this. As she spoke, her little head swayed and her beautiful hair fluttered. Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place. Did she have to describe it so vividly? It was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. After hearing what she said, Biluo could even imagine the scene in the side room. However, when she described it, she was so serious, which added a sense of strangeness. Involuntarily, Biluo felt a chill all over her body. This child is a little too strange. Does she know about Yang Kai? Or is there a prehistoric monster hidden in her small body? How could there be such a child in this world? Suddenly, he recovered and pursed his lips into a smile. What are you talking about? He was almost frightened by her. The Queen Master's side room was covered with layers of barriers, and even he, a first-order origin king, could not pry into it, so how could a little girl do that? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yen was no longer in the mood to describe and simply lay back in her chair, her two small hands folded on her stomach, her two fingers twirling in circles in boredom. After what happened just now, Biluo did not dare to talk to this child casually, for fear that she would suddenly say something shocking and frighten him. Hey! Lu Yen suddenly spoke. Are you calling me? Biluo turned to look at her. Is there anyone else in the room? Lu Yen looked at him in surprise, as if to say, are you an idiot? Biluo took a deep breath and almost could not hold back the urge to rush up and strangle her. How could such a beautiful little girl speak so infuriatingly? Although it was said that one could not judge a book by its cover, this contrast was too great. Forcing a smile, he tried to calm down and said, my name is Biluo, you can call me Aunt Biluo or Elder Sister Biluo. I know your name, you don't need to say that to me. Endure, endure. After all, she was Yang Kai's daughter. If he really strangled her to death, it would be difficult to explain to Yang Kai and the Queen Master. Do you want to sleep? You can sleep here. Lu Yen raised a finger and shook it, don't speculate about other people's thoughts. What the hell do you want to do? His previous good impression of this little girl was completely gone. This beautiful and clean skin was definitely hiding a demon. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knew how to dig holes. Since she was Yang Kai's daughter, how could she be good? Tell me about the situation on your side. Situation? Biluo looked at her in surprise. What situation? Lu Yen said, your formation here is wide open and heavily guarded. Obviously, you are guarding against some enemy. Tell me about your enemy. Why are you asking this? Biluo was really helpless. Chapter 3141. The 10,000 Beasts mansion is right in front of us. Biluo and Lu Yen stood side by side on a high mountain and pointed to the brightly lit area below. This place used to be Wild Lion Territory's tribal lord's mansion, but since the invasion of Myriad Beast Villa more than a decade ago, Wild Lion Tribal Lord, one of the 10 great tribal lords, was the first to defect and surrender to Myriad Beast Villa. Since then, Myriad Beast Villa had made this place their headquarters on Monster Emperor Star. This place was not too far from the Red Moon territory, and with Biluo's cultivation, it only took her an hour to reach this place. As the cold wind blew, Biluo was filled with regret. Why did she bring her here? This was not a safe place, and if they were discovered by the people of the 10,000 Beasts mansion, there would be no way for them to survive. However, she really could not stand the little girl beside her imitating the various postures of the Queen Master in front of her, so she brought her here in anger. Lu Yen stood beside her, her eyes fixed on the largest building below. With just a sweep of her divine sense, she understood the situation clearly. Have you seen enough? Biluo lowered her head and asked, if you've seen enough, then come back with me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the two master. Shaking her head, she could not help but laugh. This little girl was mischievous, and she did not know what she wanted to see in the 10,000 Beasts mansion. Turning around and flying away, her expression changed greatly. Looking back, Lu Yen did not follow her. Instead, her small body jumped off the mountain and flew straight to the 10,000 Beasts mansion. What are you doing? Biluo shouted in horror and turned to chase after her. She was actually unable to catch up. This place was already considered the heart of the enemy's territory, so she didn't dare to use too much power to avoid being detected. That little girl clearly didn't seem to be flying very fast, but she just kept eating dust behind her. "Come back quickly, you're courting death," Biluo gritted her teeth and cursed. Lu Yen ignored her. This attitude of disregarding him made Biluo feel a little annoyed, and he involuntarily pushed his Saint Chi even more, increasing his speed significantly as the distance between the two rapidly closed. After a while, she grabbed Lu Yan's arm and pulled her to a stop. She fiercely scolded, "You little girl, why are you so disobedient? Do you need to be spanked?" Lu Yan looked up at her quietly. "You're glaring at me? Let's go." Lu Yan shook his head slowly, "It's too late." Biluo's face suddenly turned pale as a powerful wave of divine sense gushed out from the flickering light and enveloped her. He cursed in his heart. Just now, when he was chasing this little girl, he must have accidentally exposed his aura. This time, he was going to be killed by her. "You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at spoiling things." Lu Yen curled his lips. She wanted to directly launch a sneak attack and destroy the 10,000 Beasts mansion, but now that she had alerted the enemy, she was afraid it would take some effort. However, it did not matter much. "Who are you talking about?" Biluo could not believe her ears. "At this time, you still dare to scold me? Do you know that I am implicated because of you? Ha ha ha, a guest has come to visit. Why don't you come in and have a chat?" A loud and clear voice suddenly sounded out. The voice was like rolling thunder, and the aura was deep and serene. When Bai Luo heard it, her mind couldn't help but tremble, and she even staggered slightly. The cultivation of the person who spoke was definitely much higher than her, and it was very likely that he was the villa master of the Myriad Beasts villa. What she did not notice was that Lu Yen was not affected by this voice at all, as if a cool breeze had just brushed past her face. After gritting her teeth and struggling for a moment, Biluo said bitterly, "This time, I'm really going to die because of you." More than a dozen powerful divine senses were locked onto her, but she knew that as soon as she showed the slightest sign of wanting to escape, she would be seriously injured in the next instant. Now, she could only take one step at a time and think of a way to get out quickly, otherwise, she was afraid she would not be able to leave this place alive today. Thinking quickly, she took a deep breath and hid the fear on her face and heart. Smiling slightly, she tried to calm down and said, "Then, this mistress will disturb you." Reaching out and grabbing Lu Yan's little hand, Yang Kai walked towards the source of the voice and quietly sent her a message, "Once we're inside, don't say anything, just follow my lead." After a pause, he added, "If a fight really breaks out, find an opportunity to escape." Shaking his head, Yang Kai said sadly, "You should just kill yourself." Although it was too cruel to ask such a little girl to commit suicide, if she really fell into the hands of those people from the 10,000 Beasts mansion, the final outcome would be worse than death, so it was better to die. Lu Yen didn't say anything and let her pull her forward. In the 10,000 Beasts mansion, many disciples had been alarmed. When they saw Biluo and Lu Yen coming together, they all looked at them with ridicule, and their eyes wandered over Biluo's beautiful body in an extremely presumptuous manner. Some of them were even bold enough to whistle. Lu Yen naturally attracted a lot of attention. Such a delicate little girl could always arouse the covetous eyes of some people with special fetishes. Biluo had a faint smile on her face as she strolled leisurely, as if she was in her own backyard. Now, she could only deliberately mystify to increase her bargaining chips and increase her chances of survival. If she showed even the slightest bit of fear, she was afraid she would not have a good ending. Biluo walked a short distance of several hundred feet, but it seemed like she had walked for a year. If she didn't deliberately suppress it, her clothes would have been soaked in sweat. Suddenly, she felt her palm being pinched by someone. Looking down, she saw Lu Yen winking at her. Her clear and tender voice sounded in her ears, "Don't be afraid." Biluo couldn't help but laugh. She felt more and more that this child was very strange. Compared to her calmness, she was simply a paper tiger. However, his mood seemed to be affected by her, and he wasn't as nervous as before. In front of the main hall, more than a dozen disciples of the 10,000 Beasts mansion blocked the way. These disciples of the 10,000 Beasts mansion were accompanied by Monster Beast. There were many different kinds of wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, and so on. They were all pet beasts that they could control. Moreover, there were many strange patterns on their faces, which were full of the strong charm of a foreign territory. Biluo knew that those patterns were monster beast patterns. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts mansion were based on beast taming. Every time they successfully tamed a monster beast, one more monster beast pattern would appear on their body. The monster beast pattern was their most obvious characteristic, and it was also the hub that connected them with the monster beast. The more monster beast patterns one had, the stronger they were, and the more monster beast they could tame. The more than a dozen origin returning realm cultivators formed a human wall. They didn't intend to make way, and just looked at Biluo provocatively. The more than a dozen monster beast roared in a low voice, as if they had sensed the intention of their master, and assumed a predatory posture. Biluo stopped and swept her gaze over the faces of the dozen people with a smile. Then, her face turned cold and she shouted, "Get lost." With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind blew, and the dozen people blocking the way were blown away. The monster beast also retreated to the sides. The dozen people were stunned. They never thought that this woman would dare to intrude into the 10,000 Beasts mansion in the middle of the night and be so presumptuous. They were all stunned for a moment. Finally, they remembered that this woman was an Origin King realm cultivator. She wasn't someone they could contend with. Biluo went straight in, and no one dared to stop her. It was as if there was no one around, and this beautiful woman was now majestic. After entering the main hall, a burst of music entered her ears. The interior was brightly lit, and in the spacious hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. They were all dressed in gauze, and their beauty was faintly discernible, causing one's imagination to run wild. Men and women, tall and short, fat and thin cultivator were sitting on either side of the hall. In front of each of them was a small table filled with delicious delicacies and fine nectar. Each of these figures was giving off the aura of an Origin King. It seemed like a banquet was being held in the 10,000 Beasts mansion tonight. Biluo was stunned, and her heart sank. This time, it was really over. The masters of the 10,000 Beasts mansion were gathered here, and if she couldn't think of a good excuse, she definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place. With so many pairs of eyes focused on her, Biluo suddenly felt a little suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest. Hurriedly pushing her Saint Chi to resist, she felt a little better. Looking straight ahead, Yang Ling focused her attention on the burly man sitting at the head of the group. This burly man had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger, and he was as strong as an iron tower. He wore an animal skin shirt that wasn't buttoned up, exposing his chest and breasts, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was reclining on an unknown animal skin with a warm fragrance in his arms, one hand supporting his head while the other gently tapped his thigh to the rhythm of the music. When Biluo walked in, he didn't open his eyes, and even when Biluo stood below him, he didn't seem to notice. He was like a sleeping lion, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura from head to toe. Biluo naturally recognized him. He was the manor master of the 10,000 Beasts mansion, Huang Tudao, and the culprit behind the disaster on Monster Star. Shan Qing Luo had fought with him several times and was evenly matched. This was a third-order Origin King master. The dancers were still dancing, and the music continued. Tonight's banquet was not interrupted by Biluo's arrival, and only the masters of the 10,000 Beasts mansion who were seated around still looked at Biluo with playful eyes. As for Lu Yen, no one cared, but many people were curious as to why Biluo had brought a little girl here. In the hall, Biluo pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. Huang Tudao suddenly opened his eyes, like a sleeping lion waking up, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he shouted majestically, "Why aren't the dancers below dancing? Do you want to die?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone around burst into laughter and shouted, "Come and dance, if you dance well, you'll be rewarded. Hurry up and jump. Don't worry. Even if you don't jump well, there won't be any punishment. Our Manor Lord is very protective of the fairer sex. I'm afraid you haven't eaten enough and don't have the energy to jump. Come, I'll reward you with this piece of meat." Biluo didn't take it seriously and just smiled, bowing slightly. Red Moon Territory's envoy greets Manor Master Huang. Huang Tudao raised his brow. Red Moon Territory's envoy? He pretended to take a closer look, as if he had just seen Biluo's face. "You're Shanqing Luo's maidservant." Biluo. "So, it's you." Huang Tudao grinned ferociously and suddenly shouted, "How dare you barge into my manor of 10,000 beasts? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 3142. Biluo's heart trembled when she heard Huang Tudao's shout. Fortunately, she had thought of an excuse while she was walking, so she didn't panic. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "Manor Master Huang, please calm down. I came here today to deliver a message to you on behalf of my Queen Master. If she wanted to live tonight, she could only use Shanqing Luo's name." Just as Shanqing Luo was afraid of Huang Tudao was also very afraid of Shanqing Luo. After all, Shanqing Luo was not weaker than him. Huang Tudao narrowed his eyes and said, "Shanqing Luo's message? What is it? Could it be that she agreed to give herself to me?" "Ha ha ha." Biluo pursed her lips and laughed. "She said that all of you will die tonight." Huang Tudao's laughter stopped abruptly. All the cultivators in the hall were shocked. They all slammed the table and glared at Biluo. Biluo's smile froze on her face. She lowered her head and looked down. It was because the words just now were not from her mouth, but from Lu Yen. Huang Tudao looked at Lu Yen and Biluo and said lightly, "You can't pretend that you didn't hear that." Biluo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She hurriedly said, "A child's words carry no harm. She was just talking nonsense." At the same time, she glared at Lu Yen fiercely, warning her not to open her mouth again. "A child's words carry no harm?" Huang Tudao snorted, "I think you're here to pick a fight tonight. Very well, I didn't want to lower myself to your level because you're a woman. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not knowing how to be gentle. Manor Master Huang, please calm down." Bai Luo couldn't help feeling bitter. She really didn't know what kind of sin she had committed to suffer such torment, so she quickly pushed Lu Yen aside and said, "Go and apologize to Manor Master Huang." Lu Yen said, "He's going to die. Why are you apologizing?" Huang Tudao was so angry that he laughed instead. He sat up straight, put his hands on the table, bent his upper body slightly, and stared intently at Lu Yen. He said, "This little girl is a bit interesting. Then I'd like to see how I'm going to die tonight." He shouted again, "If I don't die tonight, you all will die." Regardless of whether or not the words of a child carried no harm, this little girl had offended him time and time again. Naturally, she deserved to be taught a lesson. He was not a kind-hearted person, so killing a child was not a big psychological burden to him. "You can't see it." Lu Yen responded faintly before suddenly raising her small hand and summoning a wisp of flame from her fingertips. This wisp of flame was just a small flame that flickered unsteadily, as if it could be extinguished by a casual blow of air. The crowd burst into laughter. Huang Tudao didn't laugh, and his expression was extremely solemn instead because he actually felt a chill run down his spine at the instant the tiny flame appeared. With a flick of Lu Yan's finger, the small flame flew straight towards Huang Tudao. Huang Tudao suddenly stood up, as if facing a great enemy. With a low roar, more than a dozen thick beast stripes suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, one of these beast stripes flashed and a giant gorilla-like beast appeared in front of him. This monster beast was full of hostility and had a 10th-order aura. As soon as it appeared, it pounded its chest with both hands and bared its teeth. The howl came to an abrupt end as a dark bloody hole appeared in the giant beast's chest. The edge of the wound was stained with some weak flames that quickly spread and burned. After the flame penetrated the giant beast's body, it rushed towards Huang Tudao without slowing down, easily burning away Huang Tudao's Saint Qi and protective artifact. Like dry firewood meeting a raging fire, Huang Tudao burst into flames and screams filled the sky. Everyone in the manner of 10,000 beasts, who were laughing loudly just a moment ago, stood up in shock. The wine and delicacies on the table in front of them spilled all over the ground. The dancers in the hall also let out loud screams and fled in all directions. Biluo stood stiffly in place, her eyes reflecting the light of the burning flames, almost making her think she was dreaming. The screams didn't last long, and after 3 breaths, Huang Tudao fell to the ground and turned into a pile of black ash, not even leaving behind his bones. The same was true for the giant beast he had summoned. In the blink of an eye, Huang Tudao had fallen. The hall fell silent, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that the myriad beast mansion master, who had been so majestic and arrogant just a moment ago, would be killed, and at the hands of a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. A little flame was enough to burn a 3rd-order origin king to ashes. Who was this little girl, and what kind of fire was that? After a brief silence, the sound of fluttering clothes rang out as a number of figures fled in all directions. With a series of rumbling sounds, more than a dozen holes appeared in the hall. No one dared not flee. Although they didn't know what kind of cultivation this little girl had or what kind of method she had, since she could kill Huang Tudao with a wave of her hand, she could easily take the lives of everyone present. If they wanted to live, they could only run as far away as possible. 13. Lu Yan didn't seem to notice and just muttered calmly before calling out lightly, 100 birds, worshipping the phoenix. His small body shook, and balls of flame suddenly shot out in all directions. Each ball of flame turned into the shape of a small bird, and there was no repetition. Those small fiery birds chirped for a while, drew beautiful arcs in the air, and then rushed out of the hall and disappeared. Screams rang out one after another, all of them extremely short and hurried, as one powerful aura after another was annihilated. Biluo's tender body trembled, not with joy, but with fear. The little girl, who she thought was harmless to humans and animals, suddenly displayed unimaginable strength, causing her to feel a sense of panic. Instinctively, she rushed out of the hall, but when she looked around, she froze on the spot. In this huge city, numerous firebirds were flying back and forth. These birds were no longer small and delicate, but had all become huge creatures. They swayed their extremely dazzling fiery tails, and everywhere they passed, everything was burned to ashes. In such a short time, within 1,000 meters of the hall, except for her and Lu Yan, there was no other living thing. Everyone had been killed, and those who had previously been swaggering around in the hall had long since been turned to ashes. Not even their shadows could be seen. As for those firebirds, they were still spreading outwards. Her hair stood on end. The Thousands Beasts villa was finished. This time, it was really uprooted. Although she didn't know what the Thousands Beasts villa was celebrating tonight and why so many masters gathered together, now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision, which gave Lu Yan a chance to wipe them all out. Until now, Biluo had some hindsight. No wonder the little girl insisted that she take her to the Thousands Beasts villa. No wonder she was not afraid at all. Instead, she repeatedly spoke arrogantly in the hall. With such a powerful strength, what did she need to be afraid of? When the cold wind blew, Biluo's chaotic thoughts became a little clearer. She returned to the hall in a daze, only to see Lu Yen sitting quietly in the seat where Huang Tudao had sat before, yawning casually, looking bored. The corners of Biluo's eyes twitched fiercely. 3 days later, Yang Kai painstakingly pulled his arm out from under Shanxing Luo's body, but he didn't want to be entangled by her again like an octopus. Reaching out, Yang Kai patted her on the back, leaving behind a bright red palm print. Still not full? Yang Kai asked. Shanxing Luo narrowed her blurred eyes and said lazily, "Am I such a difficult person to satisfy?" Yang Kai said curiously, "Aren't you?" These 3 days were very short. The Queen Master seemed to want to make up for all the decades she had lost. She repeatedly took the initiative to seek pleasure, looking like she wanted to squeeze Yang Kai dry. The result was naturally that she was not as good as him and was defeated every time. Yang Kai's cultivation was now 2 great realms higher than hers, and he also had a half-dragon body. How could she withstand his punitive expedition? However, she became braver with every setback, which made Yang Kai very happy for a few days. She and Su Yen were simply 2 extremes. What nonsense are you talking about? Shanxing Luo glared at him and pinched him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and covered her flat belly with his big hand. "If you strangle me to death, the child in my belly will have no father." Shanxing Luo's eyes suddenly widened as she whispered, "Child." Reaching out, she touched her belly. Maybe there's already a child in her belly right now. If that's the case, in the future he won't be around. She turned over and sat on top of him, her hair falling down and covering the boundless spring scenery in front of her chest. Shanxing Luo pursed her lips and said, "Give me more, this time I must get pregnant." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just said it casually." "You took it seriously. You dare not take back the words you said." Shanxing Luo reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's neck with a fierce expression. Yang Kai said, "How would I dare? It's just that someone is looking for you now." He pointed to the door. "Who is it?" Shanxing Luo frowned. "I don't want to see them." "Yu Xiong." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qiyu had adopted an adopted son and an adopted daughter. The adopted daughter was naturally Shanxing Luo while the adopted son was Yu Xiong. He and Shanxing Luo called each other brother and sister. When Yang Kai came to Monster Star, he had dealt with Yu Xiong and was an extremely forthright man, so he was no stranger to him. Hearing that it was Yu Xiong who came to see her, Shanxing Luo naturally couldn't refuse and could only get up and dress. A moment later, the door opened and Yu Xiong's voice immediately heard, "Biluo, go away, I have something important to tell little sister, do you dare stop me?" Biluo hurriedly said, "Master, it's not convenient for Queen Master to see guests right now. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform her." Yu Xiong angrily shouted, "What's not convenient for her to see guests?" Just as he was arguing, the door opened and Yu Xiong immediately pushed aside Biluo to greet the newcomer. At first glance, he saw Shanxing Luo's radiant face and could not help feeling stunned, swallowing the words he was about to say. Looking up again though, he saw Yang Kai walking out from behind Shanxing Luo. "It's you, you little bastard." Yu Xiong's brow rose as he threw a punch at Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, hand over your life." Shanxing Luo dodged to the side and watched with a smile. She was not worried that Yang Kai would suffer a loss, nor was she worried that Yang Kai would hurt Yu Xiong, so she had no intention of intervening. Her. Yu Xiong's chatter was interrupted and he looked at Lu Yen in amazement, curling his lips as he asked, "Are you kidding me?" It wasn't that his ability to accept such a thing was weak, but that he simply couldn't accept it. Biluo weakly said from the side, "Master Yu Xiong, the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts was indeed destroyed by her." Yu Xiong glanced at Biluo and laughed, "That's not funny at all." Biluo looked at him seriously. Yu Xiong's laughter gradually faded as he asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Bai Luo said, "I was just about to report this matter to Her Majesty. That night 3 days ago, she and I." She immediately began recounting what happened that night. Although she was only recounting it in a straightforward manner, without the slightest exaggeration, the events of that night still replayed themselves in front of their eyes, causing Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong's hearts to skip a beat. When they heard that Huang Tudao was burned to death by Lu Yan's small flame, they broke out in a cold sweat. That was a third-order origin king. What kind of flame could burn him to death in 3 breaths of time? Yu Xiong's face couldn't help turning a little pale as he looked at Lu Yen with awe and fear in his eyes. When he came over just now, he had seen how cute Lu Yen was and had even touched her head casually. Now that he thought about it, he was really lucky. If he had provoked this little girl just now, wouldn't he have followed in Huang Tudao's footsteps? Since that flame could kill Huang Tudao and render him powerless to resist, it would definitely have no problem killing him. Swallowing hard, Yu Xiong put some distance between himself and Lu Yen, as if he could find some sense of security by doing so. "Who is she?" Shanqing Luo turned to look at Yang Kai. "Isn't she your daughter?" Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "I told you she wasn't, but you didn't listen at all. She is Lu Yen." Lu Yen. Shanqing Luo was taken aback. She was naturally no stranger to Lu Yen, but in any case, she couldn't connect the artifact spirit with this little girl in front of her. The person in front of her was a living person of flesh and blood. Shanqing Luo immediately understood that Lu Yen must have obtained some kind of great opportunity following Yang Kai all these years, allowing her to even form her own body. After recovering from her shock, Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The masters of Myriad Beast Villa were all gone and they no longer had the strength to fight against Red Moon territory. If they were to attack at this time, who on Monster Star could stop them? Smiling apologetically to Yang Kai, she said, "Lord Husband, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any longer." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go do what you need to do, there will be plenty of time in the future." This time, he had come back to take everyone to the star boundary, so he would not be gone for decades without any news. There would be plenty of time in the future for them to spend together. What's more, after these 3 days of expedition, both he and Shanqing Luo needed to rest for a while. Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong quickly left, embarking on their journey to reclaim Monster Star, leaving behind Biluo to entertain Yang Kai. Biluo looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Who would have thought that the boy who was trapped in Fragrant City by the Master of the Queen would one day grow to such an extent that even the Master of the Queen had to be protected by his shadow? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "I remember that there is a space array here in Red Moon territory, take me there." Shadowed Star was now in a state of peace, so it would not be long before Monster Star did as well, but it was still necessary to guard against any masters from the Great Desolate Star territory making a comeback. On Shadowed Star, Su Yen was in charge, so Yang Kai was not worried about anything. On the other hand, Monster Star needed to be strengthened. The best way to do this was to connect the 2 cultivation stars so that they could help each other. If anyone dared to have ideas about Monster Star, Yang Kai would make sure they never returned. The group of 3 immediately walked towards the depths of Red Moon territory. According to Biluo, the space array in Red Moon territory was destroyed by Shanqing Luo more than 10 years ago in order to prevent someone from using it to teleport into Red Moon territory. At that time, they had already lost contact with Shadowed Star, so they had no choice but to do this. Along the way, they encountered many monster race members from Red Moon territory, all of whom bowed respectfully to Biluo. Although she was just Shan Qing Luo's maidservant, she was still an Origin King Realm Master and naturally received the respect of a master. What's more, who in Red Moon territory did not know that the master had never really treated her as a maidservant? She and the master were like sisters. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai and Lu Yen, their eyes were filled with amazement. Since Biluo did not say anything, they did not dare to ask. Not long after, the group arrived at the place where the space array was located. The space array here was arranged by Yang Kai many years ago. Looking at it again at this moment, Yang Kai found that it was quite simple. Of course, this was because his cultivation had improved and his horizons had widened, but it was also because his attainments in space principles had deepened. "Master, do you need any materials?" Biluo asked. She vaguely remembered that arranging this space array required a lot of precious materials. Yang Kai waved his hand, "No need, you can go about your business." In the early years, when he arranged a space array in the territory of the star boundary, the main material used was space spirit stone, but that material was not of a high grade. Yang Kai had brought countless space spirit crystals and space spirit jades from the star boundary, so using them to arrange a space array would be much more effective. Biluo smiled lightly, "Serving Master well is what I should be busy with." Since Shan Qing Luo had instructed her to do so, she would naturally do her best, but as soon as these words left her mouth, she felt that there was some ambiguity. At that moment, Yang Kai's gaze fell upon her, and Biluo clearly felt his gaze pause on her red lips for a moment, so she quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her face, making it impossible to see her expression. When she raised her head again, Yang Kai was already focused on the space array in front of him. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned her head and saw Lu Yen staring straight at her, her hands spread wide as she drew a large circle. What? Biluo was really scared of her, especially when she made all kinds of gestures, which always made her imagination run wild. "So many women, so many," Lu Yen said. Biluo savored this for a moment before regaining her senses and blushing as she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Huh." Lu Yen put on a fake smile. Biluo really wanted to rip her mouth open. "Lu Yen, come help." Yang Kai called out. Lu Yen nodded and skipped over to Yang Kai's side, blowing on a pile of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades that Yang Kai had taken out. A cluster of flames immediately flew out and wrapped around the materials. With Lu Yan's help, arranging the space array became easier and easier. In just half a day, a brand new space array was erected again. After Yang Kai's adjustments and positioning, this space array could be directly connected to Shadowed Star without any need for transit, which was undoubtedly much more convenient. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind and take care of it, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and pushed his space force, disappearing in a flash of light. Biluo and Lu Yen only waited for half a day before the space array lit up and vaguely visible figures could be seen, each of them with a powerful aura. When the light dissipated, Biluo found many familiar faces, all of which were masters from High Heaven Sect and Shadowed Star. She had lived with Shan Qing Luo on Shadowed Star for a while, so she was no stranger to these people. Their gazes were soon attracted by a stream of light that fell straight down from the sky, piercing through the clouds and falling into the main city that originally belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. With a loud rumble, the city shook and the ground cracked. Gullies spread out horizontally and vertically. Gales whistled, and the surrounding houses collapsed. **So. A number of figures flew over from all directions and stood in the void, looking towards this uninvited guest. Yang Kai looked around coldly as his heart sank. His previous worries had come true. Water Moon Star had fallen. None of the cultivator who appeared around him was familiar, and the clothes worn by several of them clearly had traces of Netherworld sect. Even if the others were not from Netherworld sect, they were likely from the territory of Great Desolate Star. How could it have fallen? Yang Kai could not understand. He was not surprised that Green Mountain Star had fallen. After all, there were no powerful masters or great forces on Green Mountain Star. However, even Shadowed Star and Monster Star had not fallen, so how could Water Moon Star have fallen? This was the home star of Hungluo Chamber of Commerce. Hungluo Chamber of Commerce was one of the 3 most powerful forces in the entire star territory. Before the rise of Shadowed Star and High Heaven Sect, Hungluo Chamber of Commerce was even stronger than Purple Star and Sword Union. Such a star had actually fallen completely, and its current situation was even worse than Green Mountain Stars. What had happened here in the past 10 years? Where had Shuyu gone? Where were the people from Hungluo Chamber of Commerce? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai's aura became cold and piercing, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This person had descended straight from Star Field, so obviously, he was a bold master. At this moment, even if he had not taken action, the cold aura he was exuding was enough to frighten everyone. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Yang Kai swept his eyes around, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, not putting anyone in his eyes. Silence reigned as no one answered. All the cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star stared at him as if they were facing a great enemy. I say. Yang Kai slowly raised his fist, bent his arm back, and threw out a punch. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Are you deaf? With a bang, the sound of something exploding rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look and gasped. In the direction Yang Kai had thrown his fist, a cultivator had burst into a bloody mist on the spot, not even leaving behind a corpse. And that person was a First-Order Origin King. Blowing up an Origin King from 1,000 meters away with a single punch was simply too overbearing. Everyone, who had been extremely vigilant towards Yang Kai, felt their hearts go cold at this moment. With such a strong enemy, who could be his opponent? Almost at the same time, everyone took a few steps back. Chapter 31:45. With a series of clinking sounds, several figures suddenly appeared beside the thin and tall man. Some of these figures were tall and powerful, while others were short and delicate, but all of them exuded a thick corpse chi. Looking at their faces, Yang Kai could see that all of them were ferocious and had disheveled hair. Corpse refinement. Yang Kai raised his brow, quite surprised. He had not expected that the people of Netherworld sect would also be proficient in the corpse refinement technique. None of the Netherworld sect cultivators he had encountered before were proficient in this technique. It seemed that the Netherworld sect's secret techniques were divided into several schools, but no matter which school it was, they were all related to corpse refinement. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed again as he stared at one of the refined corpses and examined it seriously, his face sinking. Brat, this seat will capture you, then carefully refine you, and make you one of my generals. The thin and tall man glared at Yang Kai viciously. Although the young man in front of him had just displayed extraordinary combat strength, this man was not someone to be trifled with. With the few refined corpses in his hands, even a third-order Origin King would not be able to do anything to him. If he was not careful, he might even be captured, so he did not panic. On the contrary, he became more and more interested in Yang Kai because of his performance just now. The strength of a refined corpse was linked to the strength of the corpse before death. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the corpse would be after being refined. Yang Kai was not only strong, but his physique was also extremely tough, making him an excellent corpse refinement material that this man had been searching for many years. He couldn't help but want to laugh wildly in his heart. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. If he could refine this brat, his position in the Netherworld sect would immediately rise. With a flick of his wrist, several refined corpses roared ferociously as a thick corpse chi covered their bodies. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Yang Kai. Their sharp claws were like long spears, incomparably sharp, and their nails were a dark green color, obviously containing a potent poison. A ball of fiery light suddenly appeared, and a small and delicate firebird flew out and pounced towards the few refined corpses. It was agile and graceful, but also noble and graceful. The first refined corpse that came into contact with it was instantly set ablaze. The firebird did not slow down and flew towards the second refined corpse. In the blink of an eye, it had burned several refined corpses. "Leave this behind." Yang Kai growled and suddenly reached out to grab one of the refined corpses by the neck and pulled it over. The refined corpse struggled and resisted, its sharp nails whistling through the air towards Yang Kai's chest. However, it was as if it was stabbing into metal, producing a clanging sound as it was unable to penetrate Yang Kai's chest. Lu Yen tilted his head. Although he didn't know what Lu Yan's intention was, he didn't ask. He controlled the flames and burned the other refined corpses in an instant. Pfff, the thin and tall man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Lu Yen in horror. You. His eyes were also bloodshot. Each of these refined corpses could display strength equivalent to an origin king, especially the most powerful one, which was refined from the corpse of a third-order origin king. With such a lineup, he was confident that no one in this Heng Luo star field could stop them, but now, they had been almost burned to ashes by a 7- or 8-year-old little girl, and the most powerful refined corpse had been directly captured by this young man. His vision blurred, and the little girl floated in front of him like a ghost. She raised her head to look at him, and his frightened face was reflected in her clear black and white eyes. He watched as she raised a small hand and pressed it on his stomach. He didn't even have time to react. "Leave him alive as well," Yang Kai turned his head and ordered. Lu Yen released a small amount of strength from her hand and the tall skinny man's aura quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. He staggered a few steps before falling to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood, almost spitting out his internal organs. Dantian was destroyed and his cultivation was wasted. For a cultivator, there was nothing more painful in this world. Coupled with the fact that his refined corpse had been destroyed and his mind affected, he had lost more than half of his life. The enemy had almost taken his life with just a wave of their hand. If they were serious, who in this world could be their opponent? Not even the sect master could. Where did these two lunatics come from? Yang Kai gripped the neck of the most powerful refined corpse with one hand, letting it scratch his body with its sharp nails as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. The refined corpse was being controlled, constantly roaring and struggling, as if it had gone mad. A series of cracking sounds came from its neck, indicating that its bones had been broken, but it no longer felt pain or thought, only wanting to destroy everything in front of it, so even if its bones were broken, it did not stop moving. Yang Kai took a light breath, slightly urging the power of his divine sense, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Dragon! Heaven! Hurt! Wake up!" Pure divine sense wrapped in his voice rushed straight into the mind of the refined corpse. In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of something breaking, and the restless refined corpse suddenly became much more docile. Although it was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Its eyes turned slightly, and its originally unfocused eyes gradually showed signs of focusing, but it was only a sign. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that its spirituality had not disappeared. Perhaps it was because it had only been a refined corpse for a short time, or perhaps it was because its strength was not bad. In any case, there was hope to wake it up. Immediately, he urged the power of his divine sense into the corpse's mind, carefully straightening out its chaotic thoughts. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the eyes of the refined corpse in front of him suddenly regained a trace of clarity, and its struggling hands also stopped. A strange expression appeared on its ferocious face. You are. Its voice was dry, as if it had not spoken for a long time, or because its body had been damaged, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Senior Long, Yang Kai's expression was complicated. Long Tian Shang. Yang Kai was not familiar with him, but they had met once when he came to Water Moon Star. This person was the Supreme Elder of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, he was AIO's senior, so naturally, he was Yang Kai's senior. AIO left Star Territory with Yang Kai and went to the Star Boundary. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's huge foundation was handed over to Shuiyu to manage, while Long Tian Shang stayed behind to stabilize the overall situation. In fact, in terms of strength, he could have left Star Territory with Yang Kai, but he had dedicated his life to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, so he could not cut off his feelings for it, so he simply stayed behind to act as a protective umbrella for Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that when they met again several decades later, he would be refined into a heavenly corpse, deprived of his freedom and enslaved? It was only because he met Yang Kai that he was able to awaken him for a moment. No one else could have such an ability. You are. Little brat Yang. Long Tian Shang's thoughts gradually became clear as he remembered some fragments of his memories. Naturally, he had a deep impression of Yang Kai, Shuiyu's husband. Yang Kai quickly said, Senior Long, we don't have much time. I want to know what happened to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. What happened to Shuiyu? The last question was what he was most concerned about. If Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was gone, then it was gone. AIO was now in the Star Boundary, so he did not put a trivial Hangluo Chamber of Commerce in his eyes. The key was Shuiyu, so he had to be careful. However, even with Long Tian Shang's cultivation, he had been refined into a heavenly corpse by Netherworld sect, so how could Yang Kai not be worried about the safety of Shuiyu? Shuiyu. Long Tian Shang murmured hoarsely as more memories emerged. He looked down at his hands and said sadly, so it's like this. Finally remembering his situation, he sorted out his thoughts and words and said, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is gone, and Shuiyu. When Water Moon Star fell, I covered for them to escape. As for where they are now, I don't know. All his memories stopped at the shocking battle that day. He had stalled the Netherworld sect and more than a dozen battleships in the territory of Great Desolate Star by himself, but in the end, he was exhausted and captured, then refined into his current appearance. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, Did Shuiyu escape? This was a blessing in disguise. Although he did not know whether Shuiyu was safe or not, at least there was hope. Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Have you seen this woman? Lu Yen squatted in front of the thin and tall man from Netherworld sect. A cluster of flames flickered in her palm, then transformed into the image of a valiant woman. Although it was formed from flames, it was vivid and lifelike, showing her outstanding talent in controlling fire. She had refined the fire phoenix source, so controlling fire was naturally her specialty. Her tone was calm and soft, but in the ears of the thin and tall man, it was like a soul-stirring sound, causing him to shiver and shake his head repeatedly. No, I've never seen her before. Huh. Lu Yen smiled insincerely as another cluster of flames flew out, turned into a fire snake, and wrapped around the thin and tall man. It opened its big mouth and floated above the thin and tall man's head, hissing as if it would swallow him at any time. This flame could easily burn several powerful refined corpses, but at this moment, it seemed as if it had no temperature and did not cause the thin and tall man any harm. You said you've never seen her before? Although I'm young, you can't lie to me. The thin and tall man raised his eyes and glanced at the figure formed from flames. "You'd better answer honestly." "Help me reclaim this cultivation star." Yang Kai pointed to the ground under his feet. Water Moon Star was the home star of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and the birthplace of Shuiyu, so it could not fall into the hands of the Great Desolate Star Territory. With Yang Kai's ability, he could reclaim it at will, but he did not want to waste any more time here. He could ask Li Jiao and the others for help, lest they become moldy in the sealed world bead. No problem, Li Jiao agreed. He already knew what kind of people lived in the Star Territory. With his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, it was easy for him to do this kind of thing. What's more, he also had the help of Lu Sanyang, He Yunxiang, Ruan Baiting, the Embodiment, and the others. Although the cultivation star was not small, if they acted separately, it would take less than half a month to complete everything. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask the Embodiment. He will tell you who is an enemy and who is a friend. Okay. Leaving behind a few people to discuss the matter of reclaiming the cultivation star, Yang Kai and Lu Yen went straight to the central hall of the city. Originally, there were some cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory in the hall, but after watching the previous battle from afar, how could they not know that the Star of Slaughter had arrived? They had already fled without a trace. Kai Yang went straight in without encountering the slightest obstruction. Soon, he arrived at a square and found the space array he had arranged here in the past. This array was not destroyed, but the connecting channels to many places had been cut off and could not be connected. Moreover, with Yang Kai's current needs, this array set up back then was not enough. He spent half a day with Lu Yen to modify and unblock this array, connecting it to Monster Star and Shadowed Star before setting off from Water Moon Star in a certain direction. As if feeling Yang Kai's anxiety, Lu Yen took the initiative to hold his hand. "Madam, you will be safe." Yang Kai forced a smile. If Shuiyu really escaped to that place, then there is no need to worry about her safety. Does Master know where Madam Shuiyu went? Yang Kai nodded, most likely. In this direction, a cultivation star with a star master guarding it, there was no other possibility except for Tongxian Realm. Tongxian Realm star master was Xia Ningchang. Shuiyu knew this. Water Moon Star was destroyed, so there were only 3 places she could go: Shadowed Star, Monster Star, and Tongxian Realm. Shadowed Star was too far away, so if she did not consider it, who knew what dangers she would encounter in the star field? Monster Star was closer, but it was a monster race star after all, and there was no star master guarding it, so the safety factor was not high. With Shuiyu's intelligence, there was only one choice she could make. Go to Tongxian Realm and find Xia Ningchang. First, join him, and second, increase the strength of Tongxian Realm. Lu Yen pondered for a moment and seemed to understand, asking, "In that case, why is Master so anxious?" Yang Kai said, "Tongxian Realm is not like other cultivation stars. Back then, there were signs of world energy exhaustion. If little senior sister had not taken the risk to refine the star's source and brought vitality back, I'm afraid Tongxian Realm would be dead by now. What I'm worried about is not Shuiyu, but little senior sister. If the cultivator on Great Desolate Star went all out to deal with Tongxian Realm, even with Xia Ningchang guarding it, it would be difficult to guard against them. After all, Tongxian Realm had not fully recovered, and if it suffered from the flames of war, it would only make things worse. If the world energy was exhausted again, Xia Ningchang, as the Star Master, would definitely be implicated. At that time, there would be nothing he could do. Chapter 3149. A moment later, the ground was littered with corpses. Apart from Yang Kai and Lu Yen, there were no other survivors. In the end, not everyone was a tough nut to crack. Although the surviving Origin Kings had joined forces at the last moment, it was nothing more than ants trying to shake a giant tree. Witnessing Yang Kai's murderous ferocity, one of them could not bear the pressure and told Yang Kai the answer he wanted. Although he did not escape death, he was at least happy. Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This name was quite familiar to him. Having said that, he was still the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land back on Tongxian realm. Later, a group of subordinates from Nine Heavens Holy Land had been brought to Shadowed Star by him, but this time, he had not seen them on Shadowed Star. Now that he thought about it, they had probably returned here with Xia Ningchang. After all, this was their homeland, and with foreign enemies invading, they naturally could not ignore them. Xia Ningchang choosing Nine Heavens Holy Land as her foundation was a kind of nostalgia for him. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned to Lu Yen, and Lu Yen rushed to his side and flew side by side with Yang Kai towards Nine Heavens Holy Land. After Xian Xianming was killed and the 8 Desolation Array core was broken, in another ink spot, on Tongxian realm, a third-order Origin King realm old man suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a look of fear. At that moment, he faintly noticed something, as if a great crisis was about to descend. Frowning, he took out an array plate and used his Saint Chi to probe, but his face suddenly changed drastically. This array plate was the one that controlled this 8 Desolate array, but because of the particularity of the 8 Desolate Spirit Sealing array, this array plate could communicate with the other 7 array plates. At this moment, the old man sensed through this array plate and found that the remaining 6 array plates were safe and sound. Only the 8 Desolate array core was unresponsive. He seemed to have lost contact with the 8 Desolate array core. In an instant, an incredible thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai stood up and quickly arrived at a secret room. The secret room was filled with runes and spirit array patterns. Obviously, it was a carefully arranged spirit array, but Yang Kai didn't know what effect it had. The old man activated the spirit array and the entire secret room immediately flickered. A moment later, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure only had a human silhouette and no facial features. It was as if it was cast from water, constantly changing. As soon as this figure appeared, it said, "Third Elder, I happen to have something I wanted to talk to you about. Just now, I heard some movement from Vice Sect Master Xian's side. I tried to contact Vice Sect Master Xian to ask about the situation, but I didn't get any response. Now, even the connection between the array plates has disappeared. Does Third Elder know what happened to Vice Sect Master Xian?" When the Third Elder heard this, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. If he was the only one whose array plate had lost contact with the array core, there might have been a small accident. Perhaps things would improve after a while, but now even this old man was in the same situation as him. Coupled with the fact that he was the closest to the array core and had noticed some movement, the problem was obviously big. The Third Elder said, "This old master summoned you here because of this array plate. I don't know the specifics, but Vice Sect Master Xian hasn't responded. Let's wait and see how the others are doing." As the two of them were talking, a few more illusory figures appeared in the secret room one after another. Even though they were far away from each other, under the guidance of the secret room's formation, everyone could still gather together and communicate as if they were facing each other. It could be said to be extremely convenient. Including the Third Elder, there were a total of 7 figures in the secret room. They were the masters from the Great Desolate Star territory who presided over the 7-8 Desolation arrays. After a brief exchange, everyone discovered a shocking fact. They had completely lost contact with the array core, and even Vice Sect Master Xian had disappeared without a trace. The secret room was silent for a moment before one of them said in horror, "It couldn't be, impossible." Another person immediately refuted, "Vice Sect Master Xian is a third-order origin king. Even if we fought alone, we would not be his opponent. He is also presiding over the 8 Desolation Array Corps, so who could possibly be his opponent? Vice Sect Master Xian should be fine. You old third, you were the closest to the Array Corps. Tell us what you saw just now." Everyone turned their eyes to the figure who had first arrived here. "You old third," said in a low voice. A stream of light fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble, and then there was no more news from the Array Corps. The secret room became even more silent. "You old third," said, "although it's hard to believe, judging from the current situation, Vice Sect Master Xian might really be." As he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case, then Netherworld's sect had really provoked a powerful enemy this time, but who could have such shocking means? "Third Elder, what should we do now?" The third elder's face was solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a long breath, seemingly having made a difficult decision. "We must cut off all means of retreat." Everyone was startled and someone immediately said, "Third elder, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. We have been operating here for several years and will be able to complete our mission in half a year. If we do this now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yes, we should first determine the situation with Vice Sect Master Xian before making any further plans." "Foolish." The third elder snorted, "This old man knows you don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. How can we not believe it? If Vice Sect Master Xian is really safe, why didn't he send a message? Why didn't the 8 Desolation Array Corps respond? I'm afraid, the odds are against him. No matter who it is, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop that person. If that person could kill Vice Sect Master Xian under the protection of the Array Corps, then that person could break into these subformations and take their lives. It takes courage to cut off one's wrist. Moreover, our efforts won't all be in vain." "Third Elder, you mean," the third elder sneered, luring the snake out of its hole. With her here, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory would never be able to take a single step into the 9 peaks. At this moment, in the main hall, there were many people. Led by Meng Wuya and Old Demon, there was 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess and Ling, Elder Qian Ning, Li Rong and Han Fei of the Ancient Demon Clan, Hu Jiao, and Hu Mei, of Twin Spirit Pavilion, the Palace Master of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Wizard Jia of Netherworld Sect. In the main hall, there were about 30 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Except for a few people he knew in the central capital, the rest were friends he had made in Tongxian realm. In addition to these people, there was another familiar figure. The young Union Master of Sword Union, Gu Jian Xian, was also the son of Gu Yun. This person had a special constitution, the Great Void Sword Body, which made him a natural talent for the Sword Dao. After so many years, he was still as handsome and elegant as ever. His left and right sword servants, Ling Yu and An Xing, were by his side. After so many years of tempering, he had become more and more mature, no longer possessing the threatening sword intent of the past. His whole person was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, and although he did not reveal his full strength, when he attacked, it was as if he was a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was discussing something with another person in a low voice. This person was the current leader of Purple Star, one of the top forces in Tongxian realm territory, Zi Wuji. Chapter 3150. Back then, the sect master of Purple Star, Zi Long, had a falling out with Yang Kai because of his son and was killed by Yang Kai and his embodiment in the star field, causing Purple Star to be leaderless for many years, resulting in constant internal strife. However, in the end, Zi Wuji took over and became the new sect master of Purple Star. However, before Zi Wuji could enjoy the joy of becoming an overlord, the territory of Great Desolate Star invaded. However, due to years of internal strife, Purple Star's strength had greatly decreased compared to before. In the face of the Grand Desolation Star Field's masters, they were simply unable to resist. In less than half a year, they were completely uprooted by the Grand Desolation Star Field, losing several cultivation stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zi Wuji took some of his subordinates to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and lived a stable life for a while. However, as Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was unable to hold on, he could only rush to Tongxian realm with Shuiyu and the others. Sword Union's experience was similar. Over the years, the cultivator in Great Desolate Star territory had become unruly in the Hangluo Star Field. Since Hangluo Chamber of Commerce could not resist, Sword Union naturally could not either, and several of its former top forces fell one after another. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. Nine Heavens Holy Land was the last pure land and hope for all of them. If they couldn't even protect this place, there would likely be no place for them in the vast star territory. Over the years, they had not sat still and waited for death. After discovering that Netherworld sect had arranged the 8 Desolation Array, they had repeatedly tried to harass it, but unfortunately, the 8 Desolation Array was too powerful and they could not break through it. Even if they were contaminated by the black qi for a long time, they would feel dizzy and their saint qi would not be enough. Although they managed to kill some people, they were all insignificant pawns that had little impact on Netherworld sect's grand plan. It could be said that this group of people had brought Nine Heavens Holy Land to its end. Although they did not know what effect the 8 Desolation Array had, they could tell that once it was activated, even Xia Ning Chang would no longer be able to protect them. After all, the foundation of Tongxian realm was too shallow. If it were a star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star that had a star master, how could the cultivator on Great Desolate Star act so presumptuously? How is Sister Xia now? Zi Wuji asked quietly. Gu Jian Xian hugged the simple sword and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen her in 2 months. The last time I saw her. Let's not talk about it. Gu Jian Xian couldn't bear to see such a person suffer such torment because of the poison in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Is Miss Shuiyu taking care of her? Gu Jian Xian nodded. They're like sisters, so it's only right to take care of them. That brother Yang Kai sure is lucky. Zi Wuji chuckled lightly before continuing, it's just that he's not a man, running away on his own while leaving his woman to suffer here. Gu Jian Xian frowned when he heard this. He was a sword cultivator and had a straightforward and resolute nature, so he didn't like to hear others speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this was their freedom, so even if he didn't like it, he didn't want to refute it. Speaking of which, he also felt that Yang Kai had gone too far. He had been gone for several dozen years without any news, leaving behind a few women to work hard in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Gu Jian Xian didn't know if he was unable to come back, or if he had long forgotten these women. If it was the latter, it would be too sad. Zi Wuji said sourly, that Sister Xia is both beautiful and intelligent, gentle and quiet. If this Zi can win her favor, brother Zi. Gu Jian Xian raised his head and glanced at him sharply, implying a warning. Others may not have known, but Gu Jian Xian was well aware of this. Since the first time Zi Wuji saw Xia Ning Chang, he had been shocked by her beauty and had repeatedly expressed his admiration towards her. Gu Jian Xian simply pretended not to know. Now that they were in a bad situation and Zi Wuji was a second-order origin king, it wasn't worth it to make such a fuss. It was just that Zi Wuji's words today had been too blunt. But then again, although that Sister Xia had always been wearing a veil, making it impossible to see her true face, anyone who saw her would still feel a rush of excitement. Shuiyu was also an extraordinary woman, but because she had been in a high position for many years, it was inevitable that she would give off an air of arrogance, making others feel a sense of distance. On the other hand, even though Xia Ningchang was a star master and a third-order origin king, she never put on airs and had an extremely gentle temperament. What man would not want such a woman? She was a perfect example of a good wife and mother, and whoever could marry her would have to cultivate 10 lifetimes of good fortune. It was inevitable that Zi Wuji would fall in love with her. Perhaps, Zi Wuji also had thoughts of taking advantage of her to ascend. Xia Ningchang was also a star master, so if he could really marry her, breaking through to the third-order origin king realm in the future would not be just wishful thinking. The friendship between Gu Jianxia and Zi Wuji was not too deep. Before coming to Tongxian realm, they had not had many dealings, so Gu Jianxia did not know much about Zi Wuji's temperament, but at this moment, seeing Zi Wuji's rude words, Gu Jianxia had no choice but to give him a warning. Without mentioning anything else, if Zi Wuji revealed such intentions in front of others, he would definitely be rejected by Shuiyu, Meng Wuya, and the others. Zi Wuji also knew that he had misspoken and smiled awkwardly. Good fortune, good fortune. It was unknown who he was referring to. At the same time, in a room in the inner hall, Xia Ningchang was lying weakly on the bed, a faint black qi covering her body, as if she was terminally ill. Tongxian realm had been ravaged by the Netherworld sect, and as the Star Master, she had been the most directly affected. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was like a shackle that locked her body, and the 8 spirit arrays were like poisonous boils that constantly eroded her vitality. Her veil had been removed, revealing a face that could captivate all living beings. Her face was pale, causing anyone who saw it to feel distressed. Shuiyu sat beside the bed, holding her hand tightly, her heart filled with self-blame. At that time, Water Moon Star had been destroyed and she had no choice but to come to Tongxian realm to seek Xia Ningchang's protection, but now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision. Tongxian realm was located in the periphery of the Star Territory and was not valued by the Great Desolate Star Territory. It was only because she had brought a group of people here that they had attracted their pursuers. If it weren't for her, Tongxian realm would not have been ravaged, and Xia Ningchang would not have suffered such torture. The more she thought about it, the more she felt guilty, wishing she could take his place. The figure of a man appeared in front of her eyes, causing her to grit her teeth and shout in her heart, "Where are you now?" Suddenly, Xia Ningchang, who was lying on the bed, groaned as her delicate brow furrowed and her aura became unstable. Shuiyu was startled and quickly raised her hand to press her forehead gently while at the same time pouring her saint qi into her body. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed and her unstable aura stabilized. However, Shuiyu did not stop, thinking that something was wrong with her body. Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes and a bright light bloomed from them. Ningchang! Shuiyu called out in surprise. She had not seen Xia Ningchang show such an expression for a long time. In the past few years, she had been sick and even her figure had become thin and weak. What happened? Did the Great Desolate Star Territory finally make a move? Xia Ningchang raised her hand and grabbed Shuiyu's arm with all her strength. Her strength was so great that Shuiyu felt a trace of pain. Although she was still weak, Xia Ningchang's face was filled with joy. "If you have something to say, say it slowly." "I'm here," Shuiyu quickly comforted. He's here," Xia Ningchang said. "Who's here?" Shuiyu asked suspiciously, but as soon as she spoke, she was stunned as an unbelievable thought popped into her mind. Xia Ningchang smiled. "He's here." It was the same sentence, but Shuiyu clearly understood the meaning behind it. Her heart suddenly thumped violently as she pursed her lips and said, He's really here?" Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. "I can feel it, he's coming this way. Elder sister, you, go pick him up, but don't let him come to me." After saying this, Xia Ningchang closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep, but a faint energy fluctuation came from her body. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stopped. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth reacted abnormally, flickering with fluorescent light as if countless fireflies were dancing around him. These light dots quickly gathered in the middle, turning into a beautiful, multicolored butterfly that danced around Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his finger. The butterfly immediately fell on his finger. Little senior sister. Yang Kai looked at the multicolored butterfly and called out softly. It was impossible for this butterfly to appear out of nowhere, so someone must have used some kind of secret technique, but besides Lu Yen, there was no one else around Yang Kai, so besides Xia Ningchang, there was no one else who could do this. It seemed that Xia Ningchang had also noticed his arrival, so she had deliberately given him some instructions, fearing that he would not be able to find them. As the Star Master, it was not surprising that Xia Ningchang could detect his arrival. She also had the ability to do so. However, why didn't Xia Ningchang show up in person? Before Yang Kai had time to think about this, the butterfly spread its wings and flew off, heading in the direction of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Its movements were not big, but its speed was extremely fast, seemingly reflecting Xia Ningchang's urgent mood at the moment. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Chapter 3151. Old Demon asked, "Madam Yu, is something the matter?" Seeing Shui Yu's solemn expression carry a trace of excitement as she looked outside the hall, he immediately realized something. But when he followed her gaze, there was nothing there. The 9 peaks were now under the protection of Xia Ningchang's Star Master, so it was impossible for anyone from Great Desolate Star's territory to force their way in. Shui Yu suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked out of the hall step by step. When everyone saw this, they exchanged glances with each other before following her outside. In an instant, everyone gathered outside the hall. Meng Wuya glanced at Old Demon, both of them slowly shaking their heads, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, the 9 peaks grand array trembled. Meng Wuya's face paled as he said, "An enemy is attacking." Everyone else was also on high alert. Shui Yu raised her hand, "Don't be nervous." As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down and looked up, only to see the grand array rumbling as it opened on its own, not because it had been attacked by an enemy but because it had opened on its own. The method to control this grand array was in Shui Yu's hands, and besides her, only Xia Ningchang could control it. But now, Shui Yu had not done anything yet. The grand array had opened on its own, so it was obviously Xia Ningchang's doing. Before they could figure out why Xia Ningchang would do such a thing, a figure suddenly walked out from the fog. It seemed like there was no movement, but in a few steps, it appeared in front of everyone. Its speed was so fast that no one was able to react. Everyone stared at him, as if a spell had been cast on them, stupefied. Only Shui Yu quietly stared at Yang Kai, a complex mix of love and hate flashing in her eyes as they gradually turned red. Yang Kai smiled at her, and Shui Yu could no longer hold back her tears as they slid down her cheeks. Even though this man had disappeared without a trace for several decades, he still appeared in front of her at the most critical moment. In an instant, she had found someone to rely on and was no longer as restless as before, calming down a lot. "Young Master." Old Demon's lips trembled with excitement. Subordinates greet Holy Master. Ling, Qian Ning, and the others also recovered and stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, Master." The ancient demon clans Li Rong and Han Fei also quickly saluted. Yang Kai. Hu Jiao Er and her sister covered their red lips as they cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at him. They had never before seen him here, as if they were dreaming. Ziwu Ji asked in amazement, "Little brother Gu, could this person be the sect master of Shadowed Star?" Gu Jianxian replied solemnly, his brow furrowing slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, the simple sword in his bosom had actually transmitted a sense of fear, causing him to be unable to even raise his fighting spirit when he looked at Yang Kai. As a sword cultivator, this was basically impossible. A sword cultivator's heart was firm, and when they encountered a strong opponent, their first thought was to fight and temper their sword cultivation. However, when he saw Yang Kai, his own sword was actually warning him, as if it was telling him that no matter what, he was not Yang Kai's opponent. Just how high was his cultivation? Even his spirit sword felt fear. Ziwu Ji heard this and was startled, so it was him. It turned out to be him. Back then, Yang Kai had acted presumptuously on Purple Star's home star and even killed several Purple Star masters. Later, Purple Star confirmed that both Zilong and his son had died at Yang Kai's hands, so the hatred between them was absolutely irreconcilable. However, this was the first time Ziwu Ji had seen Yang Kai, so naturally he did not recognize him. She walked up the stairs from the foot of the mountain, step by step, neither fast nor slow, as if she was chasing the multicolored butterfly, but also as if she did not want to miss it. "She probably doesn't want to see you." Outside the inner hall, Shuayu stopped and said with her head lowered. She didn't want to see him, not that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't dare let him see her haggard appearance. As a woman, Shuayu could understand her feelings. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of the man they liked. Yang Kai held her hand tightly. "Thank you for your hard work." Tears once again poured out uncontrollably, as if the past few decades of longing and all the grievances she had suffered could disappear with this one sentence. Shuayu shook her head. "Ning Chang is the one who has suffered the most. You can talk to her, but don't force your way in." Yang Kai nodded, turned to face the door, raised his hand, and knocked gently, calling out, "Is anyone home?" There was no response from inside the room, but Yang Kai could clearly feel Xia Ning Chang's aura, but it was extremely weak, like a thin thread that could break at any time. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart ache, and at the same time, his murderous intent soared. Xia Ning Chang's current state was undoubtedly related to the actions of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star on Tong Xian Realm. All of them had to die. None of them should even think of escaping. "If you're at home, please open the door." Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, his voice still soft. There was still no response. Yang Kai continued, "Ning Chang, I'm back, can you see me? Junior brother, I miss you very much. All these years I've been away, I often think of you. Now that I'm finally back, do you have the heart to shut me out?" Yang Kai rambled on for a while. Shuayu grabbed Yang Kai's arm and slowly shook her head. Xia Ning Chang was usually extremely gentle and obedient to Yang Kai, but when it came to her image in Yang Kai's eyes, she also had her own principles. Yang Kai sighed and shrugged. "All right then, Ning Chang, you rest well. Junior brother, I'll go kill all those small fries and avenge you first before coming back to see you." Turning around, he winked at Shuayu. Shuayu understood and turned to leave with him. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud noise from the room behind them. Shuayu and Yang Kai glanced at each other and both paled. With a bang, the door was knocked open and Yang Kai rushed into the room and helped Xia Ning Chang up from the bed. His hand touched Xia Ning Chang's back, but now his little senior sister was much thinner. Although she wasn't completely skin and bones, he estimated she only weighed about 70 kilograms. With her height, 90 kilograms or even 100 kilograms was normal. Her thin flesh and bones pressed against Yang Kai's hand, piercing Yang Kai's heart. However, Kai Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to this, because at this moment, Xia Ning Chang was spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blanket on the bed had been dyed a deep red, and her body was shrouded in a faint black aura. At this moment, the black aura was like a living thing that was constantly churning. Not only that, some parts of her body had become extremely dark, as if someone had sprinkled ink on her body. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai looked down at Tongxian realm from high up in the sky. The only difference was that those ink spots before were all over the world, but now they were all on little senior sister's body. After counting, there were exactly 7 of them. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect, you're courting death. Although Yang Kai didn't know why such a sudden change had occurred, it was obvious that there was some movement on Great Desolate Star's territory. He had just broken the array core of the Great Array, and now his little senior sister had been killed. There was definitely some kind of connection between them. The ink spots were slowly expanding, and although they weren't fast, a slight movement would affect the whole situation. Every time these ink spots expanded, they would devour Xia Ningchang's vitality, making the black qi shrouding her body thicker. If these ink spots expanded to cover her whole body, Xia Ningchang's fate would be sealed. Chapter 3152. Ning Chang. Xueyu was dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the spot, never having expected such a turn of events. She had thought that it was because of Yang Kai's return, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Kai Yang sat sideways on the bed, letting Xia Ning Chang lie in his arms. Both of his hands went under her armpits, holding her small hands, and methodically pouring his pure qi into her body. Yang Kai had sealed his cultivation, so although he could only display the strength of a peak origin king, the essence of his emperor qi had not changed much. Emperor qi was 2 levels higher than source qi and saint qi, so pouring it into Xia Ningchang's body immediately had a miraculous effect. The 7 black dots that had been slowly spreading across Xia Ningchang's body slowed down significantly and even showed signs of being suppressed. Even the tumbling black qi around her body stabilized. Yang Kai worked hard for half a quarter of an hour, carefully not daring to relax, but he could only suppress the 7 black dots to the size of a fist. He knew that these black dots were only external manifestations of Xia Ningchang's body. The most fundamental cause was the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory who had tampered with Tongxian realm. If Yang Kai was not wrong, it should be the effect of those Yin Qi spirit arrays. Tongxian realm was closely related to Xia Ningchang, so if he wanted to solve Xia Ningchang's current problem, he must first solve the disaster on Tongxian realm. In other words, unless those spirit arrays were uprooted, it would be impossible to get rid of these black dots. Uprooting those spirit arrays was not difficult, and Yang Kai only needed to make a trip there, but the premise was that he had to stabilize Xia Ningchang's vitality first. The black qi and black dots that shrouded her body were constantly devouring her vitality and Tongxian realm's vitality, making her extremely weak. Now that they had suddenly erupted, she was immediately hit hard. If Xia Ningchang's vitality was not stabilized first, she would be in danger of dying. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw several jade bottles to Xueyu. Take out some pills and give them to her. Xueyu caught them, opened the caps, and poured out some spirit pills. Pinching Xia Ningchang's small mouth, she stuffed these spirit pills into her mouth before pressing her hand on her chest and slowly guiding her saint qi downwards to help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies. However, the effects were minor. However, the effect wasn't great. These spirit pills were only Dao source grade, so their effects were limited. Yang Kai had many emperor pills on hand, but with Xia Ningchang's cultivation, he couldn't give her any of them. Otherwise, just one would be enough to cause her body to explode. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being foolish. He had actually forgotten about that thing at such a crucial moment. Immersing his consciousness into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took out a green leaf a moment later. On this leaf was a drop of milky white juice. This juice was white and flawless, but it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, as if it wasn't just a drop of juice, but a life of its own. The leaf was the same. The leaf was the leaf of the immortal tree, and the sap was also the sap of the immortal tree. Both were extremely precious, and even in the star boundary, they were treasures that would cause countless people to fight for them, but at this moment, they were taken out by Yang Kai without hesitation. If it could resolve Xia Ning Chang's current crisis, Yang Kai would not hesitate to refine the immortal tree. However, Yang Kai had not yet found a way to refine the immortal tree, so a single leaf and a single drop of sap was the limit of what Xia Ning Chang could bear. Pinching open her mouth, Yang Kai put the leaf and the sap into her mouth. Shuiyu angrily said, "Ning Chang, how can you be like this?" Xia Ning Chang pursed her lips and smiled. Shuiyu said, "Husband." She stared at Yang Kai with an expression that said, "Are you satisfied now?" A person flashed through the door. It was Meng Wuya, and his face was full of anxiety. He and the others had been outside the hall before, so they did not know what had happened here. Now that he saw Xia Ning Chang lying in Yang Kai's arms with a shy expression and Shuiyu smiling again, he inexplicably relaxed. The haze that had been suppressing in his heart for a long time was swept away. Looking at each other, Yang Kai and Shuiyu immediately understood. Putting Xia Ning Chang down again, Yang Kai said, "Lie down properly. Wait for your husband to go kill some people and help you vent your anger." As he turned around, his clothes were pulled. Xia Ning Chang was lying on the bed looking at him with a frightened expression. Her eyes made his heart ache. She was afraid that Yang Kai would leave and never come back like last time. She was afraid that everything just now was just a dream. If that was the case, she would rather not vent her anger. She would rather have him stay by her side than leave her. Yang Kai patted her hand and said, "Don't worry, I will be back soon. This way, you can count to 100 and I will reappear in front of you." "What if I don't come back?" Xia Ning Chang asked. "I will definitely come back." Xia Ning Chang nodded gently, loosened her hand, and closed her eyes. Yang Kai gave Shuiyu and Meng Wuya a look, and they stepped out. Lu Yen stood outside the door and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and said, "Stay here and look after her." Lu Yen nodded obediently. Meng Wuya frowned slightly. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked a little girl to stay here, and he didn't even understand the relationship between the two. Could it be that she was Yang Kai's daughter? It had to be said that Lu Yan's image could easily lead to such misunderstandings. But even if she was Yang Kai's daughter, there was no trace of cultivation on her, so what could she do by staying here? After a while, they stepped into the outer hall. Meng Wuya said anxiously, "That group of bastards seems to be escaping from Great Desolate Star's territory. Young boy, tell me what to do." It was because he noticed that the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was fleeing that he hurriedly went to find Yang Kai to discuss countermeasures. While they were talking, they had already arrived outside the hall. A group of people were looking up. Following their gazes, Yang Kai immediately saw streams of light flying out from all directions, escaping into the star field. There was no lack of huge starships among them. Sure enough, as Meng Wuya said, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was escaping Tongxian realm. Yang Kai sneered. "Escape? Where can you escape to?" He had planned to deal with the cultivators on Great Desolate Star after meeting with Xia Ning Chang and Shuiyu, but he hadn't expected them to flee like birds startled by the twang of a bow. "But do you think you can escape death like this? Little senior sister's pain will be repaid 100 times, 1,000 times over." Everyone looked at him. Although he had just returned, when he stood here, he was everyone's backbone. Stretching out his hand, he pointed to the sky and said in a low voice, entangle them, no need to fight, just don't let them escape easily. Everyone was shaken when they heard this and agreed in unison. Wait, suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at him, only to see that the person who spoke was the current leader of Purple Star, Ziwuji. Yang Kai glanced at him and frowned slightly. He didn't know him. Greetings, big brother Yang, this one, Yang Kai interrupted him, if you have something to say it quickly. A trace of displeasure flashed across Ziwuji's eyes. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, having reached the second-order origin king realm several dozen years ago and having gone to a mysterious place, he was still the master of Purple Star. Although he was living under someone else's roof, his own strength was not bad. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, every bit of strength he could offer was extremely precious. Whether it was Shuiyu, Xia Ningchang, Meng Wuya, or the others, all of them had been polite to him over the past few years. Yang Kai's sudden display of strength naturally made him unhappy. Restraining his thoughts, Ziwuji said, Great Desolate Star's territory has many people. As far as I know, there are several third-order origin kings, and now there are more than a dozen starships escorting them. With just the few of us, I'm afraid we'll be like sheep in a tiger's den. Chapter 3153. What's more, they are already on the verge of fleeing, so why bother provoking them? This is what it means to not pursue a cornered enemy. I ask Brother Yang to reconsider. Are you done? Yang Kai looked at him. Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead raised his hand to the sky and shouted, Entangle them for me. You. Ziwuji was stunned, not having expected this person to be so stubborn as to not listen to persuasion. To a certain extent, Yang Kai's concerns weren't wrong. Although Nine Heavens Holy Land had gathered a large number of masters and many of them were of extremely high grade, compared to the lineup of the Grand Desolation Star Field, they were still somewhat lacking. If Yang Kai really chased after them, not only would he fail to kill the enemy, he would also be in danger of losing his own life. The best way to deal with this situation was to respond to all changes by simply allowing the people on Great Desolate Star to leave, giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so there was no need to worry about not having a chance in the future. Ziwuji's efforts to persuade Yang Kai were simply playing the lute to a cow. However, Ziwuji couldn't help cursing in his heart, since you're so stubborn, I'd like to see who is willing to accompany you in your madness. But soon, he was stunned. Because as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded and turned into two streaks of black light that shot straight up into the sky, followed by all the ancient demon clan members. Meng Wuya and Old Demon followed closely behind. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air turned into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, that entwined with each other. One figure after another rushed out without the slightest hesitation or doubt. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Purple Star and Sword Union remained in front of the hall. Have they gone crazy? Ziwuji's face was blank. Yang Kai's eyes turned back, pierced through the void, bent his knees, bowed, and shot out, disappearing in an instant. Brother Z, let's also go help them, Gu Jianxian suddenly said. Ziwuji turned to look at him, Brother Gu, have you also gone crazy? Rushing forward now was tantamount to throwing away their lives. The others might have been fine, but the key was that Gu Jianxian had also made such a decision. Because of their circumstances, Yang Kai had developed a sense of appreciation for Gu Jianxian over the past few years, so he could not understand why Gu Jianxian would act so unwisely. Gu Jianxian smiled. If you're not a mad demon, you won't survive. The quaint longsword in his arms trembled incessantly, making his blood boil. He couldn't wait to have a big fight and release the sword intent accumulated in his body. Sword cultivator specialized in the Tao of slaughter, and he had been holed up all these years. He felt that his heart of the sword had been worn down quite a bit. Although the current situation was not optimistic, it gave him an endless desire to fight. Regardless of whether he was wise or not, at this moment, he only needed a big battle to vent his anger. Gu Jian's heart and sword became one as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The left and right sword attendants followed him without saying a word. Ziwu Ji's eyes twitched. No matter how thick his skin was, he was too embarrassed to remain here alone, so he could only call out to the purple star cultivator to rush forward while secretly making up his mind to only fish in troubled waters. If he found that the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of the hall and the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land fell silent. Little senior sister, thank you. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his fists like dragons, a storm of fists bombarding downwards. Chapter 3154. Starships had always been a powerful weapon for attacking cities, and crystal cannons were even more powerful. How much damage could a dozen starships and hundreds of crystal cannons display? Even Netherworld sect's third elder could not easily predict. The only thing he was certain of was that Nine Heavens Holy Land could not stop them. Shuiyu and the others could not stop them, but they had no choice because behind them was Nine Heavens Holy Land and Tongxian Realm. If they avoided these attacks, it would be Nine Heavens Holy Land and Xia Ning Chang who would be attacked. Xia Ning Chang's situation had only just stabilized, so if he were to be shot by these hundreds of crystal cannons, it would only make things worse. Shuiyu's figure flickered, her long hair fluttering behind her as she stood high up in the sky. One by one, figures gathered around her, forming an impenetrable defense around her. Third elder was overjoyed and shouted, "Since you don't want to hide, you can all die." Waving his hand, he ordered the cannons to fire. The light from the crystal cannons was extremely dazzling as the energy they released reached its peak. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The expected scene of crystal cannons firing together and destroying the world did not appear. Instead, an aura so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate rapidly approached from behind. The third elder suddenly turned his head, and then his eyes started to tremble. He saw a young man with fluttering black hair rush out from the side and crash into the dozen or so starships on Great Desolate Star's territory alone. Compared to the huge starships, this person's figure was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, filled with a tragic and resolute aura. However, when this person hit the starships, the defenses of the starships themselves were like paper to him. The third elder casually waved his fist, and a huge hole appeared on the side of a battleship. With a violent sound, sparks flew in all directions, and miserable cries could be heard from the inside as life was extinguished one by one. In the blink of an eye, this young man rushed out from the other side of the starship and headed straight for the second one. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, piercing through one Origin King-grade starship after another with unparalleled momentum. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk every battleship was emitting explosive sounds. By the time he rushed out of the last battleship, none of the dozen or so battleships were intact. The crystal cannons that were originally shining with dazzling light had become extremely unstable at this moment, their light flickering. Rumble, one of the battleships suddenly exploded, engulfed by the flames. The gigantic body of the battleship collapsed, emitting creaking sounds as it slowly fell downwards. Another battleship was engulfed in flames, the third ship, the fourth ship, in just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen warships were wiped out. All the cultivators on the territory of the Great Desolate Star were scared out of their wits. A chill ran down their spines from head to toe. They felt chills all over their bodies, and their hands and feet were icy cold. Everyone looked at the young man with fear in their eyes. What kind of person was this? He had actually destroyed a dozen warships so easily. Was this still something that could be done by a human? A thought flashed through the third elder's mind as he cried out involuntarily, "It's you." He had been wondering who had broken the 8 Desolation Array core and who had killed the vice sect leader Xian Xianming. It was not until now that he had seen this shocking method that he was suddenly enlightened. It's him. It was definitely him. There was no one else who had the ability to destroy the 8 Desolation Array core and kill the vice sect leader. Who was this? How could he be so powerful? Shuayu breathed a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind that even if she had to die here, she would not let those crystal cannons hit Tongxian realm. She had not expected that he would arrive at the critical moment, instantly giving her someone to rely on. These ups and downs made her heart tumble, and a proud look appeared on her face. This is the man I chose. Gu Jian Xian looked absent-minded, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. No wonder my long sword gave me a warning. Has this guy become so strong? When they first met, his cultivation was not even as high as his own. Although Gu Jian Xian knew that he had a promising future, he did not expect him to be so far ahead of him in just a few decades. He had left Gu Jian Xian in the dust. What is his cultivation now? Is it comparable to the legendary great emperors of Starfield? No wonder he asked me and the others to entangle the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory. With the strength he has shown so far, even if everyone on the Great Desolate Star territory swarmed him together, they would not be his opponent. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse because of the arrival of one person. Many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory turned ashen. Facing this young man, they did not even have the courage to fight. Kill. Yang Kai coldly spat out a word. When he spoke, he was still in the same place, but when his voice fell, he had already appeared on the other side. The third elder only saw a vague shadow pass through his camp, and before he could react, the other party had calmly left. The third elder was startled and instinctively felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Chi, there was a strange sound, and many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a scene that made them tremble in fear. A headless corpse was standing in the air, blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain. The corpse still maintained a defensive posture, but its head was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head stiffly, the third elder saw the corpse's head, but at this moment, it was being held in the hand of the young man who had suddenly appeared. The expression on its face was blank, as if it did not understand what had happened even after its death. That was a third-order origin king. The master who had just fought with Meng Wuya and beaten him into a pulp was now directly beheaded by Yang Kai. No one saw clearly how he did it. Kill. Shuayu shouted, the anger and resentment she had accumulated over the years, and even the guilt she felt towards Xia Ningchang all erupted at this moment, turning into thick murderous intent as she took the lead and rushed towards the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory. How could the rest of the cultivators hesitate? After witnessing Yang Kai's methods with their own eyes, they immediately knew that there was no possibility of losing today's battle, so all of them used their movement skills and leapt out. The battle began again, but the situation had been reversed. The cultivators on the Great Desolate Star territory were deterred by Yang Kai's power and had lost all will to fight, while Nine Heaven's Holy Land charged forward with unparalleled anger. The result of this battle was already decided from the very beginning. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. Xia Ningchang's torture was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, so how could he not collect some interest? Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Yang Kai pounced towards the third-order origin kings, sending out a series of palm strikes and punches. These third-order origin kings, who were usually arrogant and insufferably arrogant, exploded into blood mists one after another, completely unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, only the third elder remained. The third elder looked around in horror, not knowing that he had already lost. This person's strength was something he had never seen before, and no one in the Starry Sky territory was his opponent. In a flash, his opponent had already arrived in front of him, only half a meter away. Before he could withdraw, the third elder was grabbed by the neck and lifted high up. He was unable to circulate his Saint Chi at all, and even his bones felt like they were being crushed. Only when facing this person personally did the third elder fully understand the horror of this person. When I wasn't at home, you were quite happy. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as he exerted a little force in his hand, ending the third elder's life. Wait! The third elder shouted with a red face. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. If you have any last words, speak quickly. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance. The third elder, on the other hand, shouted fiercely, let me go, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again. The third elder coldly said, your Star Master. Don't you want to go back and see how she's doing? If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been captured by now. Activating the 7-8 desolation arrays and luring the snake out of its hole was just one of his preparations. He also had a second one, which was to deal with Xia Ning Chang. 9 Heaven's Holy Lands masters had all been dispatched, so at this moment, their defenses were practically non-existent, so there was no possibility of failure in this plan. Unfortunately, before he had time to use this trump card, he was the only third-order origin king left on his side. In his heart, he cursed Yang Kai for acting so decisively and ruthlessly. He had only wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, but who knew he would end up attracting a man-eating tiger instead? Really? Yang Kai tilted his head. You can go and confirm it. My Netherworld sect has fallen today, so this old master doesn't ask for anything else. If you let me live, I'll spare your Star Master. Idiot. Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and separated the third elder's head from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head that flew into the air had a look of disbelief on its face, as if it still couldn't figure out what was going on with Yang Kai. I've already told him the truth, doesn't he need to confirm it? His thoughts were cut off and he fell into eternal darkness. Yang Kai stood mid-air and swept his eyes over everyone, curling his lips as he muttered, sure enough, it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered Long Tianshang's warning before he lost his mind. It seemed that Long Tianshang had learned some secrets before he was refined into a heavenly corpse. Glancing at 9 Heaven's Holy Land below, Yang Kai raised his brow. Forget it, I'll go back later. He was not worried about Xia Ning Chang's safety at all. This third elder had calculated everything, but he would never have imagined that Lu Yen was guarding Xia Ning Chang. With little Lu Yen here, who could hurt Xia Ning Chang? Yang Kai attacked again, his figure shuttling through the void, killing one master after another from Great Desolate Star's territory. Many people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but how could Shuiyu and the others let them escape so easily? They all used various methods to intercept. Coupled with the fact that the number of masters on Great Desolate Star's territory was decreasing as the battle went on, it soon became a massacre. After just half an hour, the battle was over. None of the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory survived, and all of them were killed. As for 9 Heaven's Holy Land side, except for those who died when they tried to intercept them at the beginning, after Yang Kai came to support them, no one was injured. Most people were covered in blood, some of their own, some of their enemies, all of them gasping for breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kai Yang, filled with admiration and amazement. Everyone was very curious, just how strong had he become? Today's battle seemed to be just a casual move, not his full strength at all. Chapter 31:55. Just as the cultivators of Nine Heavens' Holy Land and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star were engaged in a decisive battle above the clouds, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared in the empty Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This figure wore a purple robe, giving off an aura of incomparable magnificence. Ziwu Ji. He did not follow Gu Jianxia out and instead returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land after fainting with his spear. Gu Jianxia and the others were focused on fighting the enemy, so how could they pay attention to his small movements? Although the Holy Land was under the protection of Xia Ningchang and outsiders could not invade, Ziwu Ji was still one of them, so the impregnable defenses of the Holy Land were nothing to him. Ziwu Ji returned to the main hall with ease, muttering under his breath as if he was cursing something, his face filled with hatred and resentment. A moment ago, he had received a secret order that put him in a difficult position, but for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to go all out. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to save his life, but he would also be able to get close to Xia Ningchang, killing two birds with one stone. Ziwu Ji carefully approached the inner hall while trying to conceal his aura. He knew that in the eyes of a Star Master, it was impossible to hide his whereabouts, especially when he was so close to her. However, the premise was that the Star Master was in good condition and had the strength to perceive the situation around her. Xia Ningchang's condition was very bad, getting worse and worse with each passing day. Ziwu Ji had confirmed this with Gu Jianxia earlier, so even though he was a little nervous, he still had some confidence he would succeed. After crossing the inner hall, Ziwu Ji soon arrived at a room not far from the main hall, and after turning a corner, he was overjoyed. The door of this room was open, and there was no trace of any spirit array. The heavens are really helping me. Before he could rejoice though, a burst of crisp and pleasant laughter suddenly reached his ears. Ziwu Ji was taken aback and froze in place. Because he recognized that this laughter belonged to Xia Ningchang, and although she was still quite weak, she was obviously not as bad as he had imagined. What happened? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be lying in bed and not even have the strength to speak? How could she still laugh? Then who is the one who is laughing with her? In an instant, Ziwu Ji decided to retreat. Although he could not disobey these orders, if his life was in danger, he had to consider whether he should carry them out. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered the identity of the person who had spoken to Xia Ningchang. That 7- or 8-year-old girl. She was the only one who didn't leave out of all the people who came in earlier. It seemed that it was her. Ziwu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. It really was a false alarm. If it was that little girl, there was no need to worry too much. The only thing he had to worry about now was Xia Ningchang's condition. If he had the strength to laugh, would he have the strength to mobilize the power of the stars? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not a match for him. Just as he was hesitating, Xia Ningchang's voice suddenly rang out, "Come in if you have something to say." "Why are you hiding outside? Cough, cough, what are you doing?" He had been discovered. Ziwu Ji was startled at first, but his mood quickly calmed down. Since Xia Ningchang was not unconscious, it was natural for her to discover him. After all, he was so close to her. Moreover, listening to her voice, he could tell she was really weak. After struggling for a moment, Ziwu Ji immediately made up his mind and no longer concealed himself, hurriedly rushing towards the room while shouting, "Sister Xia, something bad has happened." As he rushed into the room, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Xia Ningchang's face changed and she could not help straightening her body from the bed as she asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Ziwu Ji said bitterly, "Brother Yang, he. Ha. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, deliberately tantalizing the other party. Even though Xia Ningchang had doubts in her heart, she could not help turning pale and focusing her divine sense on the battlefield above the clouds. At that moment, Ziwu Ji suddenly launched an attack, purple light flashing from his palms as he sent them toward Xia Ningchang, unable to bear it any longer and saying, "Young lady Xia, please don't blame me, this Z was forced to do this, but you can rest assured that I won't take your life, it's just..." Before he could finish his words though, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because a small figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring at him quietly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at a stone or a lump of dirt. This caused Ziwu Ji's heart to palpitate uneasily. "Scram!" Ziwu Ji shouted. Since he had already taken action, he would not turn back. This little girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I'll start with you. Sending out a palm towards Lu Yan's head. As his palm landed, Ziwu Ji passed by Lu Yan, but when he turned his head to look at her in shock, his eyes trembled. She was completely unscathed. This delicate little girl was actually completely fine after being hit by his full force. She still stood there quietly, and her figure didn't even sway in the slightest. A creepy feeling grew in his heart. Did I make a mistake? Before he could figure it out though, a fire snake wrapped around him and tied him up. So, when Yang Kai finished dealing with the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory and returned here, he saw Ziwu Ji tied up in a corner, shivering. The fire snake flicked its forked tongue in a ferocious manner, and although its flames were tumbling, it did not release any scorching aura, otherwise, Ziwu Ji would have been burned to ashes. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai glanced at him, seemingly having expected this. Although Third Elder's words had not been clear, how could he not have guessed what was going on? Sweeping his eyes over the battlefield, Yang Kai guessed the meaning of Third Elder's words. Lu Yan tugged at the corner of his clothes and pointed to herself, indicating that this was her work, and then put on a "praise me" expression. Yang Kai rubbed her little head and said, "Well done." Lu Yan narrowed her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. "Oh, little senior sister, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down." Yang Kai walked over to the bed and helped Xia Ningchang lie down. Xia Ningchang showed a smile and said, "I'm fine." Purple Star had suffered one blow after another since several decades ago, so it was likely they would never be able to turn things around again. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's current situation was not good, its foundation was still there. As long as it could recover those cultivation stars, there would always be a day for it to make a comeback. "Little senior sister, you should rest." Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang's soft hand and put her down without any explanation. Xia Ningchang showed a helpless look and could only let him do as he wished, her cold little hand holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her red lips squirmed, but before she could speak, Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here with you, I won't go anywhere." Xia Ningchang nodded before closing her eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Shuiyu before opening his other hand with a smile. Shuiyu gave him a disgruntled look before walking up valiantly and leaning into his arms. Lu Yan pursed his lips and walked out unwillingly, but he still closed the door very softly. Chapter 3156. First, he met Su Yen by chance in the ancestral territory, then he returned to Shadowed Star to quell the war, then went to Monster Star to help Shan Qing Luo. Now, the connecting Xian continent had been settled. The people close to him were safe and sound, which was his greatest happiness. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Xia Ningchang had been suffering for many years while maintaining the protection of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. When Shuiyu and the others occasionally went out to harass the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, she also had to take care of them, so she hadn't had any real rest for many years. Now that her troubles had been resolved and Yang Kai had returned, she snuggled up to Yang Kai and soon fell asleep. With her current cultivation, she no longer needed to rely on sleep to replenish her spiritual energy, but she still fell into the most ordinary of slumbers. Her expression was serene as she curled up beside Yang Kai. It was unknown what she was dreaming of, but she actually revealed a faint smile. Shuiyu was lying on the other side of Yang Kai, the two quietly communicating with their divine senses, describing their experiences and lives over the years. A sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and although he had no lust for her, he couldn't help but kiss Shuiyu's red lips. Shuiyu stretched out her hand and blocked his lips, saying faintly, "If you don't solve Ning Chang's problem, don't even think about touching me." Although Tongxian realm had been pacified and the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory had been beheaded, the damage Xia Ning Chang had suffered could not be easily erased. Even though Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to restore her vitality and also destroyed the 8 desolate spirit lock array, as long as Tongxian realm was not restored, Xia Ning Chang would not be able to live in peace. Yang Kai scratched his head. "It will take decades or even 100 years, can you afford to wait?" Shuiyu snorted, "I don't mind, I'm just afraid you can't afford to wait. You underestimate me too much." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had been in the star boundary for many years, and if he hadn't encountered a fire with Zhu Qing, he would probably still be a virgin. He wasn't a gentleman. He would be tempted by beauty, but he wouldn't go out of his way to have sex. Shuiyu said, "You're also not allowed to touch Big Sis and a Luo." Yang Kai's face fell. "Why do you have to do this?" Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. He had 4 women on his side. If he couldn't touch any of them, then what fun would there be in life? The path of martial arts was not only about the glory of cultivation. If Shuiyu and Su Yan's Shanqing Luo colluded, they might be able to convince them. No, they would definitely be able to convince them. Shuiyu snuggled into Yang Kai's embrace and said in a tender voice, "Ning Chang is like this now, it's all my fault. As long as her problem isn't solved, I won't feel at ease. Husband, I beg you, please think of a way to help Ning Chang recover quickly." Yang Kai pinched her nose and said fiercely, "If you dare to say the word beg again, I'll do you right now." Shuiyu spat. Yang Kai reached out and lifted her chin. "Ning Chang won't blame you, so you don't need to blame yourself. If she was in your position, she would have made the same choice as you. Correspondingly, you won't blame her." "But, no buts," Yang Kai smiled slightly and rubbed his head, "but you really did give me a difficult problem." Solving Xia Ning Chang's problem wasn't so simple, but even if Shuiyu hadn't said so, he still had plans. A few decades or 100 years, whether it was him or Xia Ning Chang, was too long. He couldn't wait, and neither could Xia Ning Chang. "Husband, you don't have a way?" Shuiyu asked with a sad expression. "I was thinking." Yang Kai hesitated. I thought of something." Shuiyu showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked up at him. "If I do well, will there be a reward?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Shuiyu's face reddened, and she lowered her head and whispered, "You only know how to play dirty tricks. Ning Chang is one of your people, so how can you ask me for a reward? It's really unreasonable." She pouted, "Then what kind of reward do you want?" Yang Kai reached out and tapped her red lips. Shuiyu glared at him, but took the initiative to straighten up and press her lips against his. After a while, Shuiyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's hand that was wandering under her clothes. She slowly shook her head. Xia Ning Chang was still sleeping next to her, so how could she be so presumptuous? Yang Kai also didn't force her. He knew that she wasn't in the mood right now, so he pulled her into his arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Xia Ningchang slept for 5 days and didn't wake up until 5 days later. Seeing Yang Kai sitting next to her in the same position as before, as if she hadn't moved at all these days, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt distressed and somewhat guilty. After 5 days of rest, her spirit had improved, but her problem had not been solved. The two auras in her body were entangled, one green and one black, but it was obvious that the green aura had the upper hand. She only needed to wait a few more days for the black aura to disappear. She didn't need to worry about her own problems, the only thing she needed to worry about now was Tongxian realm. However, over the past few days, Yang Kai had thought about a lot of things and had already come up with a plan. The reason why he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to wait for her to wake up, so she wouldn't be disappointed when she didn't see him. After spending some time with her, Yang Kai told Shuiyu to take care of her, then got up and walked out. Opening the door, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Lu Yen squatting beside him. After greeting her, the two of them walked out together. The hall was still crowded with people. A few days ago, they had killed the invading enemy, so the excitement had not yet dissipated. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Meng Wuya and the old demon immediately came forward to greet him. "How is Ning Chang?" Meng Wuya asked. "Don't worry, little senior sister's condition is very stable. Over time, her situation will get better and better." Hearing this, Meng Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around, glancing at all the familiar and unfamiliar faces before cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks for your help over the years." Meng Wuya laughed and scolded, "Smelly brat, don't treat us like outsiders." Yang Kai said seriously, "Although Tongxian realm's crisis has been resolved, the situation in the entire star territory is still not optimistic, so there may be areas where I will need your help in the future." When the day comes that all the enemies in Tongxian territory have been swept clean, this junior will hold a banquet to celebrate. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into contemplation. They had been trapped in Tongxian realm for the past few years, so they didn't know much about the situation in the outside world, but they could imagine that the outside world wasn't very good either. "So, I ask you all to hurry up and cultivate, perhaps, we will soon begin a new expedition." Saying so, Yang Kai threw a space ring to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya caught it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately showing a look of shock. The space ring was filled with a variety of cultivation materials, and these things were obviously extremely precious, many of which Meng Wuya had never seen or heard of before. Although Meng Wuya hadn't examined them carefully, such a huge amount of materials was enough for thousands of people to use for several years. With the help of these materials, everyone's strength would definitely usher in a glorious period in a short time. I'll have to trouble Senior Meng to distribute these things. Next, I will open a communication channel between this place and the outside world. When the time comes, we will be able to connect Water Moon Star, Monster Star, and Shadowed Star. 1 month, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, I ask you all to follow me out. 9 Heavens Holy Land also had a space array arranged by Yang Kai, and together with Lu Yen, Yang Kai quickly modified and upgraded this space array to connect to the outside world. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind, Yang Kai stood on the space array and activated its power. After a flash of light, he disappeared. On Water Moon Star, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the main hall and saw a young girl sitting cross-legged with a lot of source crystals piled up around her. She seemed to be cultivating. The young girl obviously felt something and hurriedly opened her eyes, raised her head, and called out in surprise, "Lord Yang. Yuqin, are you alone?" Yang Kai smiled at her. The young girl was Lu Sanyang's daughter, Lu Yuqin. Although her cultivation was nothing in the star boundary, in the territory of this side of the star, it was quite good. Staying here to guard the space array would ensure that it would not be destroyed and robbed. Lu Yuqin was obviously much more cheerful than before, her small face flushed as she nodded. Mother said that this space array is very important to Lord Yang and told me to stay here and not let anyone get close. Where are your parents now? Yang Kai asked. Lu Yuqin said, they are in the city. Saying so, she pouted, they are ignoring me. Yang Kai laughed, they are reunited after a long separation, so it's inevitable that they are a bit lovey-dovey. Lu Yuqin snorted, they stick together all day long, so annoying. Although she said so, she obviously did not blame them. On Dragon Island, she and Lu Sanyang depended on each other for survival and suffered all kinds of bullying. Now that Li Jiao was by their side and taking care of them, Lu Yuqin was also happy to see this, so how could she blame them? Okay, you cultivate carefully, I will go find your parents. Yang Kai said and released his divine sense slightly, immediately determining the location of Li Jiao and the others. In a hall somewhere in the city, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Ruan Baiting, and He Yunxiang were gathered together. In addition, there were many unfamiliar faces, but all of them were origin kings. These people looked at Li Jiao and the others, especially Li Jiao, with eyes full of admiration and worship. There were quite a lot of people, more than a dozen. They seemed to be discussing something as Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, bored and absent-minded. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being placed here by Yang Kai to reclaim Water Moon Star was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After splitting up with Lu Sanyang and the others, it took him less than a month to complete the task. However, after reclaiming it, he still had to work hard. After all, he did not know whether Water Moon Star was important to Yang Kai. But things here were simply meaningless to him, so he would rather go sightseeing with Sanyang. The origin kings present here were all Yang Kai's subordinates when he was subduing Water Moon Star. These masters were originally from Water Moon Star or Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and over the years, they had been hiding and fighting against Netherworld sect, but after being awed by Yang Kai's strength, they had all submitted to him. Chapter 3157. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open and a man stood up and shouted, "Who goes there?" They were discussing important matters here, so who dared to disturb them so presumptuously and barge in without notice? Looking up, a young man stepped in. At first glance, he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was feeling confused though, a gust of wind blew past him and Li Jiao greeted him in surprise, "Brother Yang." Lu Sanyang, Ruan Baiting, He Yunxiang, and the others also stood up and saluted. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Over the past month, most of them had witnessed the shocking means of Li Jiao and the others. He Yunxiang was only a third-order origin king, and although she was strong, her strength was limited. As for the remaining three, whether it was Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, or Ruan Baiting, their strength was unfathomable. In front of them, origin kings were like children that could be crushed at will. How could anyone who could receive such solemn treatment from these masters be ordinary? After taking a look, a few people let out a soft cry of surprise, revealing a look of surprise. They obviously recognized Yang Kai. In the past, Yang Kai had also come to Water Moon Star and met many people. Even after several dozen years had passed, this memory had not faded. Shuiyu's husband, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's son-in-law, and the Master of Shadowed Star, any one of these titles was enough to attract their attention, but now he actually recognized these masters. Moreover, looking at the attitude of these masters towards him, it seemed, they were quite respectful and even grateful. Suddenly remembering Li Jiao's casual remark that the reason why they were here on Water Moon Star was because they had been entrusted by one person. Now, it seemed that this person was Yang Kai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "Brother Yang, I have lived up to your expectations." This cultivation star has been recovered and all those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up. Yang Kai smiled lightly, thank you for your hard work. I came here this time because I have something to ask of you. Li Jiao smiled and said, Brother Yang, if you have any instructions, just say it. There's no need for the word request. Yang Kai twisted his fingers. Lend me some money. Li Jiao was stunned. Lend me as many source crystals as you have. I'll return them to you when we reach the star boundary. Only then did Li Jiao confirm that he had not misheard and burst into laughter. He hurriedly took off his space ring, transferred the source crystals into another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai, only these. Although he was the master of the Fire Dragon Palace, it was impossible for him to bring too many source crystals with him. After all, the Fire Dragon Palace also needed to develop, and the cultivation of the disciples required a large amount of source crystals. If he took away all the source crystals, the sect would not be able to operate. What's more, Fire Dragon Palace owed a huge sum of money to High Heaven Palace, and more than 90% of the source crystals in the palace had been used to pay off the debt. As such, he only had a few 100,000 high-rank source crystals in his space ring. The number of mid-rank and low-rank source crystals was slightly more, but it was not in line with his identity as a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. In short, he had been living a tight life for the past 2 years. I have some here. Lu Sanyang stepped forward and took out his own source crystals. Yang Kai did not mind and took them all. Ruanbai, Ting and He Yunxiang were helpless in this matter. In fact, Yang Kai had worked hard in the star boundary over the years and had accumulated an incalculable amount of source crystals, but most of them were left in High Heaven Palace. Even though he had a lot on hand, for his next plan, the more source crystals the better. No matter how much he had, it would never be enough. May I ask, Brother Li, have you dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays? Yang Kai put away the source crystals and asked. Li Jiao said, I'm not a master, but I know a thing or two. Good, come with me. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his arm before leading him out. Li Jiao was speechless. He did not know why Yang Kai was in such a hurry, but he did not resist and simply signaled to Lu Sanyang, telling her to wait here. Through the space array, Yang Kai and Li Jiao returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together. Come! Yang Kai leapt into the air. Li Jiao followed closely behind. After a short while, the two flew 1,000 kilometers up in the sky. Yang Kai pointed down and said, Brother Li, take a look. Hearing this, Li Jiao looked down and couldn't help frowning. Looking around, the entire Tongxian realm seemed to be wrapped in an uncomfortable aura, and on the surface of this cultivation star, there were many obvious traces of poison. Brother Yang, what do you want me to do? Li Jiao vaguely understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai asked, is there any spirit array that can quickly restore this cultivation star's yuan qi? Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, this Li knows a kind of spirit array called the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. It may be of some help to Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Li to arrange the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. Li Jiao said, the Profound Sky Spirit Array is divided into a few types, namely the 18 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 36 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 72 Profound Sky Spirit Array, and the highest level is the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array. The resources required for each type are greatly different, and the requirements for setting it up will also increase with each level, but the effects will also become better and better. If this was the star boundary, this Li would be able to easily set up the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array, but here, I can help. Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself and said, Brother Yang, you also know that this world rejects higher level powers. We need to suppress our cultivation in order to move around here, but isn't it the same for spirit arrays? The Profound Heaven Spirit Array's existence already surpasses this world, so I'm afraid that even if I arrange it, it will still be useless. What if we can obtain the help of the Star Master? This cultivation star has a Star Master? Li Jiao was greatly surprised. This cultivation star was in tatters, and its world energy was dried up. Even if it had a Star Master, it was likely that he was already beyond cure, so he didn't even think about this before. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he suddenly realized something. Yang Kai wanted him to arrange a spirit array to restore this cultivation star's yuan qi, so he was afraid that it wasn't for this cultivation star, but for that Star Master. Understanding, Li Jiao said, if we can obtain the help of the Star Master, then this matter is very promising. The Star Master was the master of this world, so even if the profound heaven spirit array was rejected by this world, the Star Master could eliminate this rejection and allow the spirit array to operate. Then what kind of profound heaven spirit array does Brother Yang want this Li to arrange? Naturally, it would be the best. Li Jiao said in surprise, the amount of materials required is not a small number. 108 profound heaven spirit array, even the Fire Dragon Palace might not be willing to arrange it, so it wasn't worth it for a cultivation star from the lower plane. Yang Kai resolutely said, at all costs. Saying so, he tossed the space ring in his hand to Li Jiao for him to inspect. Li Jiao probed it with his divine sense and immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Inside, source crystals were piled up like mountains, simply too many to count, and all kinds of cultivation materials were dazzling. Even as a sect master, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. In comparison, the source crystals he had just lent to Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a fraction. After the shock was horror. Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had been established not long ago and had no business, so it was impossible for him to earn so many source crystals. His only source of income was fighting and looting everywhere. These piles of source crystals and artifacts represented the enemies Yang Kai had killed and the sects that had been flattened. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he had not fallen out with Yang Kai back then, otherwise, the Fire Dragon Palace would not have had a good ending. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked. If it's not enough, I still have an ore load on hand. It's enough, Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. If so many materials were not enough, it would be unreasonable. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Li. If you need any help, just ask. Naturally, I also need Brother Yang to tell the master of this star that this Li needs some cooperation from her. Good. Immediately, Li Jiao took out a few blank jade slips and used his divine sense to inscribe the various essences of the profound sky spirit array before handing them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to inform Xia Ning Chang of this matter, while Li Jiao needed to fly around Tongxian realm to carefully survey the situation there before deciding where to set up the spirit array. The profound sky spirit array was not a very mysterious spirit array in the star boundary, but it had many variations. With Xia Ning Chang's perception, it was naturally not difficult for her to comprehend its mysteries. Yang Kai also accompanied her to comprehend it. After a few days, they were familiar with it. On this day, Xia Ning Chang suddenly sensed something and smiled. That person is here. Saying so, she waved her hand gently. Li Jiao was wandering outside Nine Heaven's Holy Land, thinking about how to enter or call Yang Kai to come out and pick him up when the thick fog in front of him suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage for him to enter. Li Jiao immediately stepped in. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai was waiting. Seeing Li Jiao come in, he hurriedly asked, Brother Li, how did your investigation go? Li Jiao replied, although it took some time, it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai was overjoyed. That's good. I'll tell Brother Yang where to set up the spirit array. The preliminary preparations need to be done by Brother Yang in advance. When the spirit array foundation is refined, we can start setting it up directly. While speaking, Li Jiao took out a jade slip and stretched out his hand to touch it. After a flash of light, a projection of a round sphere was projected from the jade slip. This sphere was mostly occupied by yellow and blue and was not evenly distributed. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that it was a projection of the entire Tongxian realm. Yellow naturally represented the earth, while blue was the land filled with water. It seemed that Li Jiao had spent a lot of effort in the past few days. Not only had he run all over Tongxian realm, he had also painstakingly drawn such a map. Although he did not dare say it was 100% accurate, it was not far from the mark. After identifying the location, Yang Kai pointed to a certain place and said, "Brother Yang, please take a look. This is where we are now." Yang Kai nodded, recognizing that it was the location of Nine Heavens' Holy Land on Tongxian realm. He took out a large number of origin crystals and scattered them, filling the depths of the earth. This point in Nine Heavens' Holy Land would be the array core of the profound Sky Spirit Array, so the demand for source crystals was particularly high. Although Yang Kai didn't count them, he left behind 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals before stopping. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a huge fortune even in the star boundary, not to mention in the territory of the lower plane. The only thing circulating in the territory of the star boundary was crystal stones. Even the best crystal stones were worth less than a low-rank source crystal. If the world energy contained in these 1,000,000 source crystals was drawn out, it could instantly transform Nine Heavens' Holy Land into a paradise not inferior to a sect in the star boundary. After he finished arranging the array core, he immediately flew up and turned to another place. After a stick of incense worth of time, he compared the information in the jade slip in his hand and stopped at a location. This place was the periphery of a city. However, the city, which should have been noisy, was now deserted and dilapidated. Obviously, it had been abandoned. Yang Kai called out to Xia Ning Chang again and did the same thing, leaving a large number of source crystals here. In the following days, he ran around Tongxian realm, according to the instructions in the jade slip given to him by Li Jiao, making the preliminary preparations to arrange the array. In the desert, in the depths of the sea, in the jungle, on the plains, Yang Kai's busy figure was left everywhere. During the journey, he didn't let Xia Ning Chang intervene. Although Xia Ning Chang could teleport him anywhere in Tongxian realm with just a thought, doing so would consume some of her energy. Only when burying the source crystals did he ask Xia Ning Chang for a little help. Along the way, he consumed countless source crystals and used almost 90% of the ones he had accumulated. It wasn't that he wasn't rich, but this matter was related to Xia Ning Chang's future, so he wouldn't be stingy no matter how much he had. A few days later, after all 108 places were dealt with. Scratching his head, Yang Kai communicated with Xia Ning Chang, who had been paying attention to him, and jumped down to the ground. The ground parted, allowing him to pass through unimpeded. Soon, he arrived at the Earth's core. This was the place where Tongxian realm's source was born. It was also the place where Xia Ning Chang refined its source. It could be said to be the core of the entire Tongxian realm. Hot magma flowed, as if it could burn everything. Yang Kai raised his hand and pulled out a huge source crystal lode from the sealed world bead and dropped it into the Earth's core, sinking into the magma. Yang Kai only had this one source crystal lode, which he obtained outside Maplewood City. He had been using it in the sealed world bead to cultivate his embodiment and had consumed a lot of it, but for the current Tongxian realm, it was still a huge sum of money. It was conceivable that with the help of so many source crystals from Yang Kai, the situation of the entire Tongxian realm would immediately improve when the profound Sky Spirit Array was activated. Although it still needed time to repair and nourish it, it wouldn't take as long as a few decades. In other words, Xia Ningchang's recovery period would also be shorter, perhaps a few years or even 10 years before he would be as good as new. And this was not all. As long as the profound sky spirit array continued to operate, the situation of Tongxian realm would become better and better, and the world energy would become richer and richer. At that time, this star would definitely grow to a level comparable to Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. It would no longer be the same as before, where it could only breed a cultivator to the Saint realm at most. It could also breed Saint Kings, Origin Returning Realm, Origin Kings, all the way to the peak of the territory of this star. If it became better, the benefits Xia Ningchang could obtain would also be greater. Filled with longing for the future, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Li Jiao and Lu Yan were refining the spirit array's base. Even with Lu Yan's help, Li Jiao had consumed a lot of his strength at the moment. If not for the large number of spirit pills he had taken, he would have collapsed long ago. Yang Kai assisted him from the side. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Li Jiao handed the last item to Yang Kai, his eyes hazy and a little dazed. I did not disappoint. The 108 profound sky spirit pillars had been refined, and his task had been completed. During this period, he had made several mistakes and wasted a lot of materials, but Yang Kai had made sufficient preparations, so wasting some materials was not a big deal. Yang Kai reached out and accepted the spirit array, thanked him, then raised his hand and sent Li Jiao into the sealed world bead, allowing him to rest and recover. Fiddling with the profound sky spirit pillar in his hand, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked towards the core of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, smiling slightly. Are you ready? A cool breeze brushed past his face, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheek. This was Xia Ningchang's response. Then let's begin. Yang Kai's figure flickered and immediately came to the place where the source crystals were previously buried. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his Emperor Qi slightly and threw the profound sky spirit pillar forward. His hands quickly formed a series of seals as he pointed towards the profound sky spirit pillar. Streams of light disappeared into the profound sky spirit pillar one after another. The profound sky spirit bead that was falling down seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the 1-foot-long profound sky spirit bead had turned into a 1,000-meter-long pillar that even several dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. The complex patterns on the profound sky spirit pillar flickered as it fell straight down, as if an invisible hand was holding it and leading it to the ground. In Nine Heavens' Holy Land, countless people looked up with shock in their eyes. Although this profound sky spirit pillar was not an artifact and was only the foundation of a spirit array, it still exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Not to mention being hit by it, even a graze from it would likely result in death. The ground turned into a vortex, revealing a passage that guided the profound sky spirit pillar deeper. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, Array core pillar, buried 666 meters, exposed 333 meters, little senior sister needs to be careful. Chapter 3159. In Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai's black hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the void. His expression was solemn as he held a bronze array plate in his hand. This was the array plate that controlled the profound sky spirit array. It was something he, Li Jiao, and Lu Yan had spent a lot of effort to refine. Now that everything was in place, all that was left was the east wind. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yang Kai gently stroked the array plate with his finger, slightly inhaling and exhaling his Emperor Qi, causing the array plate to shine brightly. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes as they shone brightly. Holding the array plate in one hand, he formed a series of hand seals with the other, sending rays of light into the array plate as he shouted, "Rise." The array plate shone brightly. A humming sound came from the depths of the ground as the entire nine heavens holy land shook. Countless cultivators who were meditating were awakened and hurriedly left their secluded meditation to investigate the situation. At a glance, they saw the figure standing in the void and understood that it was him who had caused this and not some powerful enemy invasion. Only then did they feel relieved. In Nine Heavens Holy Land, the profound sky spirit pillar, which was the core of the array, suddenly underwent a strange change. On the surface of the 1,000-meter pillar, the complex patterns flickered. An invisible vibration wave suddenly spread out with the profound sky spirit pillar as the center, covering thousands of kilometers of Nine Heavens Holy Land and covering the entire Tongxian realm. The profound sky spirit pillars lit up one after another under the influence of this vibration wave, forming a resonance with it. The patterns on their surface flickered brilliantly, and if one were to look down from the star field, they would notice that there seemed to be 108 lights on the entire Tongxian realm, flickering one after another. Wherever the vibration wave passed, the light was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's hand seals changed faster and faster as his expression became extremely solemn. Although his cultivation was profound, he had sealed himself and had to preside over this Tongxian realm spirit array, so he didn't dare to be careless. Today's matter was related to Xiaoning Chang, so he had to treat it with caution. Sweat slowly seeped from the tip of his nose. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the profound spirit pillar of Nine Heavens Holy Land once again emitted an invisible vibration, repeating the previous action. This pillar was like a rhythmically beating heart. Every time it beat, the remaining 107 profound spirit pillars would resonate with it. As the number of times this happened increased, this resonance would connect head to tail, no longer separating them from each other. At that time, the 108 profound spirit pillars would become a single entity, covering the entire Tongxian realm. Again and again, the invisible vibration waves spread out. The 108 lanterns were lit and extinguished again and again. But as time passed, the frequency was slowly increasing. A day later, the frequency of drinking a cup of tea had been reduced by half. Another day later, it was reduced by half again. After another 3 days, the Xianling pillar at the eye of the formation would flicker every few breaths. The remaining 107 Xianling pillars were the same. Furthermore, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that these Xianling pillars were not flickering one after the other. Instead, they were flickering simultaneously. Yang Kai focused on activating the array plate and presiding over the spirit array, unaware of the passage of time. Finally, the frequency of the Xianling pillars in front of him seemed to have reached a certain limit. An invisible aura spread out, as if an ancient beast had suddenly awakened. Yang Kai looked tired, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and threw the array plate high up into the air. A stream of light entered the array plate and a loud shout rang out, "Open!" The array plate hummed. The 108 lanterns that had been flickering continuously were all extinguished at this moment, leaving not a single trace of light. But in the next moment, the extinguished lights were reignited. There was no distinction between front and back, and no distinction between each other. They had completely become one. 108 vibrations rippled out together, and from each Xianling pillar, 107 rays of light shot out in all directions, crossing the sky and weaving a giant net over the entire Tongxian realm. At this moment, all the living beings on Tongxian realm looked up. The crisscrossing rays of light were like meteors falling from the sky, converging to form a meteor shower that covered the entire world. This scene was shocking, but no one felt fear or hesitation. Instead, they felt an impulse to worship it. Hong hong hong, humming sounds constantly rang out, and each Xianling pillar was closely connected to the other 107. Kacha, as if a key was inserted into a keyhole, the 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array was instantly unlocked and began to display its shocking effects. The heavenly might was brilliant, clouds gathered, and principal strength circulated, beginning to repel this spirit array that was beyond this world's existence. Suddenly, a white and flawless jade hand flashed through the air. Wherever that jade hand passed, the heavenly might dissipated, and everything returned to normal. If Xia Ning Chang had not used the power of the Star Master to protect and interfere, this 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array would not have been able to function properly. Li Jiao was right, even those from the Emperor realm could not safely exist in this world. They had to seal their own cultivation, so how could this 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array from the star boundary work? If it was a slightly lower level spirit array, it would have been fine, but this 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array was an Emperor-grade spirit array. It had long surpassed the limits of this world. Xia Ning Chang's flick of the wrist actually allowed this large array to exist. The moment the 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array began to operate, not only the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land, but the entire world began to tremble. The net of light that covered the entire world gradually disappeared, but the 108 Xianling pillars were connected as one, and the spirit array began to operate. His divine sense surged through his knowledge sea, shuttling through the endless star. Star was the star of the entire Hangluo star field. He had inadvertently obtained it when he first entered the star territory. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, only using it as a tool to guide the way. With the help of this star, he had never gotten lost in the star territory. At that time, he discovered that this star was different from the ones drawn by ordinary star masters. It seemed to constantly change, corresponding to every corner of the entire star territory. However, because the star was too big and its territory too vast, if one didn't investigate carefully, it would be impossible to notice this change. Later, he learned that the star he had inadvertently obtained was actually the star's source of the entire star territory. It was also by using this star that he was able to sense a slight connection with Hangluo star field in the ancestral territory and return here. Wukong had said that every time he went to a star territory, he would find the source of that star territory and then refine it so that he could become the master of that star territory and no longer be rejected by the world principles. The source of a star territory was ever-changing and had no fixed form. Compared with the source of a cultivation star, the source of a star territory was almost a legendary existence that could only be found by chance. Yang Kai being able to obtain it could be said to be a great opportunity. However, he had not been able to use the source of this star territory because he had never refined it. Only by successfully refining the source of this star territory could he truly become the master of Hangluo star field. At that time, he wouldn't even need to do anything himself. With just a thought, he could kill all the cultivator in the great desolate star territory. It had been half a year since he left Tongxian realm, and during this time, he had been trying to refine the source of this star territory, but he had made no progress. Even though his cultivation was now at the Emperor realm, the star territory was so vast that it contained countless stars. If he wanted to refine it, it was tantamount to controlling all these stars, which was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. There must be something wrong. Even Wukong had to seal his cultivation when he entered the star territory. Only after refining the star territory's source could he begin to act unscrupulously. Since Wukong could do it, so could Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly regretted not asking Wukong more about this. If he went to the ancestral territory to find him now, not to mention whether he could find him, even if he did, this guy might not necessarily tell him. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not boasted in front of Shuiyu and Xia Ning Chang at that time, otherwise, he would not have the face to see them now. At that time, Yang Kai only had a vague plan in his mind, which was to refine this star and become the master of this star territory. At that time, he would be able to control the power of the entire star territory and replenish Tongxian realm's nutrients, upgrading it to a star like Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Is it still not possible? A clear and melodious voice came from beside him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and pulled Lu Yen into his arms, continuing to support his cheek with his hand. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lu Yen looked up at him, reached out and stroked the hard stubble on his chin, and said softly, if you have an idea, try it. There's nothing to lose. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded, got up, and asked, how long until they gather here? About 10 days before the agreed time. 10 days should be enough. You stay here and let me know if there's any news. I'll try this new idea. Okay, Lu Yen nodded. Yang Kai stomped his feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow, quickly disappearing. Entering the star field, Yang Kai flew forward aimlessly, neither too fast nor too slow. As he flew, he circulated his Emperor Qi, leaving his aura along the way. At the same time, according to the star in his knowledge sea, he delineated an area that was neither too big nor too small. With the star as a reference, Yang Kai was not worried about getting the location wrong. He kept flying around this area, as if he was drawing a circle, and the circle was filled with his aura. 5 days later, Yang Kai came to the center of this circle and suddenly stood still, closing his eyes. Immersing his knowledge sea, Yang Kai silently probed the star. Suddenly, his body shook as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He clearly felt an unusual area in the star in his knowledge sea, and this area was exactly where he had spent the past few days leaving his aura. There's hope. Perhaps the direction he had been trying for the past 6 months was wrong. If this method worked, it meant that refining the star territory star source was completely different from refining the star's star source. Previously, he had been trying to refine the star source by directly attacking the star atlas in his sea of consciousness, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Now, it seemed that the way to go was from shallow to deep, from the outside to the inside. What method should he use to refine it? Apart from the star refining art, there was no other cultivation method. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the star refining art, immersing his mind into the special area in the star. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if his whole mind had spread out and filled the places he had been in the past 5 days, closely connecting his aura to the places he had been. Even without opening his eyes, he could see everything that was happening in this area, down to the tiniest detail. Slowly operating the star refining art, his mind left a brand in a certain area of the star, gradually changing the color of this area. There were no grand waves, nor were there any ups and downs. Everything seemed so calm and natural. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He had actually found the right method to refine the star refining art on the spot. In his knowledge sea, the color of the small area in the star seemed to be somewhat different from other places, and in the corresponding star field, there was also a special area. Yang Kai didn't use any of his strength, simply changing his mind, and then his figure constantly flickered within this area, leaving behind afterimages, as if there were countless of him existing at the same time. This was a special star field that belonged to Yang Kai. In this area, just like on Shadowed Star, he could dominate everything.